I am late, but I'm on now, so let's get on with the show. This one is pretty interesting. Let's check out this one here. This is Missing 411 with David Paulides. And it's about mysterious disappearances. Let's check it out.
What's the address of your emergency?
I'm actually camping in Ledor, just outside of Ledor.
Uh-huh.
Don't mind me. I'm going to have my dinner while watching this.
Huh?
My 2-year-old son, we can't find him.
How long has he been missing?
About an hour.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thanks for the follow.
Are you by water?
Yes.
Do you know which campground you're in?
Timber Creek.
Hold on. We need search and rescue.
News in Idaho Falls is kind of slow. Not a lot of big things happen here. I had only been here a few weeks when this case, the biggest story of my career, happened.
But it just didn't make sense that he did not find anything. Footprints, pieces of flesh, pieces of clothing.
Well, it's troubling. You know, I got, members of my search and rescue unit that aren't sleeping too well.
Age 2.
This is a small town in Idaho called Ledor. It's remote. Your cell phone is going in and out. You're on a gravel road at first, but then it turns very rocky. And when I say rocky, I mean big boulders.
You could drive maybe 5 miles an hour and that's safe. And it's just real rocky. It takes a long time to travel the short distance from the town of Ledor to the campground.
Well, once you leave the pavement, I think it's a little over 7 miles of a pretty rough road.
Once you reach the campsite to where they were at, the Timber Creek campground, it kind of just dead ends.
Huh.
And you get out, and there's the campsite. There's a table, there's a fire pit. 10, 20 feet away, there's a steep hill that goes to the creek.
It's a combination of willowy, swampy creek bottoms, steep hillsides, some of them sagebrush, some of them timber, a lot of rock.
Huh.
They arrived at the campground late on the evening of July 9th, Thursday evening. It was very late, it was dark. They say they instantly went to bed. From day one, law enforcement told us that all of the people at the campsite were considered persons of interest just because they were simply there.
Oh.
Dior Sr. and Jessica Mitchell, the parents of young Dior, grandpa, Jessica's grandpa, and another man named Isaac Renwand, who was a friend of Grandpa, who apparently at the last minute decided to go camping with them.
It was dark when they got there. Dior said they parked the truck, parked the trailer, and the Suburban. Isaac pitched his tent. They got Grandpa settled in the camp trailer. They slept in the back of the Suburban, got up the next morning, and then he realized how rural it was. You know, they were basically at the end of the road. Thought it was a pretty safe place, you know, cliffs on all the way around, not really any way for him to get out, you know.
The next morning, July 10th, Friday, they wake up, they're hanging around the campsite.
They had gone into Ledor to the store because Jessica needed feminine products. They went in there and they bought, just that stuff and then some candy and stuff for little man.
Jessica goes to the bathroom as the boy's being loaded up, and they return to the campground. So when they get to the campground, this Isaac and the grandfather, Bob, said, we got some fish, and he showed the fish to Dior, and Dior supposedly says, I don't believe you caught those fish in the stream there. I can't believe it. Show me where you got them. So Jessica and Dior, with this Isaac, go towards the creek, which is maybe 100 feet away.
They say to little Dior, do you want to come with us? According to law enforcement, little Dior follows them for a point, but then turns around and goes back. The parents continue on assuming that Grandpa is watching Dior.
And Jessica tells me she keeps looking back over her shoulder to make sure the little boy's not following them. And when she was confident he wasn't following, they went to the 2 spots along the creek where they supposedly caught the fish.
Well, they went down there probably 10, 15 minutes, and then they saw minnows. And they were gonna go back to camp and get little man because he loves fish, like he loves bugs, stuff like that. And so they went back up there, and Dior looks at Bob and says, where's little Dior? And Bob says he was right here.
Where's little Dior? And Grandpa said, well, he's right there. Of course, he's not there. Grandfather claims he didn't go inside his trailer, but I believe he did.
Police say that Isaac Renwand at this time is down at the creek fishing. They say they panic. They do a search of the immediate campground. They look wherever they can.
Craziness started. They started yelling, they started searching.
They searched for about 15 to 20 minutes. No sign of him.
Dennis decided they better call 911.
It's a remote area. You can't get cell phone service. Jessica says miraculously she got a signal.
My 2-year-old son, we can't find him.
Dior hops in his truck, goes down the road to see if he can get better service. Both of them were on the phone with 911 at the same time. You know, my son's missing, can you help us? And then it's just all been chaos from there.
Good evening, everyone. You're in the right place at the right time. This is Coast to Coast AM. Tonight, we plunge once again into the deep end of the paranormal pool. Hundreds of people vanished from our national parks and forests, some right under the noses of parents or family members, under very unusual but very similar circumstances. Dave Politis, welcome back to the program.
Well, thanks for having me, George.
All right, Dave, I want to jump right into this. Dior Kuntz, 2 years old. I mean, you were a cop. If you were investigating this case, abduction is one of the least likely events, right?
I would probably say yes. And the reason for that is that the family was in a campground deep into the mountains. There was one very rocky, rough road going in and the same road out. If someone would have driven into that area, you would think that the family would have heard them. And if they would have walked up to the campsite, they for sure would have been seen.
It's like in so many of the other cases, it's like he's plucked out of the sky. It's like just snatched out of the sky.
That case is very reminiscent of a case that happened decades earlier, just outside of Estes Park, Colorado.
Bobby Bizup. Huh.
St. Malo is particularly for Catholics, is one of the most visited places in the Estes Valley. Up on the hill, you have the statue of Christ. Right below that is St. Catherine's Chapel. story of St. Malo's is really wonderful. It goes back to a man named Father Joseph Bassetti, who was a Catholic priest. One day in 1916, he came up to the Hosa Valley, and he and 2 or 3 others were camping on the slopes of Mount Meeker when they saw a meteor in the sky. They got up, wandered toward the meteor, hoping they'd found where it came down, and ended up standing on the rock where St. Catherine's Chapel is located. And Father Bassetti said this would be a good place for a boys' camp, and the rest is history.
I'm the caretaker here at St. Catherine of Siena's Chapel on the Rock. This was built 1935 as a chapel for camp kids through all those years. Lots of camp kids came here.
In 1973, I came up here and became a camp counselor at Camp St. Malo and loved the outdoors. Every week, the kids would go on hikes. We have an easy, medium, and hard hike. And we'd have bonfire and lodge night where we did skits and sang songs, and the camaraderie was awesome.
It's August. It's a warm summer month. Bobby Bicep was a 10-year-old camper. He was partially deaf, wore a hearing aid, and he liked to fish. Well, on August 15th at about 6 p.m., Bobby was fishing in the small creek behind the retreat when a counselor approached him and told him it was dinner time. Bobby acknowledged the counselor and started to follow him downhill towards the retreat. As the counselor was walking back, he turned behind him to look, and Bobby was gone. And that's when the search started. St. Malo Retreat and the summer camp is right on the border of Rocky Mountain National Park. Within 4 days, there were 400 searchers from the National Park Service, local sheriffs, volunteers, and SAR experts. Officials were difficult to understand how Bobby could get lost because it's straight downhill on a very defined trail to the retreat. During the height of the search, the Civil Air Patrol dropped 5,000 leaflets over 200 square miles, which were telling Bobby that his parents loved him and they needed him.
They thought he ran away.
On August 25th, the formal search was terminated after a 9-day effort.
Disappeared.
Now, there were 3 counselors that were looking for Bobby that entire time, and the following year they returned. And one day they walked up the side of Mount Meeker right through the boulder field, about 2,000 feet up from the retreat, and saw a hearing aid and bits of clothing. They found Bobby Bicep's remains.
And they found him in a ravine up on the face of Mount Meeker, which is right here along Cabin Creek.
Oops. So all the way from over there, I think.
Meeker, which is right here along Cabin Creek.
Right there.
He was in the ravine that they had searched at least 3 times the year before.
Damn, so how did it help?
And they found him in a ravine up on...
There's on the map, there's the ravine right there. So he made it all the way from that camp place where that thing is. I think it's here, unless it's over here somewhere, but that's a long fucking way, holy shit. And up here too, where it's a rough climb, very elevated.
On the face of
Damn.
Mount Meeker, which is right here along Cabin Creek. He was in the ravine that they had searched at least 3 times the year before.
Make no mistake, Bobby could not have been lost. Uphill to Meeker is an exhausting and treacherous hike in spots. Downhill to the retreat is dinner and an easy hike.
You mentioned that Bobby is hearing impaired. when you look at the big picture and the number of cases that you have investigated, the fact that he's impaired, it's almost as if that's one of the factors on why they're targeted.
And George, that's an interesting point. It seems as though an abnormal number of these people disappear with some type of physical impairment or genetic deficiency. So Bobby's case happened August 15th, 1958. These go back decades, but even today, it's happening as we speak.
It's the third night in Idaho Falls family is spending without their son. More than 10,000 man-hours have been put into trying to find a missing toddler in Lemhi County.
A lot of facts didn't add up.
I don't know.
The day before
It's a disappearance that has many scratching their heads. 10 miles west of Leadore, this campground was the last place anyone saw 2-year-old Dior Kuntz Jr.
Child that age, 75% of them are found within 0.4 of a mile of the place last seen. And you look at the terrain and it's extremely rugged, but they can go further than you think would be reasonable.
And what kind of resources would you guys deploy?
I sent a deputy up there, activated search and rescue.
The sheriff, within a few hours, we have several searchers who are searching for this boy, and they can't find him.
We used dogs to start with, some ground searchers to start with. The helicopter come in, top-notch crew. I mean, they have FLIR, which is forward-looking infrared for night. This is all these guys do, is this type of stuff, search and rescue.
We don't want to spread everybody out in one long chain, as wide as we can get. I mean, if we're hilltop to hilltop, fine, but it needs to be tight, and we want to cover every little nook and cranny, under every log, rock, anything that looks turned over, check it out.
I was 90 to 100 miles an hour driving around, people, just acting like a maniac to get up there. I thought, it's going to be really foolish when I get up there and get out of the car and he's right there. And, I got out of the car and that wasn't what happened. Everyone said, take 5 steps, look up, look down, look around. Take 5 steps, look up, look down and around. And that's what we do. I mean, there's a lot of area up there.
There's people everywhere. I mean, there was 200 plus searchers up there the day after he went missing on Saturday. There's people everywhere.
Maybe he fell into the creek. That creek, search and rescue crews went through on their hands and feet with poles, literally crawling through that creek. Nothing.
They supposedly check wolf dens, they check bear den, they check eagle nests, because an eagle could pick up 30 pounds. Little Dior weighed approximately 27, 28 pounds.
There are bears in the area. There's bobcats, there's mountain lions, there's other animals. But there would be some sort of clothing or a bone or something, you would think.
There's no clothing, there's no flesh or anything that would indicate that an animal got him. There's no blood, there's nothing there.
Any of those take a kid without a trace?
You'd think you would find something, And then you're talking about the trace you're looking for. Well, maybe a boot came off. Well, they were camouflage cowboy boots. The thing of it is, everything they're eating that time of year is that tall, Same size as him. It's possible.
This little boot is similar. Actually, this is the exact boot, maybe just a couple sizes bigger, that Dior was wearing the day he went missing. I can tell you from experience that these boots don't stay on real good. My grandson kicks them off in the car seat every time we put him in there.
They were too big for him, so they were sloppy, and he was clumsy anyway. When he would walk, he would just walk clumsily. Somebody picked him up, the cowboy boots would have fallen off his feet.
So if these were the boots that Dior was wearing that day and they were too big, certainly if an animal would have grabbed him, even if somebody else had abducted him, I think we would have found something. The boots, his jacket, something would be found up there.
we went for 3 or 4 days without any sleep, and you know, I got to the point where I was an emotional mess.
You got to have a twofold investigation. You got to think the search, that's good. Then you can't find anything, then you start focusing on the parents. Then you focus on people who else were in the campground at the time. And so now they're coming down hard on Jessica and Dior, trying to play one against the other to see if one's going to tell.
Law enforcement continually told us that all of the individuals were being cooperative. They were all questioned individually and together, and that they were working with them. There wasn't any sort of red flag that the police were saying that were pointing them toward one specific individual.
You know, I've had to grab her by the hand and go for walks with her and say, you just have to promise me if there's anything that's going on, you got to talk to me, you got to tell me, you know, and those conversations have been very clear and straightforward, and she's come back and said, Mom, I don't know why you're doing this to me. I didn't have anything to do with this.
Dior Sr. and Jessica Mitchell, the parents of young Dior, came into our studios and looked upset. They looked like they had been wearing the same clothing that they were wearing when they were camping. A hoodie. She was carrying Dior's blanket. It was dirty, it was ragged, it hadn't been washed, and a teddy bear, one of his little toys. We sat down, and as I do with any interview, especially with a distraught parent, you want to show compassion and kindness, but you also want to find out if they might have anything to do with his disappearance. All right, Dior, so take us back. Was it Friday?
Yes. I'm not sure what day it is today.
Today's Monday. It was Friday.
It was Friday. Friday at about 2:26 is when was it 2:26?
It was 2:36 when I called.
It was 2:36 is when she called, and I was in the truck hauling down to the road trying to get service because I didn't think one bar would get it. We was just, yeah, we decided we were going to go a little exploring. He was going to be good with Grandpa by the campfire. We weren't more than probably 50 yards away in 10 minutes. Well, but the time I seen him to the point I figured out he was gone.
And the creek was empty.
The creek, there was nothing.
They had chainsaws moving because every few feet it was
blocked and blocked off from nature.
From trees, from branches, from debris.
I mean, there was a lot of places that he could be, and that's what they wanted to eliminate.
That was my biggest concern because that's where we were by.
Because that means that there's a chance he's still alive, and that's all I need is a chance to know that he's still alive. And until I have him and closure or him, nothing is stopping. Nothing is.
Do you know, did somebody have a vendetta against you? I mean, I'm sure you've gone through your mind.
We have been racking our brains, and I don't know anybody that doesn't have a few people that either you like you or you hate you.
But
not to harm a 2-year-old, almost 3-year-old.
Not to harm us this way, especially knowing how much he means to us. He's everything to us.
I don't know. Like, it's hard to say if they're lying right here or if they did it. Like, did they kill that their own kid? Or maybe there was an accident and he died from their negligence, like their unintentional negligence. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe they were doing something like at the creek and then they weren't really watching him or something. Then he died and now they're trying to make it look like he went missing. I don't know. It's hard to say.
How long have you guys been? You're married?
No, we're actually getting married next month.
Oh. I saw the rings and didn't know if it was engagement or...
Engagement.
How long have you been together?
Almost
Pop quiz.
5 years.
Yeah.
Jessica's always been very, very reserved. She does not like to let people see her emotionally.
Yeah, she is quiet, and he's the one that's more dynamic. He does. Maybe you might say proud to a fault.
You know, the 911 call that she made, everyone kept saying, you know, why was it that she was so calm?
I'm actually camping in Leadore, just outside of Leadore.
Uh-huh.
My 2-year-old son, we can't find him.
I know they need money. I know they owe a lot of money in Montpelier, a lot of money for child care. And I know that she had her tubes tied and singed so she could never have a reverse, never have another child. And I think she did that because she didn't want children. But there was evidence that she was had a hard time being with kids. She would leave her kid at daycare and leave him unattended many times. And I've talked to many people that brought that out.
She has 2 kids from her ex-husband.
Brought that out.
Yeah, he looks so much like his father. Look at that. You can see his father's eyes and nose and mouth.
She has
ears.
2 kids from her ex-husband, and every other weekend they go to her house for the weekend.
Seemed like good kids. Still think they are good kids. They're hurting bad. I've held Dior while he's cried.
After we finished the interview, I said, well, I hope he's found today. I hope you find him today. And then that night, I saw them again at a vigil.
You're the God of all comfort, Lord, that you would comfort the heart of Jessica and Dior and Trina, Lord.
He could be very, very close. He could be very far away. We don't know, but we are covering all bases at this point.
There's not much to be said other than one small mistake as a parent. You know, I'm leaving him with an adult that turns his head for a minute. They move, they go. Please cherish and love each other, because it could be changed in just a split second.
And they said that they were leaving from the vigil to go back up to the campsite to continue to search.
Basically what we would do is pick an area where we would like to hike and explore. And so when we went along Big South Trail for the first time, gorgeous hike, beautiful, beautiful river. You know, this is really a wild area, and the reason why Gary and I so much enjoy hiking together. And then it was just coincidental that, you know, we wound up in a rock field and said, you know, let's hike up the ridge, and I think it's about a 2,000-foot hike up elevation to get to the top of it, but really remarkable country.
Yeah, okay, well, pretty much it was like almost a scramble, okay? So you're watching your feet, and basically you're just focused a few feet in front of your own feet so you don't, you know, twist ankles or something. And that's when I saw the shoe. It was pretty pristine. It was like somebody had just took the foot right out.
Yeah, look at that. It's very rough terrain, very rugged.
Just focused.
See? Look how rugged that terrain is. It's a kind where you have to be careful where you put each step. If you're not careful, if you want one wrong step, one thing where you're not being careful, not paying attention where you're placing your foot, you could possibly sprain your ankle. You could fall, hurt yourself. Yeah, you gotta be really careful. It's rough terrain. Look at that.
A few feet in front of your own feet so you don't, you know, twist ankles or something. And that's when I saw the shoe. It was pretty pristine. It was like somebody had just took the foot right out of it, you know. It was so fresh, I thought like I would see a kid standing in front of me.
And what's your name? Jared. Give me that big smile with the dimples. Yeah.
It wasn't so much that he liked the Raiders. He loved silver and black. And when he saw the Raiders on TV one day, he's like, "Dad, there's a silver and black team." I said, "Yeah, there is." He said, "That's my team, Dad." And I'm like, "Okay." So he's a Raiders fan.
My name is Jocelyn Adadero, and my brother Jared Adadero went missing in the Colorado mountains in 1999. As I was younger, my dad will tell me that I would tell him certain memories I had of the hike. As I got older, though, I couldn't even tell you what I told him back then. The only memory I have of the resort or that whole time period is after Jared had disappeared. We were back at the resort in a room. I couldn't even tell you where, and my dad was kneeling on the ground crying, and I was hugging him.
I was attracted to the Poudre Canyon because, you know, the trees were beautiful. And you know there's stuff out there, but it's just interesting because you become part of the Poudre Canyon right there.
It was approximately a 10-acre resort. It was small, but, you know, we kept busy.
It was all about just being there. It was one of those situations where when you actually owned the little store there, we got up at 6 o'clock in the morning and we closed at 11 o'clock at night. Not only did it take care of us, but how many people get the opportunity to be next to their kids 24/7? And that's what I really enjoyed about the canyon. There were only 3 of us. I mean, even though we had a family at the resort, we had people that worked for us, it was Jocelyn, Jared, and I. We knew that we were the family. The group decided they wanted to go to the trout farm, fishery, right around the corner, maybe about 1.5 miles, 2 miles from the resort itself.
Hey, Alan. Jocelyn.
Several of the people I knew quite well. So I gave permission for Jocelyn to go, not knowing that Jared would be saying, gee, Dad, if she can go, why can't I go too? He had his shoes on. He hated to tie his shoes, so I didn't make him tie his shoes. And he had like a beige colored jacket.
Have fun, okay? Don't get too close to the water.
I let Jared go, and I assumed that's where they were going.
Could you describe the trail?
Moderate, ups, downs. You could take a kid on it as long as you kept the kid in line and hung on to him. Because there were some areas where the ledges were only 24 inches wide, and you had loose shale all the way down to the river. So, and then there was rock fields. Being a moderate trail, it's pretty tough. If you're not in shape, it'll take it out on you.
The church group went up to the Big South Trail. They parked at the trailhead and they started walking in on the trail. They started to separate or spread out as they walked in. Some people faster and slower. One adult with Jared's sister and Jared seemed to be out ahead of everybody else as Jared, as a 3-year-old, is running and playing and having a good time. And I believe there was something 10 to 20 minutes worth of time that she lost track. The adult realized, I haven't seen him for a while. And when they went up to try to find him, they kept going thinking they would catch up, and they didn't catch up.
It was reported that he spoke to some fishermen, and he asked if there were bears around. And he's alone at this point in time. At least they have an idea of, you know, roughly where he was last seen.
I myself was cleaning some things and decided to sit down and watch a football game. And I must have been watching for maybe 15 or 20 minutes, and I slowly nodded off.
Something's wrong.
And they're like, Alan, we have to talk to you. Sure, you know what's going on? And they said, we had a problem with Jared. Well, what happened? Did he fall? Did he, scrape his knee? Did he break his arm? What happened? And what they actually said to me was, he's okay, we just can't find him. At that moment, I realized I had to go up the road. We got in our cars and I was in my truck. And I'm like, well, where are we going? They said it's about, I can't remember, 16 miles up the road. And I'm like, are you serious? How'd you guys get up that far up the road? And the entire way up the road, I just kept beating myself in the chest like someone had stuck me with a sword. Just beating my chest and yelling Jared's name.
yelling for God to help me. Please help me find my son, Lord. Just yelling and screaming. I yelled and screamed in my truck all the way up the road. I don't even know how I got there. I drove that road probably twice as fast as anyone should even drive that road.
Yeah, it's rough. Man, I can't imagine, man, having your child just like being told your child disappeared like that, and you given your child to people that you could trust. Damn. Huh. Frig.
And as I ran up that trail, I yelled and screamed his name and screamed Jared, screamed J-Rod. I called him J-Rod. I called him my little man. I called every name I could, trying to get a response from him. And I listened. And I'm not sure exactly how far we got up on the trail, but I stopped and I realized, oh my God, this is going to be, this is not what I thought it was. I just can't get up here and find him.
We're going to be searching.
We worked for solid 8 days to begin with, and that was 24 hours a day for 8 days.
It's important to keep visual contact at all times. Absolutely.
We did some night searching was limited to a certain extent, but we did always have people out in the field to make noise, so if somebody was out there now, Jared would have heard it, he would have maybe responded or went to him.
It was very intense, very media friendly. I mean, there was media, CNN, and so it became a real nationwide episode. So that put a lot of stress on us and a lot of stress on the dogs.
It was a situation to where people lost hope. It's like, we're not going to find him, you know. This is one of those situations where he disappeared.
We had hiked the area a couple of times before, and we had talked about the mystery of Jared Atardero, whether he had been swept downstream, abducted by a mountain lion, or if there had been something more sinister than that. This time we decided to go off trail, and we just walked right into it, and we knew right away.
Straight up the mountain. Look at that. That's a long, treacherous hike. Very steep. Look at that.
That it was probably Jared Atadero's clothes.
That's very steep. There's no way a boy can climb all the way up that at that age. He'll get tired like really fast. That's very steep. Very yeah. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. Look how steep that is.
Way Jared could have climbed up to that spot on his own.
Not.
No way.
That's a hard one.
No way. No way. Absolutely no way.
Not all the way. Now, I could see him going. See, he lived in a cabin in the
He's a 3-year-old. There's no way.
Yeah,
there was no way that would happen.
Yeah.
Look at
Not all the way.
I mean, it was a struggle for Gary and Addie. Yeah.
See how steep that is?
Very rough terrain.
Look at that. Damn. Huh. Skull cap and a tooth.
There were canine alerts that would go that direction. Now, whether they were right at the scree field or before it, but they were at least alerting up that hill. That's why I'm reasonably certain we searched it, because we When a dog alerts like that, we're thinking, okay, something must be up there. Let's get up there and search for it. But we never found anything.
I think whatever's happening is beyond our understanding. In a lot of these cases,
this guy, yeah, he's a legendary survival expert, Les Stroud. I have his book. He's very, very good at what he does. Like I said, he's an expert.
search and rescue, or the volunteer searching people, have already gone over certain areas, not once, not twice, but even dozens of times. And then the child is found there, maybe a year, maybe a few years later.
When we had discovered the clothes and went back up there with some of the people involved in the search, you know, they were all scratching their heads, like, you know, they had all been around the area.
My conclusion was an animal encounter right at the beginning. And so I'm not sure officially what has really been released as a finality, but it pretty much points to an animal encounter.
And if a cat actually took him, which is what I believe happened, the cat would have taken him someplace and buried him, and with all of the activity that was going on, probably would have left because we would have scared it away and it would have came back later.
But here's some more interesting details. Well, we'll see, you'll see here.
I hear constantly about a mountain lion. Yet, when they tested Jared's clothing, there was no mountain lion hairs, no DNA, no blood, nothing on his clothing. This is actually what's left of the cranium after 4 different DNA tests. To think that I mean, I have a hard time comprehending this, but to think that I'm actually sitting here holding my son. But this is what I have left of him. Damn. The clothing was sent to the CBI. The clothing was tested by the CBI. No mountain lion hairs, no blood, nothing on any of the articles of clothing. If a mountain lion would have attacked him, they go for the stomach area. And this jacket would have been in shreds. I've been told by several people, mountain lion experts in the works, this jacket would not have survived a mountain lion attack, period. These are the actual shoes. These are Jared's shoes that were found up on the mountain. I've been told by experts that they do not look like they've been in the wilderness for 3.5 years.
Strange.
The other thing that's interesting about the shoes is you would think that if a mountain lion were dragging his body up a mountain and dragging him like this, you would see marks on his shoes, and there are no marks there. You would think if he was dragging them this way up a mountain, not only would you see marks, but it would have pulled his shoes off way before the area where they found him.
Yeah.
Jared's pants were found inside out. When people first see this, they get terrified and they look at it and go, oh my gosh, what could have happened to him? There were birds and rodents and stuff literally pulling it apart, using the material as nesting. So you see this material everywhere. So it's not because something attacked him and ripped his leg off. This is all due to rodents and birds.
And it's look how clean it looks. No blood marks, because even though when it's raining, blood sticks. Blood stains clothing very, very good. Blood is hard to get out of clothing, and it takes multiple washes from laundry detergent and whatnot, and other kind of detergents to get it out, including bleach. Now, rain alone will not get blood out of clothing, even after a long, long time of rain and whatnot over years. So why doesn't it have any blood marks if it was attacked by a mountain lion? Why does it still look in pristine condition, except for the torn up parts where rodents and birds would take it apart to use it as their nesting and whatnot? Very strange.
Rodents and birds.
Yeah, we were relieved in one sense that the mystery had been solved. My sense of it is that Jared was abducted in the boulder field by the mountain lion. The mountain lion grabbed him by his shoulder and went straight up the side of this mountain.
In one of the reports, the person says, well, the reason why you didn't find any DNA or blood or anything.
I don't think it was a mountain lion. I don't think it was a mountain lion at all.
On Jared's clothing is because either he or something removed his clothing before he was attacked.
Yeah.
Either Jared or something removed his clothing before he was attacked.
Yeah, exactly.
And they go on to say that,
like, a mountain lion, a bear, whatever, wouldn't remove your clothing when they're attacking you. They'd just attack you. And there'll be evidence of that on your clothing. You know, your clothing will be torn because they're tearing into your flesh, and there'll be blood on your clothing. Very, very strange. Very strange. Something took off his clothing before it killed him.
because there are so many hikers coming up, the mountain lion took Jared's body 500 feet up the side of the cliff. Well, wait a second. I can buy all that, but I can't buy this. If something or someone took Jared's clothing off before he was attacked, that means his clothing wasn't with him when this thing carried him up the mountain.
Yeah, exactly.
Jared's pants were found inside out. Told by many mountain lion experts, mountain lions don't pull clothing off of you, especially your pants, and leave them there on the mountain inside out. There's just too much. There are too many questions that don't have answers. And I feel strongly, my family and I feel strongly, that there is someone out there who knows a little bit more than we know.
You know, when I get questioned about this from people who've heard our interviews, people will stick to that. It's a bear, it's a mountain lion, it's some kind of an animal. But I mean, they leave clues. There's evidence, there's blood, there's tissue, there's indications of a struggle, right?
Oh, absolutely. And when the trackers come in with search and rescue, they're looking for those indicators. There's going to be a massive scene there of blood, hair, drag marks and things as the animal would be taking you away. That's one of the points that we vet before we even look into one of these cases. And in the last 100 years, there's only been 14 fatal mountain lion attacks in the United States and Canada.
Could you tell us where we are and who you are?
Idaho Falls, Idaho, and Robert C. Walton.
What was a day like with little Dior?
I didn't play with him much. He was just getting to the point where he could do something, you know. He was over here quite a bit with Jessica, and he'd come over here and bum candy off me.
I know this is a tough question. Do you feel any guilt about it?
Well, sure, I think a little. But I think everybody who was there has a little guilt about it, you know?
Dior and Jessica say that they decided to go camping that weekend to kind of relive good memories for Grandpa, Bob Walton. This was apparently a spot that in his earlier years, Bob Walton had gone to several times. Grandpa is on oxygen. Some have said has some memory issues. Law enforcement since day one have continually ruled out Grandpa because of his health issues, and they don't think he was in the right frame of mind to do anything like this.
With my dad being ill, I asked Jessica to go up there to be with him in the event that something happened to my father, that she could take care of him.
I don't know Bob, and I've never met Isaac, but being the only other two people there, other than Jessica and Dior, if he was taken from that campground, they have to be involved somehow.
Since Dior Koontz disappeared, many have had questions about the friend who was with the family that day at the campsite. His name is Isaac Renwand. So we went to his Idaho Falls house over and over and over again. Finally, early Monday morning, he answered the door.
I'm Nate Eaton with East Idaho News.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I'm sorry.
You don't have anything you want to say?
No.
All right, sorry to wake you up. We just want to see if you have anything to say about Dior missing.
I don't.
You don't?
I have no comment.
So he was just with you and the grandfather when he wandered away?
Mm-hmm.
And then you guys thought he was with the parents?
Yeah.
And the parents came back and he was gone?
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I don't want to answer any more questions or anything.
Thank you, sir.
Strange thing about Isaac, he never searched for the boy. I interviewed Isaac. He's a strange duck. And he does have a prior conviction of a sex crime. It was reduced from a felony down to a misdemeanor. And the strange thing is the morning after the little boy was missing, he got up and said to several people, boy, it's the best night's rest I had in a long time.
The parents told me that they had never met Isaac until this camping trip. That Grandpa said, oh, I'm going to bring along a friend, we're going to fish together, we'll have a fun weekend away together, and the parents were okay with that.
Isaac, who's Bob Walton?
Bob Walton? That's one of my good friends that I met him when I lived over on Chamberlain Avenue. I've known him for about 5 years or so. He's always tried to help me out, been there. I've done work for him in his yard. He's always taken me on fishing trips every year, so I decided I wanted to go this year too because, you know, it's fun. And it was nice and clear, hot. I don't know. It was noisy because of the creek. But other than that, it was a wonderful day. There wasn't really a cloud in the sky.
The crick. It's funny how they say crick. It's supposed to be creek, not crick.
Could you tell me a little bit about the events leading up to little Dior's disappearance?
Not too much, only that I was fishing. Isaac was watching me, and he got all excited after I'd caught a couple, and he was going to get his pole out. I think we caught 4 or 5. About that time, here come Jess and Dior back.
I don't know. I think it was about noon, maybe a little after. They had to go down to get some gas to the truck, and they came back.
So Isaac and Jessica and Dior we went to look at it for a fish, and the kid was there with me, but I turned my head for a minute. I don't know how long, 5-10 minutes, I don't know.
The grandfather claims he didn't go inside his trailer, but I believe he did. I believe he did go inside the trailer.
I showed them a couple of fishing holes. I went down to another fishing hole. I was probably down there half an hour, and I looked to the right of me where they were fishing, and I noticed their fishing pole was laying there on the ground, and they weren't there.
And then here come Dior over. He says, "Where's little Dior?" And I says, "Well, he was right there, you know."
And then I seen my friend Bob up on the ridge, and so I walked up there asking what was going on, and he said Dior's missing. And so we all started looking for him.
Do you think his parents had anything to do with his disappearance?
No. No, I was the last one to see the kid, and there wasn't that much. 5-10 minutes. They was looking for him themselves.
Everyone's going to have someone to blame here, you know, and unfortunately, the last person to see him is going to be the one that has the blame, you know. I mean, there's 4 people in that campground that day. If everyone was that worried about it, the baby should have went with the parents. He chose not to because he wanted to stay with my dad. He wanted candy.
This is the campsite where Dior and his family were camping. It looks like your average campsite. You've got a fire pit, a picnic table, very close to the creek that we have heard so much about. In fact, the creek is just here, a few yards away. Notice the terrain down to the water. It's very steep.
What does your heart tell you happened to little Dior?
I don't. I really don't know what happened to little Dior in my heart or nothing else.
Do you know where little Dior is?
No, I don't. I don't. I really don't know what happened to the kid. I don't know how much more you need. It'd be nice to get him back. That's the only thing I can say.
We stayed up there until about, you know, the Red Cross left. Till law enforcement told us we could go home, so.
And just coincidentally, above where Dior disappeared, above that campsite, there is a large boulder field extending an extraordinary distance. And that would be one of those areas that I'd give an intense look at.
According to Oregon State Police, there are 41 missing children in Oregon. One of them is Samuel Belke. He was 8 years old when he vanished at Crater Lake 6.5 years ago.
Age 8.
Crater Lake is a magnificent place. The first time somebody sees it and the 100th time somebody sees it, you say, wow. It is a top of a mountain that is blown off thousands of years ago. It was a volcano caldera that filled up with water. The water is the most incredible blue that you can imagine.
Knockout beautiful. I've been there dozens of times, maybe 100 times. It's one of the most foreign places that you can really imagine on Earth. Every trip that I've gone there, it's also a different kind of a mood.
Three, two, one. The best news about today's search and rescue effort is that the weather is starting.
As a news guy, this was a story that was equally frustrating. Some of them just start off bad and they get worse.
Yeah, I'm going to go for a quick washroom break. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. right, I'm back. Let's get back to it.
The way I understand Sammy's disappearance is that he was visiting Crater Lake with his dad, staying at Diamond Lake Resort. He's got some developmental problems, maybe some form of autism on a scale, and while he's at Crater Lake, they are near what's called the Cleetwood Cove Overlook.
They got about a quarter mile to the east of the Cleetwood Cove Trail, and they parked, and he kind of went running off.
At some point, Sammy crosses the road, and he's up this a scree hill of kind of some rock cut out where the road is there, and there was a cyclist riding by that had stopped to take a photo, and Sammy was getting ready, or looked like he was going to throw a rock at the cyclist, and the cyclist cautioned him, and Dad was yelling for Sammy to come back. And whether Sammy was just being a boy or if there was something to do with his condition also, he ran the other direction. His dad ran up the hill after him, and he had vanished.
Not very far. Look at that. Not even far. Just up to the tree point. So he ran. His father ran after him. And then they just disappeared. Right at the tree point.
It gets very, very cold at Crater Lake this time of the year. I mean, it easily dips down below freezing at night. And so time was really of the essence.
So beginning at about 6 o'clock Saturday night, we started putting searchers into the field. That first night we had up to about 25 searchers, a combination of foot searchers, search dogs, and tracking teams. That's what we're basing this entire search on. We're searching for a live Sammy Belkey, perhaps burrowed in under some thick vegetation or found a rock overhang.
We were really involved the next day after Sammy went missing. I remember it being a difficult search because of weather. 2 feet of snow came in the next day, and the park, I think, was overwhelmed with the people starting to come in. They set up a staging area, and now they've got all of this assistance coming to try to help and look.
We did a limited helicopter search on Saturday morning, and unfortunately the weather has been conspiring against us. And after about 6 short passes over the search area, the weather socked in, the clouds came in, the rain started, and we weren't able to fly anymore that day.
I believe the number that comes to mind was they had 174 people up there from different search and rescue agencies. That included search and rescue units from neighboring counties, helicopters, search dogs.
The term we use is last seen point, and that's a reference spot usually from where we start our search.
Well, this is the area where Sammy was last seen on Saturday. The ridge behind me with the kind of dirt slope at the top of that ridge was where Sammy was last seen by his father.
It appears that a national park is within a county. It really is its very own sovereign place. And so we received a phone call that there was a missing child there. And we were very anxious to send searchers. We were wanting to send investigators. And the parks often use their own staff initially. They are sometimes an island unto themselves, that it's somewhat exclusive jurisdiction.
Now we are over 400 national parks in the United States, which is something that we're very proud of. The National Park Service is a unit within the Department of the Interior, and within the National Park Service, there's a director of the national parks and the headquarters in Washington, D.C. And then there are regions throughout the United States where they have responsibility over a certain number of the parks.
Does the National Park Service keep a list of missing people in their parks?
I don't recall. I would have regular briefings on different things that were going on. There were significant national crises where the Secretary of Interior should know. There's a whole agency of 23,000 people that were more involved in the day-to-day activity of any given person, any given incident, or any given park.
As somebody who's been an avidly outdoor person all my life, it just is unthinkable to me that there's no accountability from our government when it's easy to be accountable, especially in this day and age of technology. Sometimes records are kept and sometimes records are not kept. There's no requirement for the federal government to keep records of people who go missing on federal lands.
In today's day and age, we should be collecting as much information as we can and putting it in a database that's open, that's not guarded by anyone. If we want to help find the next lost person, we can learn a lot by what went right in that previous search, what went wrong in that previous search, what would they have done differently, and a good record keeping of a search, whether it was successful or not, needs to be on hand so that the next time we go there, the search leader can make informed decisions and use resources very wisely.
In the work I do with missing airplanes, we're always trying to look at that missing airplane list. When I was sheriff of Klamath County, I could get my hands on a list of missing people in a matter of minutes. If you have areas that you don't even know there's missing people, if you have specific jurisdictions that don't have that data, it makes it really difficult going back to reinvestigate when more information comes.
The reality is that if, say, park authorities were open about how many people are missing from national parks and public parks and wilderness areas, then those of us who are going to shelve our fear and still go out there, we can go out better protected. That's what I think authorities should do. I think they should come clean and say, here's all the information. Now you know. We don't know what's going on, but at least you should protect yourself.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Of course they would.
It's obviously an unsolved mystery. It's one of those things that you kind of carry it in the back of your mind every time that you go and visit Crater Lake. I mean, it's a tourist destination. It's a happy place to be. But you go up there and you do think that it's a beautiful place, but it's not without tragedy.
The strongest theory, well, there's many. The strongest theory is that he was in those woods somehow, and he likely, in my opinion, got covered up by snow and then maybe became victim of an animal later on. I believe that when a child goes missing, that you throw every resource you have at it initially. And I would have liked to have seen that happen with Sammy that night.
It is the end of month 1, and the search for 2-year-old Dior Coons Jr. continues.
Many believe Dior isn't on that mountain.
Search and rescue and all the townspeople, everybody went out there. Everybody went out there. There's been a lot of people up there looking, a lot of people. Even after the search was done, there's been people. I think he could have been found if he was, don't you?
Several people have mentioned other people that live in Lemhi County. There's a woman that runs a restaurant there. Some people have said that she may have been involved.
The mother and father knew that the baby was dead, so they said, please help us. They paid her $1,000 to dispose of the body.
Police have cleared her.
There's so many theories out there. People, the parents did something to him or it was an accident.
They said the boy was up there. They just used that as a ruse to say that he's missing, but he was never up there to begin with.
Oh, he was there. I seen him trying to play in the campfire. He was playing with his dad.
Several people have said there's sex offenders that live in town and that maybe they knew this little boy was up there and so that they concocted this plan to go up and take him.
They're thinking more like it was somebody kidnapped him. They'd followed him back from Ledor and caught me when I wasn't looking and snatched him.
I've heard everything from Bigfoot took Dior, to maybe a trucker picked him up, to maybe he's a child sex slave in Canada. A lot of Facebook groups have been set up where anytime any sort of update on Dior is out, they'll post the link and then 100 people will comment.
There's probably a dozen different Facebook pages out there that people have started, and there's a lot of it that's positive support for the family, but there's a lot of it that's just condemning, called them murderers, said they're neglectful parents, that they should never have kids.
Social media has its upside, but a terrible downside as well. People jumping to conclusions, spreading rumors, and that just complicates the grief so much more. The parents are having to defend themselves at the same time as they're trying to grieve and trying to wrap their arms around the fact that their child is missing.
The family's been accused of drug use and of sleeping with certain people. Everything from their looks to their demeanor to how they speak.
In fact, I even told them, stay off social media. So I said, you want the broadcast media, the print media to be on your side. And whatever comes out, the social media may misinterpret that and say some things that are cruel or not true, but don't even pay attention to them.
And it may be that people have become fixated with this case and they're craving something. They want some sort of nugget of news or new information, and when they don't get that, they speculate. And then it spreads, and you can't control it.
Every time somebody would come around who was part of the media, he would say, well, what blank are they doing here? Why are they here? And that bothered me. So why would they not want coverage? I knew that they were offered Nancy Grace for an hour.
Good Morning America called them, and they wouldn't go. It can only help, can't hurt. And at this point, having his face plastered everywhere is how we're going to find him.
You know, every time somebody goes to Walmart, wherever they're at, or get out of their car, I want Dior's face to be in their mind.
Jess has been texting. I'm not sure she's happy about this.
I'm not aware of any manual of how you're supposed to act if your child goes missing, so it's extremely stressful for them. And then when you have people, trying to make assumptions and judgments without a lot of information, that's going to be very difficult.
Hi, this is Jessica. Leave me a message and I'll get right back to you.
I asked Dior why she was freaking out on me when you told me it was okay. He says I told Jess and she doesn't like the idea.
Just the strangest case that I've worked. Everybody else, they plead for television coverage. They plead for radio coverage, newspaper coverage. They plead for this. And that's what's so strange. I'm trying to, why are they acting this way? Are they concealing something?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who thinks you're a murderer. It doesn't matter who thinks you did what to your son. It matters that we need to find your son.
Basically, I notified them in writing that because they didn't want to cooperate with the broadcast media or print media, that I was going to back out of the case, and I withdrew my $20,000 offer of a reward. One of them didn't really care. The other one said, well, thanks for giving up on our son.
Brantley.
Let's go see Mom for a minute.
Come here.
Go see Mom.
Oh, hi, big boy. You're okay. Right here by Mommy. What are you watching on YouTube? No. She's not a people person. She's like, oh, look. Yeah, are you going to tell them? He's new for you. You know, like I said, I don't know. You know, and I think they cope with it different, and maybe they have different ideas of what is a good idea to help find their son.
Is that bad?
That's Dior.
Uh-oh. Doesn't want her talking about it.
What the is going on?
Okay, everything was fine today.
Dude, I called.
You didn't do anything, honey. You didn't do anything. I know. You didn't do anything, babe. You're fine.
I just want to help.
You're fine, honey. She's just going through her shit. You guys need to know something here about when it comes to Jess. She's an amazing person, but she's never been able to handle stress very well. That's my job. That's my half of the relationship. She's fine, but she's not. And a lot of it is Jessica's very impressionable. Yeah. So what she's fine with right now, all she gotta do is talk to her mom, and her mom can talk her into doing anything. And if her mom is, I don't trust her mother. I don't trust that Bob and Isaac can have something to do with this, and I don't trust that her mother, Trina, is not trying to hide that as well. So you guys did nothing wrong, none of you guys did, and I will fix this.
Strange. Very strange. Disappeared. Age 2. Keith Perkins.
Okay, Edna, can you tell us who you are and what happened?
I'm Edna, Keith's mother. I was visiting my parents in Ritter, Oregon, and it was Easter time. Easter came early that year, and so there was snow on the grounds, patches of snow on the ground. It was a cattle area, and my parents were ranchers, and the neighbors were pretty much also. He was a happy child, a very happy child. He and his older brothers had gone to the barn to see a new calf. And it was at lunchtime, and so I called the boys, and the older two came, and Keith didn't. And so I said, "Oh, where's your brother?" And he said, "Oh, he went around the barn." And so we went to find him, and he wasn't there. We were able to start a search immediately for him. It was long before search and rescue was organized like it is today, but they knew how to search, and so they went within speaking distance of each other so that they were able to communicate. Everyone is just marvelous. We felt that there was about 200 people there. And they searched through the night. I didn't know until much later that he had gone through this herd of cattle, but they found his footprints.
Even as the crow flies, his journey from his house to where his tracks were found is 3 miles. And then his body is found way over here, 5 miles away. 8 miles in total.
He was stiffed. His little body couldn't move. He was found face down in the snow, and his little face was scratched pretty bad when we found him. And it was at lunchtime when he had disappeared.
Holy frick. He went really fucking far. How can a boy that size make it that far? No way. No way. It's just no way. Any parent knows when they take their children out for a walk to the park or anything, they get tired fast. Then they get cranky and they get sleepy.
And it was about 7 o'clock the next morning when he was found.
8 miles. That's as the crow flies.
What time was that?
7 o'clock the next morning when he was found.
19 hours, 8 miles.
8 miles. That's as the crow flies. It's impossible to walk out here as a crow would fly.
In the span of less than 24 hours, you'd have to believe that this 2-year-old covered perhaps as many as 12 miles. As it was, his clothing was found ripped, and they figure it's likely from barbed wire fences, either going through them or under them.
Where were they ripped? Were they ripped on top and the bottom? Like, where were they ripped at?
And even with a full moon tonight, I can't see anything going through this bush. So if I'm a 2-year-old child and I've got to walk through this or crawl through this, I get to this time of night, I can't see Keith going anywhere. I can't go anywhere. How a 2-year-old could travel the topography I'm traveling now, little shoes, and it was sub-freezing temperatures, even if he was a kid full of energy.
Strange.
This is roughly the area the searchers found him. His father was about 100 yards that way, and he's found here, face down in the snow, hat and coat beside him. Searcher finds him. Father, maybe 200 yards away, runs over, picks him up, and he's alive.
Huh. Strange.
Over the years, in the Ritter area, when we'd go visit there, someone would come visit and say, "Oh yeah, I remember we looked for you, you know, and thank goodness you were found." And I'd say, "Oh, well, that's great, and thank you for looking."
He's old now.
This is the cap that I wore, and it's got little earmuffs on them. And it's my little cap. And this here is one of my shoes that I had on. This is my jacket that I was carrying with me. I took it off for whatever reason, and I was carrying my cap in my coat in my hand. And when I had alongside me as I was laying prone on the ground, I had that in my hand. This here is my shirt that I had. And then, as you can see on my bib overalls, you can see the tears on them where I caught it in the fence,
On the
trying
front?
to go through the fence and stuff. Yeah.
On the front.
And
They're not torn on the back. Because if he was going under the fence, they would have been torn at the back. If they're being torn at the front, then it only means he went over the fence, not under. Very peculiar, very strange. It's, yeah.
Tore and caught I've got a tear in the back where the barbed wires caught it, and
in the back, where?
Tore it. But those are the clothes my mom kept for all these years.
We just never gave up hope, and he was found. Although he suffered frostbite in his hands and feet, we were just fortunate that he was found when he was.
Strange.
We never made a big issue of him being lost because we didn't want to frighten him and to make him afraid of dark or to be frightened. I felt he'd gone through that.
No nightmares about it at all. I don't recall it at all, anything about it. They asked me what happened, and I told them I didn't know. I didn't know what happened, and they asked me. I had quite a few scratches on my face and hands, and someone asked me how I got those, and I told them the cat had scratched me. So I had no recollection of what had happened to me.
It's the kind of baffling case that has you sit back and go, Nothing that I can put my finger on in a normal set of circumstances in the wilderness makes any sense to this case whatsoever. It's something other.
Very quiet now, because that's not usual for him. You get all kinds of little motor noises coming out of there from him. He's just with his cars, and it's very quiet. And
yeah, usually you're stepping on Hot Wheels or Legos or something.
the whole house is the same way. The whole house is very quiet now. That's not anywhere a home. You go day by day hoping you can get your life back, hoping he's okay, because this ain't it. This sucks.
Little man. Every day I was happy because I got to spend it with him. I could go to work and take him to work with me and still have that time with him. And then we'd come home and make dinner and give him his bath and put jammies on and watch a little TV and play, and then read him a story or sing him a song to put him to sleep, and give him about 10 million hugs before I could leave the room. And I miss those days a lot.
When did the FBI get involved?
What was it?
About a month?
3? Yeah, it was
3
like
weeks
a month.
to a month
3 weeks
after
to
he
a
went
month
missing?
after he went missing.
Is when they brought FBI in.
The FBI originally called Lemhi County and said, "We heard about this case. Do you guys need any assistance? We'll help you out." And they said, "Yeah, can you handle like the forensic part of this?"
I don't know if he showed you inside his truck. It's an old beat-up truck. There was still on the light, the dome light, it was covered with FBI evidence tape. Like, that's one thing they hadn't taken down. So he did let them swap their truck.
We were told that a report should come out within 6 to 8 weeks, and we're at the 8-week mark now with still no answers.
They're coming up with any sort of theory or any sort of hypothesis as to what could have happened with Dior Coons.
Yeah, we want them to come back and say, "We have reason to believe because of this and this,
Right.
that he was abducted, so we're now
We're looking
taking
at this
over
individual,
case."
we're looking here, we're doing that's. It gives us more of a direction to go in, and some people are like, well, they're afraid of the FBI, and no, we are not. I have nothing to hide. I didn't do anything wrong. Bob's friend Isaac stayed in his own tent. Bob stayed in the camper. Jessica, I, and little Dior stayed in Bob's Suburban. I got out of the Suburban that morning, and they were actually, her and my son were already up and out, and they were just getting ready to start breakfast. So we decided, okay, well, Bob, what's the plan? Him and Isaac were gonna go fishing, and I said, well, we're gonna go down to Ledor, get a few things, and we'll come back up. And he says, well, be back here by 1 if you can. Got our groceries, and Jessica went to the restroom. I loaded little Dior in the truck with the groceries, and she came out, and we headed back up. I'll say it's 45 minutes up, and Bob and Isaac were just coming back into camp because they were fishing down in the creek right by where we were camping, and Jessica got little Dior out.
And we parked where that Jeep is right now. My grandpa was sitting in a chair right here, and we had our double chair right about in here. And I handed my grandpa the candy that we bought him. Isaac and my grandpa were talking about how they went fishing in the creek and caught fish just down up in there. And we decided that we were gonna go up and look to see if there was fish in the creek. After we decided that we were gonna go up there, I asked my grandpa if it was okay if we could leave little man with him. And he said, yeah, he's fine. He wants candy anyways.
And he was about ready due for a nap anyways, and you can tell he was getting pretty tired. So we wanted to leave him with Bob instead of making him walk and all that.
So we headed up this road right here, right about where that smaller tree is. We stopped and noticed that little man was following us. So Dior Asked him, do you want to go with us or do you want to stay with Grandpa Bob? He said, no, yeah, and turned around and started walking back towards my grandpa. So we realized that he was going to go back to camp with my grandpa, so we headed up. I figured he was with my grandpa, he was fine. And we walked up to the creek, and Isaac said that right here is where we were fishing and caught fish, and he turned around and walked back towards this way. Dior and I stayed up by the creek and kind of just looked in the water and looked to see if we could see any fish. I started getting my fishing gear ready because I figured this was kind of a good spot to fish.
And there's one spot that had minnows in it, and they were just stuck there. They couldn't get out from the low level, and I thought, God, this would be neat for him to see. Jessica stayed at the creek, and I walked up the bank and got back up on the bank and went towards camp, and I yelled to Bob, where's little Dior?
I could hear voices up in the camping area. And you can actually, where I'm standing right now, you can actually see the table, the picnic table that's in our campground. But I could hear Dior's voice, I just couldn't make out what he was saying.
I hollered to him, where's my son? And he says, I don't know. And I said, Bob, where's my son? And he says, he headed up that way towards you guys.
I saw somebody walking in between these trees right here, realized that it was Isaac with fishing stuff in his hand, and he was walking towards the creek. And then by that time, I had looked back at the creek for a split, like maybe 10 seconds, and by then I heard Dior yelling, and I turned around and looked straight across from me, and he was right there saying, little man's gone, he's not in the campground, we can't find him. We came up this way asking where he had gone last time he saw him, and he saw him right next to that pine tree kind of sitting down. He said he was either playing with the dirt or playing with his shoes. Once I knew that he was missing, that was like what really made me panic, is like I don't want him to drown.
He's not in the camper, okay? He's not right in this area, and she started searching by the creek. I'm up and around. We searched for about 20 minutes or so, and I didn't hear him. We were panicking, we didn't hear him, so we decided we needed to call the salmon search and rescue.
A lot of what happened just doesn't make sense, because I think he would have screamed or tried to say mama.
Within the hour of him going missing, it rained, and then it got really hot. So he would have taken his jacket off, and we didn't find anything. That place was scoured. The only thing that I am sure of is that Jessica that day was with me. She was with me and I was with her. So the only thing that I know sure of is that she had nothing to do with it, I had nothing to do with it, because we were with each other.
And I was searching the creek and in the water the whole time up until Ray Stevens got here with search and rescue, and he asked me to come up and sit in the campground.
That, as a parent, is one of the hardest things when you have all these professionals telling you stay at the camp, and they have reasonings for that. It's because if they found my son, then they got to go looking for me.
Or they didn't want us to react, and go after somebody that we thought had something to do with it. Or...
When your child goes missing, you're number one suspect. And it's sad, but it's true. You've got grieving parents that are already riled up, and we've gone through literally the most living hell any parent can think of, and then you get hooked up to a machine, and the fact is, it's hard. There was no problems, but they call it a something pass. Inconclusive pass. You're scared to death. You're riled up. You're scared for your child. You're scared for your family. Your mind's going in a million different directions, and nothing is ever. But you don't get any answers out of any of those directions you're going in.
Very strange.
And so you get hooked up to a machine like that, and everybody thinks, well, hook them up to a polygraph. Go ahead. Go right on ahead. I have nothing to hide, but just know that they're not very useful.
Well, we still have a missing child. I believe he's still out there, and we just haven't found him yet. Everybody wants an answer. Hopefully someday we'll come up with one.
The newspaper? What are you doing?
Working on a documentary for about a little kid that went missing in Lador.
Well, the parents killed him. Duh.
Do you know about the case?
I know about it. Guess what? He didn't wander off. He disappeared.
Why, after the disappearance, were you guys both media shy?
Everything I said, and no matter what I did, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I did not want. I wanted the media to be on my son, not on me, not on Jessica, because that doesn't help find him. Everything I would say would be twisted.
Yeah, we were actually, the whole reason why we haven't been on the news a lot and doing this stuff is because we're actually out there. Like, we've been, I don't even know how many times, how many hours, how many days, how many weekends, how much money, our money that we have spent just going up there to search for him. But all these people saying their hearsay stuff and saying that, you know, there's something wrong because we're not on the news and this and this and this. No, we're doing
right.
something
I
for
didn't
our
want to
son.
spend all this time in front of the public every day and pet the pride of everybody to let them know that I didn't do anything, because I know I didn't do anything. I know she didn't do anything. I had one job and I still have that job, find that little boy.
He knew his name was Dior J. Coons, and he knew his mama's name was Jessica Mitchell. I just pray that if someone does see him, you know, that they ask, what is your name? Because I believe that he will still be able to tell you.
When individuals aren't found on a search and rescue, I can tell you that it's something that you think about regularly. You revisit in your mind. There's times you go out and look yourself. And some of those cases will haunt you forever. Throughout my tenure as a sheriff, there was nothing more important than keeping communication open with the family. There's only one case in their mind that still exists, and it makes it incredibly important to make sure that they feel that you haven't forgotten that somebody's still looking at it.
I don't come up here that often. I feel guilty because I feel like, you know, what if my son were up here at the time? You know, I didn't know what happened, where he was, and I felt guilty not coming up here at the same time. It was just too painful. It was hard comprehending that was it. You know, I was going down the mountain and I was going home without my son, and it was the hardest thing I think I've ever done in my life, drive off this mountain. The Big South Trail right here. I've never been up here with snow on the trail. When you come up here and you see the beauty and you think, did my son lose his life up here? I think to myself, gee, Jared, you sure picked a beautiful place to hang out. I don't comprehend an animal getting it. It's too painful. I mean, I visualize many times. I visualize him walking down the trail and some stupid cat jumps him. I visualize it a lot of times, but at the same time, I never believe it either.
but I still visualize it because that's something that was constantly thrown on me.
Poor guy.
I can also imagine that it haunts them for the rest of their lives. Just the weird circumstances and the fact that they will probably never have an answer to what really happened.
I think the natural inclination for all parents and all relatives is they want closure. It's an unknown what happened to these people, and it extends far beyond just kids. We're at 1,600 cases, and with every month, there's a new case that comes across my desk that's an exact match for what we've talked about.
Damn, 1,600 cases.
There's not going to be any one particular person that can shed light onto a lot of the phenomenon that's going on. We're talking about a very large, even worldwide collective of information here. Certainly authorities, national park authorities, law enforcement authorities, they often have their fingers, tapped onto the knowledge that we need, but whether or not we can acquire it from them is another story.
When you look at some of these cases, you have to consider possibilities with which we are really uncomfortable. As a rational society, we're uncomfortable thinking about what else could be out there. But some of these situations are so unusual, you have to think beyond the bounds of what's normal, what's a normal explanation for this.
I think one of the most impressive was a search in South Dakota. It was for a little toddler that had wandered away, and this was, I forget, it was January, February. It was cold weather, and we could not get any clues on the little toddler at all. It had been like 3 days, so we knew it was probably not going to be a good result. Anyway, we were, to make a long story short, coming through some willows, and it was all foggy, and the dogs were alerting, but we could not come to any, conclusion. And all of a sudden, my dog turned around and just let out a real startled howl, just it was scared. And we turned around, and here was this little toddler walking out of the fog with just absolutely no clothes on at all. And it scared all of it. I mean, the other handler and I both went, whoa, just startled us too. And just like the little thing appeared out of nowhere, out of the mist. We suspect, because of just the way, dirty and everything, that probably she had been with an animal, had curled up with a coyote, or we don't know for sure, and we'll never know.
The ultimate possibility is the most disturbing of all, that it's been here as long as humans have been here. Sometimes we can see the remains, and sometimes we never get an answer at all.
And you had monster trucks and semis. And I think the boots that he was wearing were like 6s or 5.5s. But every time he wore this, he said he was super fast and he would run everywhere.
We deserve to know what happened, but that little boy at least deserves to come home or have closure. I owe that to at least that much to my little boy, is to at least give him his life back or his closure.
Found nothing to indicate a crime occurred and would not be taking over the case. Huh. Investigation, they requested a list of missing people from the National Park Service. And the Park Service replied that no such list exists, and to deliver one would cost $1.4 million. What? That's insane. The hell? Huh. Okay. Strange stuff, man. Huh. Strange stuff.
I don't get scared. Nuh-uh. Hold on. What was that? What is that? Hi, I'm Mari. I hope you're having a good day, and I hope this video makes today just a little bit better. Okay, so we're gonna watch 10 scary videos for full screen terror because I don't get scared. Nuh-uh. I'm a big, brave, scaredy. I'm a big, brave VTuber, and I don't get scared that easily. Now I'm gonna show you right now. Ow! What was that? Anyways, we're gonna watch this now.
A woman named Ray says that her family has experienced many strange things since they moved into their new home. Ray says that the house's basement is especially.
Oh my god, I thought he said racist. He said Ray says. I thought he said racist.
Creepy. She says that even on warm days, the temperature down there is always freezing. And she says that she feels like something is watching her when she's down there. Even weirder, the family often hears strange, unexplained sounds coming from the basement.
Oh, not in the basement, bro.
But things in their house get even weirder after Ray buys her son Andrew a creepy large Elmo balloon.
Ew, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Look at that. That is horrifying. Bro, I would have nightmares if I saw this thing too.
You see, the balloon seems to move around the house with a mind of its own.
I mean, it's a balloon though. Is there wind? That it would move with wind. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. At first I was being a little skeptical. Disclaimer, I do believe in ghosts and paranormal activities. I'm a very hypersensitive individual, but I also know when I smell it. I thought maybe that was just the wind, like air conditioning and stuff. I just saw something very odd. Look at this. Look at how it's moving. Its leg is being pulled up. That's really weird. Like, if it was just the wind moving it, why is its leg starting to turn up like that? What is the wind coming up from underneath? That doesn't make any sense. And not only that, if it was wind, why is the blanket not moving? That takes quite a bit of some force to do. Just saying. That's weird. That's... Okay, hey, yo! That's weird.
The balloon.
Keeps going down to the basement.
Inexplicably, the balloon often just seems to head
weird.
directly toward their basement door.
Literally stopped at the basement door again.
Weirdly, Ray says that the balloon will only enter the basement door if her son follows after it.
You think it's a magnet? I don't know, man. I don't think the magnet can do that.
So the obvious thought here is, well, it's just a balloon caught in a draft and doing balloon stuff. But things get even weirder, because it seems the creepy Elmo balloon isn't content to only roam the downstairs. One night, the family dogs start going nuts, and Ray goes to investigate. What she finds chills her to her core.
It's downstairs.
Why is the balloon moving like that?
Quiet.
It's going up the stairs.
Quiet.
That's weird as hell, bro.
I ain't seen no balloon do that.
Do you guys still think this is the wind? It's not a magnet. Do you guys still think it? Do you still think it's the wind? I totally would believe the wind theory, But I don't think the wind would make it climb up the stairs like that. Wouldn't the wind like just make it come up several flights of stairs? Why is it actually walking up the stairs? So if it's a string, its leg should start crumpling, and it's not doing that. Look, it's not crumpling. That's weird. Oh, now it's crumpling. Hold on. Hold on, that's crumpling. Hold on.
It stops.
So now the obvious question is, why doesn't she just pop the balloon, throw it in the trash, and be done? But Ray says that her son is very attached to the balloon and refuses to let them take it away. So the creepy Elmo balloon stays. But Ray will soon seriously regret this decision.
Notice, why don't we see the thing from behind? What do you mean by that? It's a big balloon, bro.
Spirit is leading it.
Bro, I'd punch that balloon.
What was that? Oh, the door. Door shook.
What?
What is that?
Did you see it?
No.
A strangely shaped forehead seems to be peeking around the top edge of the basement
what is
door.
that?
When slowed down, we can even see what looks like a bizarre set of dark eyes and the bridge of a nose. So is Ray's house haunted by an entity that is manipulating this Elmo balloon? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
Oh man, if this is an elaborate hoax, jeez Louise, you guys have a lot of free time and you are really good at like video editing. If this is fake, I'd like to hire you to edit my videos because that's like insane like visual effects work. Just saying. Just saying.
Side. What the just happened? Now these next clips are videos that have no real explanation. They were either uploaded without a source or info.
Oh, here it comes, my birth video, guys. Be ready. This is where I get birthed. No one can explain that one, everyone.
Or the people in the video just can't explain what happened either. So,
that convinced me it's staged with her partner. It's too well executed. The gig was up when we saw the dude's enormous forehead. That's evil, bro. Ow!
This first video, a woman is riding her bike down a street in Brazil. And then, what the just happened?
Ow!
Whoa, whoa, what the fuck?
Hey,
her bike went flying up in the air.
Now, just a quick note for YouTube content guidelines here. This woman was not seriously hurt.
Bro. What? Dude, imagine driving on the street and you see someone's bike going whoopee boop and she bippity boppity to her head on the traffic cone. Like, that's insane.
And she actually falls off the bike right behind this post
Yeah, look at
right
that.
there. And then the bike takes off for the moon, apparently. Now, this was sent in as a paranormal video, but I'm thinking the bike got hung up on a cable or something. But no idea
Yeah,
why.
'cause after
But
the
I'm
car went
thinking
by.
the bike got hung up on a cable or something. But no idea why it flies 50 feet in the air. Hung up
Yeah,
on.
because as soon as the car
Now,
goes
this
by,
was
watch.
sent in as a paranormal video, but I'm thinking the bike got hung up on a cable or something. But no idea why it flies 50 feet in the air.
And then
So,
just
tell me.
drops. If it's on a cable, why would it just drop like that? If it's on a cable, wouldn't it just continue to skedaddle all the way up on there? That's an elaborate hoax if that's the case, brother. Like, she could have gotten hit by a car, brother. That's weird. What could cause something like that? Guys, hear me out. Maybe it was a big magnet. You think it was AI? Is that a mannequin on the bike? I don't think so.
No idea why, but I'm thinking the bike got hung up on.
This looks like a mannequin?
This was sent in as a paranormal video, but I'm
She's
thinking the
turning her
bike got
head.
hung up on a cable or something. But no idea why it flies 50 feet in the air. So you tell me.
Dude, not only that, but like her head just scraped the ground. That's gotta hurt. Also, the way over the roofs and the poles aren't that tall. Yeah, that's why I'm like, if it's a cable, like I said, that's super elaborate, bro. Prank YouTube goes hard. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It was too strong of a cable, bro.
From the podcast Grown Up Kids, hosted by brother and sister Seth and Jesse.
I'm Jesse,
I'm Seth.
and we're siblings,
We are.
and we have a podcast.
It's not a paranormal podcast, and they've never posted or even mentioned anything supernatural. But then one day, while recording, this.
I am stupid good at the game. What was that?
The fuck?
I don't know, but it scared me.
Yeah. Wait, I'm being so serious.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know, but I'm scared. That sounded like a dinosaur. What do we do?
I don't even.
What do? They post it up on YouTube for views, baby. Let's go. Rake in that cash, brother and sister. Let's go.
I can't even begin to imagine what.
Like the pipes or something?
Okay, so it either sounded like.
I thought someone was playing music. Thank God you were here, because
no.
if that happened while I was home alone, I would have literally pooped my pants.
As you can tell from their reaction, Jesse and Seth have no clue what they just heard, but it totally freaks them out. To this day,
Yeah, sister, she would have pooped her pants if he wasn't there. Yeah, she would have freaked the fuck out. Yeah.
they say they have no idea what this sound was, and Jessie says that she has never heard this sound in her home before this incident or since.
Yeah, that's so weird.
You tell me what you think this sound is.
I am stupid good at the game.
That sounds like I've heard something similar, but it's kind of different. This one sounds like I've been in industrial areas before, like with manufacturing sites, manufacturing plants. You know, ones that have a lot of those. I've worked in one where they had high pressured valves carrying water and steam, and that sound there, it sounds like as if it's a sudden escape of high pressurized steam from a release valve. Listen to it.
Stupid good at the game.
It sounds like that, but that would have to be an industrial size, which is big. And as far as I am concerned, and as far as I know, apartment complexes and houses don't have industrial size release valves for pressure buildup in certain things. Even hot water tanks don't have anything like that. So I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, if it was that or something else. I don't know.
Stupid.
Yeah, that's so weird.
You tell me what you think this sound is.
I am stupid good at the game. What?
I can't tell if that's like grown.
Their faces.
Stupid good at the game. What?
I can't tell if that's like groaning or like pipes. Pipes going.
Yeah.
Like that sounds like maybe pipes, but still,
Yeah.
like why has that only happened?
I've heard that before. That sounds more like industrial safety, like those release valves, steam release valves to prevent pressure buildup where the steam pipes would explode, like, you know, burst in the area. It sounds like one of those going off, because I've heard that before.
Once,
Listen
like
again.
maybe pipes.
Especially at the end, that's when the pressure release valve for the steam is locking back in place, because the pressure's like mostly gone. So it's because what's built in those high industrial pressure release valve things is a spring inside that release valve that holds it closed, and it only releases when high pressure pushes it up from the inside, and that's when the steam comes out, and it slowly closes as the pressure goes down. That's what it sounds like we're here.
Stupid good at the game.
But like I said, as far as I know, apartment complexes and whatnot don't have those kind of things. Not the big ones I'm talking about. Huh. Strange.
What?
I can't tell if that's like groaning or like pipes. Pipes going. Like that sounds like maybe pipes, but still, like why has that only happened once? It sounds like Mari stretching. Okay, bro, listen here. I do not sound like that. I sound way worse. Metal scraping? It could be, but why haven't they heard that? You've heard that sound with air conditioning? Dude, they got to get their air conditioning checked then. What, did like an animal crawl up there and die? Like, bro, that sound like a table saw? But still, they've never heard that sound. It sounds like a metal sheet scraping against concrete, but they've never heard that sound again, though. That's so weird.
What was that?
This next video from Brazil was uploaded without a description, and the uploader didn't respond to any of the thousands of comments and questions.
That happens when fans scraping inside the box. Again, I know a lot of the fans, like in the bathroom fans and whatnot, even in AC fans, they've never made anything like that. And I've never heard fans make the kind of sound like that. The only kind I've heard like that, fan making like that, is those industrial fans inside the manufacturing plants and whatnot. They have those big fans, steel fans inside those what do you call it? Those giant radiator coolant system things, kind of like ACs, but it's there to keep the air circulating and going through the vent ducts and everything and whatnot throughout the building to bring out to circulate air, warm and cold air and whatnot, keep the place warm or cold depending on what the setting is at. Yeah, I've heard those things make something similar sound, but nothing like that.
Now, I have many questions of my own, but we'll get to that after the video.
I have questions too, Nuke. Why are you showing me an image of a woman's toes while you're talking about this next clip we're about to see? Does it involve the pool? Is that what he said? Sorry, I was too busy looking at this woman's feet. What were you saying? Look at this, bro. What is this? What was he saying?
And the uploader didn't respond to any of the thousands of comments and questions. Now, I have many questions of my own, but we'll get to that after the video. Check it out.
Oh, it is a pool video. I was like, what is up with this image, bro? Like, you could have used any other, like, free, like, pool clip. I was like, what's up with the women's feet? You got your 1 foot image, chat. I hope you're excited. What is that?
What is that?
Ele tá seguindo você.
What is that?
Ele tá seguindo.
What is that?
Olha o pelo dele.
Ew, what is that?
Are you crazy putting your hand on it like that? Ah! What is it?
Para! Não põe a mão, meu. Não põe a mão.
What is that?
Mexeu. Olha o cheiro que tá. Por que você mexeu? Olha o fedor que fez.
What is it?
Jesus. Menino do céu. Pega isso daí e joga.
That is such a dad thing to do, bro. Bro was like, I'm gonna touch it. Oh, a piece of it came off. Tosses it at the wife. That is such a dad. That is such a guy thing, bro. It's,
Yeah, I would do that too. Yeah.
it's not a snake. I don't think snakes are furry like that. That dad of the year, guys. This is dad of the year moment, bro. Just guys being dudes. We don't know what it is. Let's just touch it. Oh, a piece of it came off. Honey. Ooh, like, brother. Is it a bat?
Pega isso
What's a
logo.
skimmer?
Ai, tá amarrado. Tá amarrado. Puxa pela corda, ó.
Is it a bird? What is that?
So something weird and kind of scary is sitting at the bottom of the pool. What is it? How did it get there? And more importantly, how do you even get in the pool?
What is that? What is that, bro? Is it a toy? Is it a kid's toy? Is it a kiwi? Is it a furry? Oh my god, it's a furry. It looks like a toy. What is that, bro?
I did not notice that thing. Either way, I have no idea what that is. And neither does anyone in the video's comment. Either way, I have no idea what that is.
A head? Is that a dog's head?
And
It looks like there's fucking teeth on it.
Neither does anyone in the video's comments.
Ew.
So tell me what you think it is down in my comments.
It's poop. It's the wife's toy. Your wife's a furry, bro. I don't know. It looks like a kid's toy. Demon pool fly. No, it could be a bat. No, I don't think bats have tails like that. It literally looks like a kid's toy to me.
A spooky tale. Maggie Gann says that she has experienced a few strange things around her house.
Oh, she's pretty.
So in the upstairs,
Pretty women. I don't know where I don't know where I was going with that. She's pretty.
of my house, there's 2 rooms. Both of the doors open and close all the time by itself.
So one day Maggie is cat.
Look at that little kitty cat, bro. Look at him. He's staring at you. He wants your snacks, Chad. Give the cat your snacks. Come on, hand them up. That's me. No. Hand me your snacks, chat.
Casually filming a cute video of her cat, Onyx. When suddenly something happens that is truly bizarre.
Oh, what the hell?
What was that?
Something happens that is truly bizarre.
Somebody just yanked
That
that cat?
is truly bizarre.
Yeah, it's like somebody just yanked that cat.
Oh, what the hell? Okay, to be fair though, I'm gonna defend my black cat friend here. Sometimes you just get the zoomies and out of nowhere, you just start spazzing out. My cat Hopper does this sometimes. Sometimes like I'll be chilling in bed and that cat, he'll just sit there and he'll go, "Arrgh!" and then just smash his face against the wall. Is my cat possessed or stupid? I don't know. You guys let me know in the comments down below.
Now, at first, Maggie doesn't.
Hopper does this sometimes. Sometimes like I'll be chilling in bed and that cat, he'll just sit there and he'll go, "Arrgh!" and then just smash his face against the wall. Is my cat possessed or stupid? I don't know. You guys let me know in the comments down below.
Now, at first, Maggie doesn't even notice anything odd and even laughs at what she thinks is just the cat being weird. Or, well, just being
No,
a cat.
someone pulled
but when
on
she
it.
watches the video back, she
Look, you see that?
Yeah.
That's odd. That cat just got pulled. Are you seeing that?
I saw
Look
it.
at that.
Or, well, just being a cat. But when she watches the video back, she knows.
That's odd. That's really odd. The first move was backwards. Like cats don't move like that.
Notices that the cat's tail seems to be yanked by some invisible force. The video went viral, and no one can really explain just what happened to the cat. But what do you think?
Oh, that poor kitty cat, bro. And now it's licking its tail aggressively. Yeah, like don't pull on their tail, bro.
If you see something that you think would be perfect for the top 5, email me at nukestop5@gmail.com. You can also tag me on TikTok at nukestop5official. And be sure to tag me only at nukestop5official because there are a lot of fake accounts on there. Unwelcome guest. At the end of last year, French single mother Alex and her son moved into a new home. The house was remodeled from the remains of an old church, and it was built right on top of what used to be an old graveyard. Shortly after moving in, Alex begins to hear the creepy sound of someone walking through her home. But when she looks, she finds nothing and no one to explain these strange footsteps. Late one night, Alex is lying in bed when she suddenly hears something that is downright chilling.
What does this say, guys? I don't know what this says. House on a graveyard is a no-no for me. For real, same, brother, like same. It says taco. Can I make sure the ghost pulls on your you want your tail pulled? It looks French. It says baguette. Baguette? Wine baguette? Baguette, bro. After a calm day, I was at the point of sleeping when I heard the piano downstairs. You are awesome. Holy Azir, you're amazing. It is French. It says sub to Mari on YouTube. After a calm day, I was at the point of sleeping when I heard the piano downstairs.
He's playing piano.
I thought I heard my son call me despite the voice not being his. But he's sleeping and you can hear him snoring.
You hear that?
I thought I heard my son call me despite the voice not being his. But he's sleeping and you can hear him snoring.
Really old ass house. Look at that, how old that doorknob is.
I hear mommy again.
Mommy.
Dude, even the cat's freaked out. Look at the cat, bro. Another cat. Okay, that cat looks freaked out. I'm gonna be honest, that cat looks freaked. What does this say? Dude, the cats look freaked out and the TV's just on with like blue static? Huh. At least get a ghost that knows how to play well, dude. Same, brother. TV turned itself on. She doesn't know how. Oh. The piano stopped playing.
Whoa.
What the hell?
Alex hears a child's voice calling out, "Mama?" from somewhere, even though her son is fast asleep in his room. She hears the voice again from downstairs, "Mama," and she goes down to investigate.
Mama.
Alex is horrified when she discovers the piano in her living room is playing all by itself, and her TV has inexplicably just turned on. Books come falling out of a cabinet and a chair rocks back and forth, almost as if someone or something is sitting and watching her.
Or ran past
Understandably,
it.
Alex says she couldn't sleep the rest of the night.
I mean, yeah, bro, I'd be freaked out too. How do you know if it's a ghost of the voice in your head? Bro, that's some like interesting, like, that's some insane editing though. If that's like fake, like to do the whole like mom kind of impression, that's kind of interesting. But still, like, that's so much effort, dude. Like that, and like not only that, if that was like all stringed and stuff and someone's pulling and tugging on like the books in the shelf, she kind of just showed you the whole entire room. So that'd have to be a really long string and like some interesting camera work to have someone else pulling the string. You know what I mean? And not only that, she just walked past that shelf too, so like the string would still be attached. I don't know, that's too much effort. That's too much effort for it to be fake, bro. It's just too much effort.
But unfortunately for Alex,
And the
things
cats
are
look
about
freaked
to
out
get
too.
Even creepier. One night, Alex returns home from walking their dog. Her son is away
There's a
at his
dog,
dad's, and her
too?
home should be empty. But as she heads toward the house, she notices something that sends a chill down her spine.
What is it?
On my way home from walking my dog, I noticed a shadow in the window. Where was the dog during the first part of it? I can't see nothing, bro. Oh wait, I think I see it. I notice it's heading for my son's room.
Yeah.
The lights are turning on? The lights are turning on? The light's turning on, bro. My dog gets in front of me and growls out the window. That's how you know, bro. Motion detector? Is that what the French was saying? Like, did it say about anything about motion detection? I don't think so, bro. Dude, that dog is not happy. That dog is growling. Oh, no, no, no. Where are the cats, bro? The cats are probably freaked out of their minds.
Dog doesn't like it. Dog knows something's there.
Of course, there's nothing
A
there.
dark figure can be seen inside the house, and Alex is frozen in fear as the strange shape seems to head toward her son's room. Luckily, her son isn't home, and the shadow just disappears. Now, no one was found inside the house or on the property. Cut to another night, and Alex and her young son are having a nice, quiet evening at
It doesn't stop here. There's still more? Lady, move out of that house, bro. Get out of there. Oh, God.
home. Suddenly, this happens.
My son was watching a cartoon when I heard a noise in his room. No, kitty cat, don't go in there. Don't go in there. No, not the cat. No!
Cat goes
Not the cat, not the cat.
What?
What the hell is that? Is that the closet?
There's nothing there. It's a window. There's nothing there.
Oh, that's kind of weird.
Oh, the teddy bear legs are moving back and forth. What was that?
What is that?
Yeah, kind of shadow stuff.
What is that?
Huh, weird. Yeah, as soon as she turns on the light.
What is that?
Yeah, the cat goes in there. Cat's sitting there looking at it like, cat's wondering why is he moving back and forth for?
What the hell is that? Is that the closet? Oh, that's kind of weird. What is that? Yeah, how could it make that? It's just a teddy bear. How could it make that loud of a thumping noise? That's what I'm trying to think. That's just a teddy bear. The teddy bear should not be making that hard of a noise. But yet, how was its foot moving? No, wait, actually, hold on. That's a fair point. Hold on, go back. Real quick before she okay, watch how its feet are moving. Now that we know how shallow that window thing is, and like, it's literally pushed up, right, against that, right? That is kind of weird. How could someone be hiding behind that and pushing it in like that? And look, the cat's like freaked out too. Look at the cat. That's weird. That's weird. Oh, that's super weird, bro. That's weird too. What is that?
A teddy bear in her son's bedroom seems to creepily wiggle around all on its own. A teddy bear in her son's bedroom seems to creepily wiggle around all on its own. But the worst is yet to come. One night, when Alex is once again completely alone at home, the paranormal activity in her house becomes absolutely terrifying.
No way, it's still not over. The event restarted these last few days. Is that what the French was saying? Dude, what? It's still not over, bro. This poor lady. She's literally just trying to watch TV, bro. Oh, man, dude. Grab some gasoline, pour it all over the floors, grab a match, light it up, throw it on the ground, and leave. That's it. Call Sam and Dean. Where are they? Where are they? The drawer opens in front of my eyes. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. She's watching TV, right? Oh, yeah, the drawer's closed. The events restarted. I was watching a video when sounds impossible to know where it began. And then she's like looking for the... And then it opened. The drawer opens in front of my eyes.
Oh.
The door slams behind me, but I don't hear any noise anymore. I don't know where the noise is coming from. Yeah.
Oh. Turn on the lights.
Where are the animals?
Turn the light. Yep.
The cats are in the room again. Dude, that's how you know something's weird. The cats keep going in the room and just stare at whatever the hell it is. Guys, let's be honest. It's just Nosferatu. He just wants a friend. Like, the cats keep going in there. Where's the dog?
Whoa. Someone's running straight up the stairs. She dropped the phone. Oh. She dropped the phone.
No. What just happened to the dog? No. That's the dog. That's the dog.
everything that has happened, Alex believes that her home is haunted and is now actively looking for help. But what do you think is going on here? Could the creepy events in Alex's home have anything to do with its history? Perhaps some spirit from the old graveyard that the house is built on? Let me know what you think.
Dude, that dog said nope, 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 nope. Like, look at what happened to the dog. Like, just watch this. Like, look at this. Okay. The cats are just staring. That dog ran, bro. That dog absolutely ran, bro. And she just dropped her phone, bro. I hadn't seen nothing.
With everything that has happened, Alex believes that her home is haunted and is now actively looking for help. But what do you think is going on here? Could the creepy events in Alex's home have anything to do with its history? Perhaps some spirit from the old graveyard that the house is built on?
Yeah, no, this house was built on a graveyard, which is so freaky, bro. Like, don't do that. I understand you want to, like, make money and sell property and stuff like that, but that's so disrespectful to the dead, dude. Like, don't build houses on graveyards, man. Like, come on. So, I don't know. Then again, what am I saying? Massachusetts is an entire graveyard, so, like, you know, that there's that too. But still, though, oh, God, no wonder why the place is creepy. It's on top of a graveyard.
Let me know what you think. Room 205. A woman named Tracy works at a mid-sized hotel in Pekin, Illinois. Lately, she says that many of the hotel guests have had complaints about one particular room.
Okay, so I'm here at work tonight, and we have workers that come here that work on the railroad. I checked in 5 of them, and the second floor is where they usually go because that's where all the king suites are at. Well, they're all saying, please don't put me in room 205.
No, I guess it's room 205. Wait, hold on. How'd you know that? How'd you know that? It's always room 205, man. Don't worry, guys. It's not haunted. It's just me yawning. If you ever hear that in your room at night, don't worry. Your house is not haunted. That's just me. I live in the walls. I'm just moving out of my little shell from my Airbnb to go take a shower, grab a snack.
I'm like, okay, what's wrong with 205? And not one of them would tell me what was wrong with 205. So, how about me and you, all of us, go up to room 205 and see why no one wants to rent that room.
Nope, nope.
So Tracy films as she heads up to check out the hotel's mysterious room 205.
No!
Okay, walking up there now. Going up the steps. All right.
Oh, that's the issue. It's a non-smoking room. I can't smoke my wacky tobacco in there. That's the problem. And she's gonna open that door, and there's gonna be someone taking a big old puff. I'm just kidding. Looks like a normal room.
It's like really cold in here, though.
Okay.
Like, really cold. And the air's not even on. I mean, I don't see anything. So maybe we can sit. Yeah, the air and stuff's not on. Maybe sit in the dark.
Why would you do? Why? Let's just sit in the dark, lady. Yeah, maybe it's just cold.
Hear something? I don't know. I don't know what else to do. I'm gonna probably lose all my views for my people watching, but okay, let's do this.
No. And she's just standing there in the dark, guys. That freaks me out, bro.
Oh, God. All right, no, I'm out. I'm out.
Tracy quickly finds out why room 205 is so unpopular. The room is eerily cold, and when she turns off the lights, some creepy little voice from the darkness whispers, "Hey."
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. No, I'm out. I'm out. Okay. I guess I just got my answer. Oh my God. Going back to the front.
After many requests from viewers, Tracy says that even though the incident freaked her out, she plans to go back and investigate the room again very soon. The hospital visitor. Reddit user Chosen12803 posted to the Nukes Top 5 subreddit about a strange experience that his sister had while visiting a hospital in Panama back in 2020. Chosen's sister was at the hospital to visit her ailing father. Now, this was during the peak of...
Alien father?
So hospital hallways were cleared out of all but close family members and essential personnel. However, the woman says that even though she was all alone in the hospital...
Alien. Yeah, E.T. is her dad. What does that word mean? Alien? God, why do I sound racist when I say it?
Hall, she kept feeling very odd, almost as if someone was watching her. Then she spotted something very creepy at the end of the hall.
Ligma, shut up! Ah!
What was that?
Some strange white figure seems to be peeking out at her from the end of the hallway. She films as she heads right toward the bizarre peeking shape.
Elling!
That.
Why is the camera messing up, bro?
Where? Yeah, the camera's in.
Why is the camera messing up, bro?
When she checks the spot, there's nothing there. Just an empty hall and some medical equipment.
Why is she walking like that?
Her camera did pick up a strange little unexplained moan, almost like a child. But she still can't shake that creepy feeling that she has about the hospital hallway. She films herself as something seems to move her hair around. Now, her hair moves around a bit, but maybe that was just a draft. And her hair is not where you should be looking in this clip.
Actually,
because, did you see it?
What was that?
Something
what is
peeked around
that?
again.
Back down the empty hall, just over her shoulder, you can once again see some strange tall white figure peeking out at her.
That's
but this
weird.
time, she doesn't even notice. Reddit user Chosen12803 says that his sister sent him the video, and he pointed out to her that whatever was in the hall was still watching her the entire time.
Well, that's the thing, right? She went all the way towards the end of the hall, but like the door was right there in front of that like gurney looking thing. So like, how could someone hide behind that at a perfect angle? Like if you like saw how that looked, like as she's walking, like look, where would they be hiding? Right here on the chair? But she's walking all the way over there. So where would they be? Would they hide underneath the chair? Like that's what's kind of weird about it, right? Like that's kind of weird. Like where are they hiding? Under the chair over there?
Back down the empty hall, just over her shoulder, you can once again see some strange...
Like, here's the thing though, like they'd have to crawl underneath the chair, go back on top. But like still though, that would be one insane angle to have to hide between. You'd have to be some kind of skinny looking guy or something. That's why I'm like, that's weird. That's really weird.
Tall white figure peeking out at her. But
that's so weird.
She doesn't even notice. Reddit user Chosen12803 says that his sister sent him the video, and he pointed out to her that whatever was in the hall was still watching her.
That's weird, bro.
Time. AI photobomb from beyond. So this next story requires a quick bit of explanation. So the phone app CapCut allows you to upload a small picture of a person or object, and then it uses AI to expand the background of the picture, making it larger.
Oh, don't tell me this next one's gonna be the AI picked up something weird and unsuspected, cause it's an AI. It makes up stuff. That's you know, oh boy.
AI creates an imaginary larger scene around the picture and then includes the smaller picture into the larger photo.
Like
so
AI.
Just to try the app out, a woman named Geneva put a small picture of her dog and cat sitting on the couch into the app. The app produced an impressive large AI background, but something about it was a bit strange.
In the AI picture, AI not capturing things perfectly because it's AI. Okay, this one I'm a little skeptical about.
For some reason, the program added some unknown AI-generated woman into the picture.
Oh, hey, it's Kelly from HR. What's next? The AI can draw hands. That's weird. That's really weird. Why would it do that, though?
What the hell?
At first, Geneva was confused as to why the AI added some random stranger into her picture.
Yeah.
But as she took a closer look at the photo the AI created, she realized that the unknown woman looked almost exactly like her deceased mom.
That's
Even
weird.
stranger, Geneva says that she had just had a conversation about her mom right before trying this AI photo app.
That's
So
weird.
did the AI somehow tap into something supernatural? Or is it just a very bizarre coincidence? You decide.
That's so weird.
Proud mother Renee Brown is relaxing at home one night with her 1-year-old daughter Maya. Suddenly, the little girl starts to act very strange.
Okay, so we're at home. It's just
Bro, the AI hacked her phone and listened to the conversation. That's it. I'm uninstalling CapCut right now.
You never know. Like, what if the AI was doing that in some weird way for some reason? It listens to whatever you say all the time, and
Yeah, that's weird. Fun fact, AI is not perfect, but still though, like, that's kind of weird. Why? Because like the whole purpose of that specific like program in the AI app is that it just makes the background expand unless she typed in a prompt, which would be text to speech, which I don't think she did. So that is kind of weird. It is really weird.
It's me and my daughter tonight. I don't know what is going on, but she is like, she's acting super weird. She keeps peering over the couch, and it looks like she's looking at something. What's wrong? Like,
could see something there.
there's literally nothing there.
Bro, nuh-uh. That kid sees something, dude.
Looking at. Oh my god.
Bye. 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 Bye.
Hey. Hey.
You go. You go. Bye.
What are you waving at? Okay, this is so...
Well, it's time to throw the child away now. The child, nope. We have to start all over again, guys. We're throwing away that kid.
Bizarre. It's like she can see something and she's scared of it.
Little Maya is upset and seems to be scared of something or someone on the other side of the room. Maya even waves bye-bye to whatever she sees, seemingly hoping that it will take the hint and just leave. Concerned mom Renee says that she has no idea why her baby was acting that way. She says that little Maya has never done anything like that before or since.
I had never, I swear, I've never seen her act.
Don't tell her no one is there. Ask her, don't tell her. Oh, yeah, that's true. Don't gaslight the kid, bro. Just because you can't see something doesn't mean the kid can't. Oh no, the kid has schizophrenia. Oh man. Kids are more in tune with supernatural stuff than adults. Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Act like that ever before. It honestly well and truly freaked me the F out. I was so scared. I was home alone.
Renee says that as far as she knows, no one has passed away in the house and that there haven't been any recent deaths in her family. However, she says that she wouldn't mind if the incident was paranormal, as long as the visitor was one particular spirit.
When I was Maya's age, well, I was 2, my daughter's 1, I lost my dad. He was 19 years old. He was very, very young. It was quite horrible, although I didn't understand it at my age that I was. But, I mean, if he was coming to visit her and say hello, happy days. That'd be beautiful.
So, just what do you think was upsetting little Maya? And just who or what was she waving at? Let me know what you think. Dead
That's
man
so
walking.
weird, bro.
Sage is at work late one night after closing when one of her coworkers glances at the parking lot CCTV cameras and notices something very spooky.
Where camera footage of a ghost walking around?
I see it, yeah.
Huh? The reflection.
Yeah, they get, like, anytime you get in the light, they disappear. So it's only when...
That's weird, bro.
Yeah, because, like, that is a person walking in. That for sure is something, like, oh my god.
An eerie, pale, translucent figure.
I think what the weird thing is that they're, so mind you, they are recording, right? But they're also actively seeing it while they're recording it. And I think that's kind of interesting. Like, if you think about it, you could say like buffering or whatever, but like then they're seeing it and then they're trying to record it and they're still seeing it in the recording. That's kind of freaky. That's kind of freaky.
You can be seen just walking from one side of the parking lot to the other.
Yeah.
Now, the workers have no idea what this could be, and they haven't seen this strange figure again since this incident. Scary videos. So now for something a bit lighter. These are videos that started out scary, but then they took a weird turn toward something completely goofy.
That's just Jim,
First
guys.
up, this guy was waking up to strange noises in his bedroom late at night. So he
Dead man walking is also the name of a natural phenomenon during storms. What does that mean exactly? Like natural phenomenon. That's kind of freaky. That's scary. It goes, so it's the same thing as we said earlier. Damn, nature, you scary.
set up a motion sensing camera to monitor him as he slept. Around the third night, something showed up.
Forget to close the door before sleeping and your puppy needs food 4 a.m.
Dog's getting shit on. His dog was hungry.
Oh god, that is so funny, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, that dog was just staring, bro, at nothing. No thoughts were in that dog's eyes, bro. What was that dog doing? And why were you recording yourself sleeping, bro? What the heck?
A young woman named Priscilla spots something absolutely terrifying, and it's right next to her head.
Tell me it don't look like there's a man behind me.
Wait, no, I'm still scared. What's going on? Oh, it's my bun, y'all.
Oh my god, bro.
No, baby.
Oh yeah.
Wait, no, I'm still.
Tell me it don't.
Looks like somebody leaning over there. What?
Right next to her head.
Tell me it don't look like there's a man behind me.
Wait, no, I'm still scared. What's going on? Oh, it's my bun, y'all.
Oh my god, bro.
No, baby, you have to watch this. Let me see. I have tears in my eyes.
It's like somebody standing.
In this clip, well, there's no setup. A guy named Miguel pranks his mom with a big, scary fake spider.
Oh no.
And it's kinda hilarious.
That's so mean. Oh my god, that's so mean, bro.
Scared the shit out of his mom.
Wait a minute, hold on. So that was string, right? Guys, why
Yeah.
is it that in the other videos that we saw earlier, we're like, oh, it's string. I can clearly see the string.
Yeah.
I didn't see no string in the other videos. Just saying, like, I can clearly see the string. That's so mean, bro. She just stood there like an NPC as it like doinked her on the face. I cannot believe
I
that.
hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks so much for watching, and hopefully I'll
Shit,
see you
that's
back
funny.
next time.
Bro, she was already freaked out, dude. There are thin strings. Now, dude, that's in my core, bro. She herself.
That
If
is
you want to see
funny.
the uncensored versions of these videos, then check out my Patreon where I upload all uncensored content as well as some other videos on there. And let me know what your thoughts were down in the comments below. And
I'll
you
give
can
you a
also
like.
see on this channel because I upload every single day. And with that, thank you so much for watching. And remember,
All right.
everything reminds
Everything parts. Stupidity. Street debate. What the hell are they talking about?
No, but you ordered it? Perfect.
Who's he debating?
Damn. That's very extreme opinion. Why don't you blame the men?
Why don't I blame the men?
Oh,
Well, I do.
Simp.
But the problem is, you know, society already blames men, right? I think with men, if you're a loser, you deal with the consequences of that. Women don't want to deal with you. Guys don't want to be friends with you. No one cares about you. You basically end up becoming invisible. So men have to deal with consequences for inadequacy, but women don't. And I think that's the biggest problem because we got a bunch of mediocre women running around, and they think that they're entitled to top shelf guys. And I think a big reason for this is because we live in this gynocentric society.
That's true.
And understand that giving them
somebody's
more actually
saying.
hurts. You want to hit the mic and then what Miami looks like, camera angles,
Okay.
and So yeah, methany. I don't know if we've met before. No? Okay. That was quick. Grand opening, grand closing. All right, that was fast. No, but you want to hit the mic and then we'll kind of give a
Hose all
preamble.
over place there. Oh,
So,
simp.
your opinion's pretty extreme.
Yes.
How do you come to this opinion? Because it's very extreme.
Why women deserve less?
Yeah.
So, basically, I came to
Simp.
this conclusion after many years of deliberation and pondering, and I kind of realized that we live in this world where we give women everything that they want without them earning it. We have simps all over the place, guys making thoughts rich, thoughts not having skill sets, not respecting men, not believing in, you know, men being masculine. And quite frankly, we just live in a deregulated sexual marketplace. And obviously this has caused a lot of problems for both genders. I would argue that feminism has actually hurt women more than it's hurt men. You know, men, we're problem solvers. We find ways to deal with it, whether guys want to go ahead and pay for some box or, you know, go to a foreign country and become a passport bro. Men have been able to figure out and deal with the problem. But I think with women, they haven't. And I think the situation that we have right now where, you know, women find something like 60+% of men is completely, no, sorry, like 80-90% of men is unattractive. That tells you where we kind of are. And that was years ago from a Cornell study. So I think feminism, if anything, has actually hurt women more than anybody else. And that's kind of where we are when I say women deserve less. It's more about they deserve less because it's going to protect them from themselves, because they don't understand that giving them more actually hurts them. So that's kind of my position on that. And obviously lots of feminists get mad at me for saying this, but you know, I think we need to put them back in the kitchen.
Yeah. That's very extreme opinion. Why don't you blame the men?
Why don't I blame the men? Well, I do.
Simp.
But the problem is, you know, society already blames men, right? I think with men, if you're a loser, you deal with the consequences of that. Women don't want to deal with you. Guys don't want to be friends with you. No one cares about you. You basically end up becoming invisible. So men have to deal with consequences for inadequacy, but women don't. And I think that's the biggest problem because we got a bunch of mediocre women running around, and they think that they're entitled to top shelf guys. And I think a big reason for this is because we live in this gynocentric society where we prioritize female wants and female standards over the male standards, right? If a woman is rude and loud, no one cares. But if a guy is meek and weak and doesn't have his money together, we make fun of him. So we don't have the same negative consequences for male inadequacy that we do for female inadequacies. So yeah. Yeah, sure. Oh, what's up, man?
The simp. You didn't have anything else to say?
Yeah, female inadequacies. So yeah. Yeah, sure.
The simp takes off. Not happy with the answer.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
These are, you want to introduce yourself to the people real quick? These are allies, guys, by the way. Shout out to Shani and his girl.
Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay. Shayna, is it good? Okay. Hi, Myron. Oh, hi, I'm Samantha McCarty.
Hi, good to see
and
you again.
I work for Street Polar.
This is Shani's girlfriend, guys.
Yeah. I have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Okay. If feminists had their own country, would they survive?
Hell no.
No.
Why?
Good question. They wouldn't survive because the reality is that women can't actually defend themselves properly. You know, men have the monopoly of force, and women don't really have the capability to defend themselves against men that might attack them. This is why we have, you know, the military, police, etc. Men have the monopoly of force that allows women to be able to be safe. So, yeah, if we had a woman country, it would be taken over within a day, 24 hours.
Yikes. Should an IQ test be required to vote?
You know, that's a good question. I've thought about that myself, whether it be an IQ test or a civic exam. I think for men, right, they would be able to take the test automatically and be able to obviously vote. But for women, I think they'd have to have some other skin in the game to be able to even take the test.
What do you think some of those requirements or factors would be for women?
Ooh,
vote?
it would have to be public service, passing the civic test, and then being able to make a bologna sandwich properly.
Bologna?
They could do those three things. I think they should be able to vote.
What are some old-fashioned values that have kind of gone away that should be brought back?
I think men should be the providers. I think they should be the breadwinners. I know that's kind of something that's almost impossible to do nowadays. And I think women should really focus on rearing the children and being at home. But, you know, I think we're too far gone now at this point. I don't think the feminists are going to yield any ground. Now, there's some women I think that are waking up and realizing, like, feminism is a cancer. It's fucking them up. But it'll be very difficult to go backwards. But I do think if we brought simply the nuclear family back, that would handle 80% of the problems.
Would you rather date a liberal or an illegal immigrant?
An illegal immigrant, she at least knows how to make a sandwich.
That's it? That's the only thing?
Yeah, probably that. And then, yeah, that's it.
True, true.
And she's not going to talk back because she don't speak English. So that's even better.
Would you rather be
Shit.
misgendered in public or audited by the IRS?
Me be misgendered?
Yes.
Or audited by the IRS?
Yep.
Audited by the IRS.
Why?
I got nothing to hide.
So you wouldn't be offended if someone, you know, called you a different type of pronoun?
If they use the wrong pronoun, I wouldn't be offended. It is what it is. I mean, I think the whole concept of pronouns in itself is comical, but, you know. But that's the crazy world we're in now.
What's the bigger threat to America, drag queens or fentanyl?
Drag queens.
Why?
Because drag queens basically make it seem as though it's appropriate and acceptable to cross-dress, read books to kids, and do all the other degenerate behavior that they do. I mean, if it were up to me, I'd give them their own little area in a town or a city where they could just hang out there and do everything that they want to do. Well, I mean, if you don't like that, then that's fine. But, yeah, I think, yes. Yeah, segregation does have, I think segregation does work in some places, yes.
She's a... Oh, yeah. You want to go?
It's fine. Keep going. All right.
She's a 10, but she has her pronouns in her LinkedIn bio.
Sex only.
So she's
Would never
still a
take her
10
seriously.
then?
Oh, no, she goes down to like an 8 or a 9, but actually probably like a 7. But she would be automatically put in the sex only category.
Fair enough.
But yeah.
Thank you so much.
No worries. Who's up next? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, bro. I'll share it with you. Yeah, guys, if you want to go ahead and have a discussion, you're free to have a discussion. I mean, if you want to heckle from the side, that's fine. But, you know, if you're going to have points or whatever, just say what you got to say. We can have a discussion, no problem. Yes. What's up, man?
Oh no, I just want to see what you got going on.
Oh, you want to see the sign?
Yeah, let's see. Women deserve less.
Women deserve less. That's my mind. Yes.
Oh.
Why do you think women deserve less?
Here's another brainwashed simp. Another one. All these guys right away asking, "Oh, why do you think women need less?" It should be automatically right away. A guy men who've actually dealt with women, have experience with women, should know that rings true right away. That women should deserve less. And only simps and simp husbands and men who are married, simps who are in an active marriage and whatnot, who advocate for women's rights and more. They need more stuff. They need more than this, that. You can tell really who's a simp. This guy sounds like a simp right away.
Well, there's a bunch of different reasons, but I would say, to make it nice and simple, we got too many simps out here.
What's the constant variable of what they currently have of deserving that they should deserve less of?
Oh, look, she flipped the middle finger off. She's so mad.
That they should deserve less of.
Oh, look, she flipped the middle finger off. She's so mad. Can't defend your ideas. Just got to put a middle finger up, I see. So, sorry, what was that question?
Yeah, I said, what's that constant variable that women currently deserve that you think they should have less of? What's that they have right now that they're getting?
What is it that they have?
That they're getting.
Oh, man. Well,
deserving.
here's the thing. They get preferential treatment. They're able to be treated like a lady while simultaneously being able to behave like men with almost zero consequence. They could basically double dip.
Yeah.
So another can enjoy the benefits of being treated like a lady, right? Enjoy chivalry and, traditional male standards, like men treating them like ladies, while simultaneously they can also behave rude, erratic, crass, with zero consequence.
Can't men do the same thing?
No, we can't.
No.
We're actually held to standards unlike women.
Do you think so?
Yes.
What backs that up?
For example, you, right? How old are you?
I'm 20.
You're 20.
Yeah,
so
he's young.
Who do you?
Young and dumb. A lot of men who are young like that, they're dumb. They haven't really experienced the true nature of woman yet.
think is going to have more value in society, you or a 20-year-old girl?
Depends which 20-year-old girl, because me, physically, I work my ass off and I'm, focus and do what I need to do. I'm sure there's a woman that's 20 years old that does the same thing.
Okay, here's the beauty.
There's a majority that
you
don't
said you
do
work
that.
your ass off, right?
Of course.
Why do you work your ass off?
I mean, because I don't ever want to have my mom working a day in her life. That's all
Cool.
it is.
So there's a burden of performance on you, right? You have to work.
Have to. No one has to work.
Well, if you didn't work, your status would decrease. Fair?
Not necessarily. Nowadays, no.
Yeah, it would decrease. So the reason why you're working is because you kind of know it's an unknown. It's like an
right away. That simp guy's using cope. Right away, you could just tell he's coping.
Spoken reality that men have to perform. But if I took a 20-year-old girl, she doesn't have to work. You do. That's my point.
I mean, working is one thing because women, they can work in other ways. It doesn't just have to be like
Simp.
a 9-to-5 making money. They can work in supporting and doing
Work in
things
what?
around the house.
Work in what?
They don't have to work
Can you turn up the
monetarily.
speaker? You got to turn up the speaker. Because it's coming in very, very low. Yeah, let's turn up that speaker. Sorry.
For example, if you have a team of people, not every single person is just bringing in money. Someone helps someone else to support them throughout their daily life, to assist them to make that money. So let's say if I had a woman that...
So like he said, he's working for his mom, basically. Simp.
was living with me and she was my girlfriend, she doesn't need to make money as long as she makes my life easier to be able to make money, and that's just as much as a help as me making money.
Here's the difference. It wouldn't work the other way around. That's my point. If she worked and
Why
you
not?
helped her out behind the scenes,
Why not?
it probably wouldn't work. Because women don't like to provide for men long term.
It depends on the situation, depends on the person.
90+% of women do not want to be a breadwinner for a man ever.
That's
ever.
not true.
That's propaganda, feminist propaganda. Women, if they out-earn their man or they're in a position where they're in a leadership role, there's a very high likelihood they will leave you.
My mother's a perfect example of that. It's the complete opposite, so I don't
Is she
agree.
with your dad still?
Of course.
Okay, and how long they been married?
They got married, high school sweethearts, since they were, I believe, 18. They got married, moved here together.
And was your mom the breadwinner the entire time?
They were 50-50.
Okay, and then what is it now? Now she's the breadwinner?
At first, it was my dad. Well, basically, my mom went to school, my dad worked, Then my mom worked because she got her degree, and
He
my
put her
dad
through school.
then went to school, and now they both work. And I would say that my mom has a more consistent and makes more money than my dad, and that completely discredits to a point of what you're saying, because there's a degree where my dad wasn't working assisting.
He's coping. Yeah. See, right now you can see in his eyes he's getting offended by Mary because he feels like that's an attack on his mom. Yeah, he's simp. Like, his mom's got him all manipulated as well. Yeah.
Her.
Well, you
So-
also got to understand that anecdotal evidence, like based on your own personal experience, doesn't necessarily reflect the rest of the
No, I
world. So
agree.
though that might be your situation with your parents, which is great, a lot of the
possible.
times that's just not the reality. And the other thing also that you need to understand is that your father was the breadwinner for a significant amount of time in the relationship.
How do you know it's significant? What if I say 2 years?
Well, those 2 years is where she was able to go to school, right?
And vice versa when he went to school.
Okay, but he put her through school. So he allowed her to basically be able to go to school, and
she
he
put him through school. Yes, They
That's
both
very
put each
important.
other through school.
That's very, very important. That's a pertinent fact to the situation. But again, like I said before, women, right, are not going to provide long-term for men the same way that men will provide long-term for women. Also, I think it's important to understand that your parents had a longer relationship. So by the time that everything planned out and she's being the breadwinner, she's a bit older. She might not be able to enter the dating marketplace the
Can
same
you
level.
elaborate on the word provide?
I'm sorry?
Can you elaborate on what you mean by provide?
You said she was the majority breadwinner, right?
Disregard what my situation was in my family. I want you to elaborate and describe what you mean providing. A woman providing is. What do you see that as?
The reality is this, man. So, I know this is considered politically incorrect to say this, but most women do not want to be the breadwinner for men. They just don't. Now, they'll sit there and have the feminist propaganda and say, I'm a boss bitch and I'll make a bunch of money and I'll do X, Y, Z. But the reality is when women say I'm independent, you got to ask yourself, who are they independent of? It's men. They do that to say, I don't need a man, and they make that money for themselves. When a man makes money, he says, how can I have a family? When a woman makes money, she says, I don't need a man. Completely different mindsets when we make a certain amount of money.
Yeah.
So providing, essentially, you're talking about monetarily when it comes to money.
Yes, when it comes to, being a breadwinner. Men are far more comfortable and built to provide for women than women are for men. If a woman is in a provider situation, the likelihood of that relationship falling apart is very high. Now, there's some situations like yours where it was able to work. But I do think it's important to understand that your dad had a bit of equity there where he helped her get to the position that she's at. So there's some level of reciprocity there now that, she's making the money. But in most situations, women are not okay with providing long-term for men, especially now.
So on a follow-up question, you're talking about providing as a woman or a man is just monetary. What would success look like for you as a human being?
For me?
As a human being, what does success look like?
Having a nuclear family, having a woman that respects you and obeys you. You make the decisions, you're the head of the household, and bringing it back to what it was before. But this whole equal partnership stuff that we push out there, it's not true. It's all a lie.
So you're saying being able to support and have a woman that supports you is what success looks like for you as a human being?
Yes, you support financially, and obviously you're the bedrock, and she takes care of the children in the home, and have defined gender roles. I think that's very important.
And as a person, what would you be happy with yourself? Let's say you're on your deathbed and you're looking back. What would you look back on and say, wow, that was success?
I think when you're looking at your deathbed, the only thing that matters, when you're on your deathbed, the only thing that matters looking back is, did you create a legacy and do you have a family? I think you want to be on that deathbed with people surrounding you that you've helped create to some degree.
So what if, let's say on my deathbed, I have $100 million there, and when I look back, I was like, damn, I was a shitty person. I didn't do a lot of things. I wasn't so wise. I wasn't so kind. But instead, you maybe had that same amount of money, but you had a woman that instilled those values in you and in your family. I think that's worth...
Instilled those values in you? This guy's all simped out, man. How pathetic. Oh, this is really pathetic.
More than any $100 million could count for.
I agree. I think less money in a family is far more important than more money in no family. I agree.
And a woman brings that.
I agree. All right, thank you. Who's up next?
And a woman brings that.
He is?
Oh,
sure,
my
whoever wants to
God.
come up next.
I'm gonna come on.
What's up?
How you doing?
Yo.
I can do that. Just adjust this. So yeah, hold that. I got it. I did this for a little while, I know. So that's your book, Why Women Deserve Less?
Yes.
Why?
Why?
Yeah. I just want context. So as we talk, I want to understand your mindset. So we're gonna have a debate or a conversation. I want to make
Well,
sure.
I think men simp on women too much. I think that's one of the main ones. I think a lot of guys don't make women earn their keep, and we've created a pretty shitty marketplace for that. That's created a lot of issues.
So you think men have created it, or the women have created that?
Both parties are responsible to a degree.
Okay.
Both have their contributions
Okay.
to the deregulation and the problems that we have.
So do you think what specifically made you come to this whole concept of women deserve less?
Many years of pondering.
That's it?
Many years of pondering,
You
yes.
married?
Many years of pondering.
You married?
No.
You got a baby mama?
No.
No kids?
No.
You don't want kids?
Not right now, but in the future,
How old
yes.
are you? How old are you?
35.
Okay. You got time.
Yeah.
You got till 55 and you good. So you can go crazy. I just need to understand. I'm trying to understand why, because none of your rationale right now makes sense. Because you're telling me what you think, and I'm telling you what I think right now. So it just doesn't make sense.
All right,
And
what
you were
doesn't make sense?
So you talking to the young man about him, his parents. He had a great, because that's his world. His mom actually makes more money than his dad.
This guy simped out as well. This guy, really? It's like gray hairs. Like you figured this guy would know better, but that's why I notice a lot of older guys, like they're simped out as well, whether they're married or not. It's pathetic, man. It's just sad.
Yeah. But they've been together since they were 15, 18. I don't know what he said.
I don't know how long.
But I think the whole concept of him saying that is a lot of people who experience, and there's nothing wrong with that. Because at the end of the day, they helped each other to make that beautiful young man be able to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, but we
and
also
doing
have to
some-
be realistic and understand that that's not the norm. Most women are not okay with being breadwinners in a relationship. And then obviously when he explained it a bit more, it made a bit more sense because his father was in a breadwinner position and then assisted his mom with being able to go to school.
They did.
so
They
that she
assisted
did
each
it.
other. They assisted each other.
Yes, he was the breadwinner for a period of time to allow his
Right.
mom
She went
to
to
go
school,
to school.
and then
Exactly.
they flipped it.
Exactly.
Which
so,
was great. They had to understand it, right?
Yes, but that's not the
communication.
norm, and that's not what typically happens. I mean, you know, we have a very high divorce rate. We have a lot of the decline of marriage in America, and I don't blame the guys for not getting married because there's not really much benefit now being married for a man.
Yeah.
So it's not any benefit for being married for a man.
Virtually none, no. I mean, I think that there's any benefit. I mean, I'll ask you this. What benefit does a guy get from marrying a woman that he doesn't get from just being in a regular long-term relationship?
Depends on what you want.
Okay,
so
well,
a benefit.
what those benefits
Let's go through. Let's go. Some men just want an arm piece. Some men want somebody they can grow old with. Some men want somebody they can make money with. Some
you can
men
do all that without being married.
No,
that's my point.
No, we're talking about benefits. We're not. That's all. No, we're just talking about benefits. If you decided when you decide to get married,
All right, let me ask the question
Okay.
again. What I asked you was, what benefit do men get from getting married from a woman that they otherwise would not get from just being in a regular relationship? There's
it
none.
doesn't-
It's a trick
that's-
question. There's almost none.
But that's personal. that it's personal why a person is married.
I would say that's fairly. I mean, like I said before, if they choose to get married, that's one thing, but they're not getting any real benefits for so.
Right,
for doing
they're
so.
choosing to get married,
but
so
they don't get benefits. If anything, they
the
get
only reason
liability.
you get married because you're in love with the person, or you have some religious reason that you get married.
Again, I'm speaking
or-
very pragmatically, and I'm giving you a pragmatic situation, and you're responding with kind of an emotional response. I'm saying that with men,
You know,
right,
hold on
there's-
one second.
There's no benefit.
Just because I raise my voice doesn't make me emotional. That makes you're talking like a woman now.
No, I'm
So-
actually just telling you
so
very
that doesn't make
pragmatically.
me. I'm just talking.
I'm telling you
and
very
I'm
pragmatically.
hey, I'm big. My voice raises. You might get intimidated a little bit.
Not
We're
at
just
all.
having fun. I'm enjoying this. This is where I stop because I think you're amazing.
Yeah.
I want to tell you
No,
you're amazing.
I'm just saying, pragmatically speaking, there's no benefit to a man getting married in the West anymore. There's almost none.
So
if
why they-
anything,
why
it's,
they
only,
give West-
it's only downside. And I asked you, can you name one thing that a man would get as a benefit from getting married in this day and age? And you mentioned some things, but those things can all be attained in a regular relationship without getting married.
But again, you can't. That's fine. You can say that, but that's a choice. It's still a choice. I get what you're saying.
I asked
I'm
a
not
very
disagreeing.
direct question. And
No. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. But
Okay.
also on my side, that's still a choice. Like if I decide to get married to her right now, because she's beautiful and I love curly hair, and that's my thing. So what? You can't tell me no different. And if I feel good about that, cool. At some point we get divorced. That's my fault because I chose her. I didn't talk to her.
Okay.
I didn't get to
think
know
we've
her.
reached kind of an impasse here. Who's up next?
Oh, man.
What's up?
Yeah, no getting through to that simp guy.
Hello, how are you?
What's up, man? How are you? Chilling?
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so you already know. Another day in office.
How would
What's
you
up, man?
Good, how are you?
How are you?
How would you define like deserve? When you mean deserve less, monetary, in what way do you mean they deserve less?
It could be a multitude of different things. I mean, what is your? Tell me what you're thinking and what we can kind of go off what you're thinking.
I'll go off you. You're the one that says they deserve less.
Well, you came up here, so.
All right. So
go ahead.
I would say for you, maybe it means like monetarily or love or emotionally. I'm raised in a Middle Eastern family, but
money is one thing. I think it's a bunch of different things. I think it's time, attention, resources,
Right.
money. It could be a multitude of different things. I think a lot of guys simply simp on women for no reason.
okay, that I probably agree with you.
Okay.
But in the sense of deserve, when someone says deserve, there's a value of a man and a woman. Do you think it's different?
The value between a man and a woman?
I mean, deserve kind of comes with some. There's some. If you say, as a person, something deserves less, either they're a bad person or there's something to them that means they're lesser than. Unless you think people are just not born equally.
Yeah, the reason why I say deserve less is because the status quo is to give them everything.
The status quo is to give them everything.
Yes.
To women.
Yes.
You think so?
The accepted modality of dealing with women is being a simp nowadays, and I tell guys not to do that, and also be an extreme gentleman, and I don't think extreme gentlemen to women anymore in today's day and age.
It shouldn't be extreme gentlemen to women.
Like treating a woman like it's 1950 when she doesn't behave like it's 1950, in other words. So you're a traditional guy, you're being chivalrous, but she's not necessarily a traditional woman.
Wouldn't it be that subjective to the women? It wouldn't be all women?
Of course, every situation is different, but I would argue that most women nowadays, modern women, have some adoption of modern feminism that, quite frankly, makes it in a situation where it's maybe not in your best interest to practice chivalry with them. I think it's earned. The point I'm trying to make here is that they need to earn that gentleman treatment from you.
They need to earn that gentleman treatment.
Absolutely, yes.
So it shouldn't start, gets lost. It has to be earned from the beginning.
Yes, and there's a multitude of different ways to assess this, but yes, I think guys need to reserve treating women like ladies in the beginning so that they don't get taken advantage of.
Do you think in some cases it would be better to learn the hard way? I mean, if you think about it, women are obviously maybe
Now-
not stronger. Men are obviously more masculine. In
Mhm.
most cases, you probably, as a man, the value is to take care of somebody, build a family. You're protecting. That's
Well,
traditional value.
Here's the thing: some guys, a lot of guys do learn the hard way, and a lot of guys are stubborn. They have to learn the hard way. They have to get burned a few times to realize that the stove is hot. Now, smart people learn from their mistakes. Wise people learn from other people's mistakes. So, I put the information out there. If they choose to want to still experiment and get burned, that's fine. But at least they have the ability to know that that information was there, and at least I could connect some dots for them. Because a lot of guys, what ends up happening is they make the mistake. They don't know what happened, what led to it. And then they put a gun in their mouth and they want to end it all because they weren't able to figure out what's going on. So I do think that it's important to have that information out there. And if they decide to take it, cool. If they don't, that's fine. But a lot of the times they'll go make the mistake, then they'll come back and say, yeah, he was right. Let me go back and look at this. Let me re-examine this. So I think having that information there is very important.
Agreed. But wouldn't that mean it's not that women would deserve less, but rather how you choose your woman or the person beside you? It's not instinctively the woman that deserves less.
No, I think every guy needs to approach a woman from a position of she needs to earn her keep.
So they don't deserve less. They just need to show for what they deserve.
You can make that argument. But again, like I said, status quo is to come in, assuming they deserve less, and then let her prove you wrong.
So as in the man's the value.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, this whole concept of women are the prize is garbage. It's a lie.
You don't think so?
No.
Are
not
you?
at all.
Are you? Can I ask you if you're religious by chance?
No, I'm not religious. No.
Okay. I'm not sure how familiar with the Quran, but there's a hadith that says the.
Yeah. Water? Can I get some water? Yeah.
I'm not sure how familiar you are, but there's a.
I'm not religious, man. So I mean, using a hadith and stuff like that isn't really the way to go.
I know, but I'm just trying to see what you think of it. It says that the gates of paradise behold under the foot of the mother, and just kind of showing the importance of a mother. What's your opinion of mothers?
Well, remember that the Quran and these hadiths were written at a time when women obeyed men and actually respected male authority. They don't anymore.
You don't think so?
They don't. Absolutely, they don't.
But maybe on average, sure. It's a little
Absolutely,
less,
they don't.
But in that time, it was a little different. I would agree with you. But a
No,
mother's
it's way
still a mother.
different. Women respected male authority, so they don't anymore, and that's the problem. So
But
what
don't
I'm
you
saying
think
is
it
that
was
we got to
forced
deal
on
with, and this is the problem with religion. A lot of the times is religion doesn't equip men to properly deal with modern day females.
Modern day females.
Yeah, it does not equip you to deal with it because modern day women are not the women of the book. Whether it's Judaism, Christianity, Islam, the religions, unfortunately, the Abrahamic religions do not account for modernity with the way women behave now.
Sure, there's definitely a difference between women.
Now, if you find a religious woman of the book and she follows it, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But that's very difficult to find.
So there you go. So there's a point where a woman can show they deserve something, but it's more
For sure.
they don't deserve less. It's just that some of them have lost what it's true the true nature of
What
a
I'm
woman.
saying is that men need to enter every relationship with women skeptical.
Skeptical. Yeah.
Skeptical and assume that they deserve less unless they prove that they deserve more. That's what I'm saying. And there's nothing wrong with that because men have to perform.
Yep.
You have to come up to her, tell a funny joke,
Yep,
be interesting, be charismatic, be charming. Why can't we put standards on women? I'm simply telling guys to put standards on women because we don't put standards on them. That's why they behave the way that they do.
So just no unconditional value to women is essentially what you're saying. Not that they deserve less, just don't be unconditional to what just because they're a woman.
What I'm saying is approach it from a skeptical standpoint and assume she deserves less unless she proves that she deserves more. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
Which interestingly enough, I hope you know, this is how women deal with men.
Yeah.
This is precisely how women,
for sure,
women deal with men from an adversarial perspective of what can he provide for me?
Yeah, what can you do, what he brings.
Versus men are so stupid to come into a relationship and say, oh, what can I provide for her? How can I go ahead and help her out? They don't come in with that same mindset. I'm simply telling men to treat women the way they treat us when it comes to the beginning of a relationship. And I would argue men have way more skin in the game when they deal with women, so it behooves us to move with skepticism when we deal with them.
Do you think like the love of a woman
Who's
is
up next though? Because we got a lot of people here.
Yeah, you're good.
I see. Do we got a line? We got a line, right? All right. So let's get some other people on. Thank you. Thank you. No worries, man. Appreciate you. Hi.
What's up, bro? Seen on
How
the
are you?
pods. It's crushing. For an argument, could you define what you mean real quick, in a more into context? Like when you say less value.
I
less
literally just
attention,
went over
less
that with the other
resources?
guy.
30 seconds.
I literally just went over that.
15 seconds. Less what? Less attention?
I
less...
said it. Just not even said men need to approach relationships and dealing with women from a skeptical standpoint.
Well, that's a little different than women deserve less, but I think
Yes,
I agree
assume
with
that
you.
they deserve less unless they prove they deserve more. Yes.
Okay. That's a tough argument because I think I agree with that. But the thing where I disagree, because I've watched some of your content.
Sure.
So I'll pick on points that I think I disagree with.
All right, what do you disagree with?
Do you think you value commitment to a woman?
Can we turn up that mic?
Do
The
you?
music is loud. Sorry, say that again.
Do you value commitment to a woman?
If it's the right woman, yes.
Okay. Can I
But
ask
that
you
commitment has to be earned.
Facts, 100%. You preach a message a lot right now that the masses is that women are basically like a lot of what I would consider Miami women that are going after value, that are kind of going after them for basically their money in a sense, for lack of better words. And I think what's missing potentially part in your message is that it's like you probably don't speak enough about the fact that commitment to a woman, at least in a biblical stance, which not everyone's Christian, not everyone's ever, but there's a reason why biblical is the way it's written, that it goes church, Christ, man, woman, marriage. There's a reason that it's written that way, and I think part of your message is missing that it's like, are you married?
No.
Or do you want to get married?
I will in the future.
Why?
But not with the state involved.
Not with what?
Not with the state involved.
Okay, that's fair.
That's a whole
Why?
other conversation.
With who involved?
Oh, I think it's a union between man and woman and God. But what I'm saying is that, right? So, look.
Okay, fair.
I see your perspective because the other guy made a religious argument as well. So, I agree with you on what you just said.
Okay.
But the problem is that most women do not observe this Christian worldview that you presented. Unfortunately,
I agree.
I wish they did.
I agree.
That was back when we were a superpower in the 50s.
I agree.
But now we live in a secularized world where most women think it's okay to kill babies.
Yep.
They don't believe in male authority.
Yep.
They don't respect men in general, masculinity, and most importantly, they don't respect the concept of men are above women. If I was to say women are supposed to obey men, most women will bucket that and say that's bullshit. Obviously, you would agree with me because you come from the Christian world, my worldview. But the problem is that we no longer have these things in place to keep women in check, unfortunately.
I agree with you a lot, which is probably the problem. However, I will say one thing.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of the root of the problem is not the women. The women in Miami down here that are running around and acting like the way they act is because of the weak fucking men we have in this country. Because the men aren't stepping up and they're fit because they ain't got no wealth, because they're not stepping up into... Correct, because men aren't stepping up into the men they're supposed to create to be. If more men stepped up and said, I'm going to be a leader, and the man that I'm supposed to be, I'm created, I'm divine, I'm going to follow my purpose, I'm going to do the things that God's calling me to be, I'm going to be fit, I'm going to be wealthy, I'm going to work hard, I'm going to be disciplined, I'm going to wake up early. If men did more of those things, I think women would actually have more of a breed to go after and more actual men to go after. The problem is that for as many women as there are that are out here hoeing around, there's double...
Yeah, this guy's... pretty much a simp, and because he's right now he's spewing feministic propaganda. He's just regurgitating it. It's pathetic.
Many men being weak men that aren't stepping into their purpose.
Yeah, for sure. There's many problems that I've been able to identify with this: the destruction of the nuclear family, men not necessarily adhering to their roles. But I think something that we don't talk about because we're so easy to criticize men, which I do this all the time as well. But we never talk about, the invisible column, which is feminism.
Sure.
And, this feminism has created a lot of problems. And to talk about that gets you labeled a misogynist, it gets you banned off social media.
Okay,
gets you,
I think
you get what I'm saying?
I think that's bullshit. But however, at the same time, okay, let's say.
But we know that that's the problem.
YouTube bans Fresh and Fit. Then what? Fresh and Fit figures it out. Whatever, anybody, it's a responsibility aspect. So if we're preaching the concept and we're preaching the responsibility to men, I think, more importantly, if men stepped up way more than the way they're stepping up today, the women in this country would respond.
Yeah,
if you point the finger at the women are going to be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, why? Because there's a bunch of fucking weak men running around.
Yeah.
You step up as a man, and as you preach that message, you have a bunch of men stepping into their calling, into their purpose. I can guarantee you the woman problem already solves itself. Just like everything else.
Again, like I said.
No, it won't solve itself. Like, even if more men stepped up, it's still not going to solve the feminist problem at all. Nope.
Sure, I agree with you. Like that, the men are obviously not adhering to what they're supposed to adhere to. But like I said before, we already bash the men enough and say men need to step up, etc. This has been the...
I disagree.
No, that's absolutely... They've been demonizing men for a very long time.
I think modern feminism men do, which I think is bullshit and I agree with.
No,
but I don't think men, you men, me men, like men have men-to-men conversations and say, yo, you need to step it the fuck up. I don't think enough men are having that
like
conversation.
I said before, we already hold men's feet to a fire to perform, okay? We already do that, right? And men have been ostracized from society for being losers, etc. My point is that we don't hold that same level of accountability on the female side is my point. Now, religion used to do that.
Yes.
Religion, shame, family, society, they used to do that. But guess what? Those guardrails are now gone. So since those guardrails are gone, where religion doesn't matter, girls can be whores.
Preach that message.
There's feminists, etc. But
think
here's
about
the thing.
that. Preach that message.
We're never going back.
Preach that message. Bring that shit back, and I can guarantee you right now, the rest of the problem will solve itself.
And this is the religious argument that guys make.
Hold on. Look, you're pointing a finger at a symptom, not the root. You say the root. Man, you step the fuck up and you...
No, the root is woman, like feminism, feministic ideologies. That's the main bad root. That's the weed. Not women, but what women are the ideologies that women are upholding right now and believing in is feminism. That's the weed in our society.
You solve your problems. 99% of the shit you're talking about is solved. It's just like businesses. It's just like podcasts. Oh, YouTube demonetized me. You're the problem, brother. Fix it. You fix your own shit. You end up rising to the problem and solve and make a solution just like it would be for women.
Again, like I said before, that's all ideal. That's all great. But the reality, like I said before, is that what's ideal versus what's real are really two different things. And
fair.
this, you know, this religious idealism, it used to be the thing that kept women in line, but it's gone now. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
I think I'll agree with you that that's what's happening today, and I'll agree with you on that.
Yes, that's
but I do
the problem.
think that and I agree. I'm not going to disagree
Feminism,
with you on that. Feminism and modern feminism is fucking
feminism,
bullshit.
while secularizing the country, have
Yes.
led to this big problem. But that's what you can't talk about. Is my point. We can sit here and point the finger at men all the time. We do.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
But to point it on the
Yeah.
other side, that's when you start getting censored. That's when you start getting banned. That's when you start getting shadow banned. That's when
Which
you
I
don't-
agree
when
is
you, when you
bullshit.
have issues. So that's what I'm saying is that we never talk about that problem. Trust me, I've talked about men being bums and losers, etc.
Also, the one thing that a lot of feministic women don't like hearing, even women are slightly influenced by feminism, is what duties and responsibilities do women have towards men? They always list this, they always list the duties and responsibilities that men have towards women, but what duties and responsibilities do women have towards men?
I tell guys all the time, you shouldn't even date unless you can provide for her and
Correct.
yourself. But we already know that. We don't talk about the other problem.
All right, last point, because I think this is where we agree on too many things to make this a
Sure, and there's a
beautiful
huge line
comment.
here too. So,
last thing is, if the message was bringing back what you just said mattered, which is a lot of the biblical times, a lot of the biblical principles, bringing back the men stepping into their calling, men stepping into their purpose. If that was the core message to men right now, and that was spelt louder, that was spoken more, that was spoken in a more frequent message, to me, this is my opinion, which is why I'm on this mic. Speaking about the woman in Kyle's eyes, which in a man's eyes is like you're wasting your time, you're spending your energy on something where you're speaking about a symptom when you could be speaking about the root. And the root, in my opinion, is the fact that men are not stepping into their calling enough in this country. And if you did that shit more right now, I can guarantee you right now, a lot of it, you wouldn't be here on this corner.
trust me, we do.
There'd be more shit.
We do. We have episodes dedicated to guys stepping their stuff up all the time.
Well, let's fucking go.
We do.
I'll be on the next one of those.
Yeah. Okay, who's up next? Thank you for coming on.
What's up, my man?
What's up, man?
What's your name again? I've seen you before, but I'm sorry. What's your name?
It's Myron.
Myron, nice to. I'm Justin. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. I saw the sign. I have one opinion of this. I don't think that. I think deserve comes down to I think of merit, right? Like if a woman has the same qualifications as a man in the same field, why not? She doesn't deserve less than a man, right? If a man is getting paid for more for something than a woman with less merit, then I think that becomes the argument. But I think that honestly...
Are you speaking from like a professional perspective?
No, absolutely not. I just think it comes down to merit based. I don't think it should be based on race.
No, but I'm saying
gender.
You're saying like if they both have the same job and have the same merits.
Qualifications.
Yeah, I'm not speaking from that perspective.
Okay, what are you speaking from?
I'm speaking from a more a relationship perspective versus you know, a professional perspective.
In that perspective, I think it comes down to still what do they bring to the table. You know, like I think historically and traditionally, men are considered to be the ones to provide, and women are the ones that are there to nurture children and to kind of take care of some of the homework while the man provides for the family. I actually agree with that, to be honest with you. And I mean that in no disrespect to women. I think if there's a woman in a
hold
relationship...
on. Let me stop you real quick.
Okay.
Notice how you had to say, I mean that in no disrespect to women. That is precisely why I'm here doing
Correct.
this, because the problem is that women look at it as it's an insult to tell them to be a lady or behave like a lady. But if someone tells you, be a man, get a job, support a family, we don't get mad at that. We understand that's our duty. But them, on the other hand, they get angry when you say, hey, you know, I want you to be in the house and take care of the family, or hey, we want women that are going to take care of kids. They get angry at that.
Fair enough.
Right.
I believe if a woman's in a position to take care and do the providing financially, and a man stays home and takes care of the kids.
And when it takes a picture, she's all mad.
take care
See her
and do the
face, she's like
providing
annoyed.
financially, and a man stays home and takes care of the kids, and she's okay with that, and there's no assumption of responsibilities there, that's just as good. I think that sometimes these taboos get carried away of like, I'm supposed to do this, you're supposed to do this. I think it's situational with people where if you are the one and a man is just confident enough to accept your role as the provider and he stays home and he's not the breadwinner, to let him do that. But I think
that simply doesn't work in most situations, though.
Yeah, in most situations,
I know
that's
that'd be
correct.
ideal for a lot of guys, but the reality is most women are not going to be okay with being the breadwinner and coming home to a guy taking care of the house. They're just not going to want that.
Well, most of the time it's
unfortunately.
because women that are the breadwinners don't want to talk to women that are broker than them.
I'm sorry?
I said most of the time it's because women that are usually the breadwinners don't want to talk to men broker than they are. They want to aim up.
Exactly.
And men will aim as low as they can go sometimes. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Just for the night. And I think that's the disparity. When it comes to deserve, that's a very situational word of do they deserve less? I think it comes down to a maturity of understanding your role and playing that role. Like, I make the most money, so I need you to do this as far as the partnership goes. And sometimes they don't feel masculine enough to accept that, and sometimes women don't want to work up to that standard of being that role. And if they are, then usually they're dating someone much more comfortable than somebody broker than they are.
Yeah, the point basically is that I'm telling guys to enter any type of situation with a female with a healthy level of skepticism because, unfortunately, most women don't have that worldview that you described of wanting to be helpmate and follow a man and everything else like that. Most women would actually bucket you if you said, hey, I need you to obey me and
That's
adhere to
fair.
certain things, unfortunately.
They would be one of the ones I probably would try
Right.
to bag, honestly.
Cool.
You know
Who's
what
up
I mean?
next?
Hey, Bates, thank you.
No worries. Who's up next? It's funny, but women get mad and they just walk by and they don't say anything, right? Is that interesting?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
What do you mean that women deserve less? Could you
No,
explain
no,
that
simple.
more clearly?
Men need to enter relationships with women with a healthy level of skepticism.
Why is that?
Because most women, unfortunately, don't provide a reciprocal amount of value to a man in a relationship. And if they enter in giving her more, well, they're probably going to take an L in the long run.
What kind of value do you say that women aren't providing? What
Well-
are they lacking in?
Well, a lot of modern-day women don't respect most men. A lot of them don't respect male authority. A lot of them think that men are below them. A lot of them think that they deserve the world simply by existing. A lot of them don't think that they need to cook or clean or adhere to certain, traditional feminine roles. Basically, they can do whatever they want, and their roles are malleable to whatever they want versus your roles are static as a man.
But why should a woman have a traditional role? Why should she be home cleaning and doing all this bullshit that women in the past have been fucking miserable doing? Nowadays, there's more women doctors, AI, engineers. They're doing better jobs than men. They're getting low.
Are malleable to whatever they want versus your roles are static as a man.
But why should a woman have a traditional role? Why should she be home cleaning and doing all this bullshit that women in the past have been fucking miserable doing?
Women in the past. Yeah, this guy's just really mal-informed. This guy's a simp, unfortunately, a pathetic simp. He's not. If you research history, you'll see that women, they weren't in ball and chains and everything whatnot. They weren't trapped and stuff like the feminist propaganda says they were. When you actually look at history, no, they weren't. They weren't.
Nowadays, there's more women doctors, AI, engineers. They're doing better jobs than men. They're getting lower suing, like they have less things
Yeah,
like
but
that.
what's the cost of that?
The cost of them is working and going to college and thinking, using their brain.
But what is the
instead
cost of
sitting
that, though?
I was just trying to say, instead of sitting around and letting a man have his authority over her and tell her what to do and where she's going to be and how many kids she's going to have and how many people she should fuck and whatever else you're trying to say. If all women deserve less, does it mean every woman or just a subset?
So what you just described is like women entering the workforce and like feminism. And I would argue that's a big problem with why we have the society that we have, right? We have marriages in the toilet. We have divorce rates, highest they've ever been. We have women on more SSRIs and antidepressant medication ever before, despite the fact that they have more privileges and access than they've ever had before, most educated, but yet they're still unhappy. We have, an epidemic of single mothers. We have a bunch of children that don't have a father. We have a bunch of kids that are running around being degenerates. We have school shooters all over the place. We have an enormous amount of crime. The economy is in the shitter.
But that's their fault. That's not women's fault.
No, what I am saying is a symptom of that, of the country declining, a big component of that is due to feminism. It is
How does
because feminism.
Wait.
I'll explain. Let me
You're
go
not
through.
No, you're not making
feminism.
sense. You're throwing out things and they're not making sense. So you're saying there's a high crime rate. You're saying that men
Yes.
are not being respected and all that, and it's
Yep.
all because of feminism. Okay?
Yes, because
Give me an example.
Yeah, I'll explain. So when you look at the degradation of society, it's typically directly rooted to the destruction of the nuclear family. The nuclear family is the backbone of any thriving society. The thing that hurt and impeded, or some would even say killed the nuclear family in the West, especially the United States, was feminism. Because thanks to birth control and the rise of feminism and the rise of free love in the 1960s, what basically has happened is women have said, oh, I make my own money now. If I make my own money and I have my own status, well, I don't need a man anymore. And what's ended up happening is
What's wrong with that?
Well, that destroys the nuclear family. That's my
right,
point.
But what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with what?
Destroying the nuclear family. Society's changed. Things change. Women don't need to be sitting around being married to someone and answering to someone and saying, hey, I can't have a high body count. They should be able to go fuck who they want, do whatever they want, and be happy. Okay, instead of sitting at home waiting for some guy. Let's just reverse things a minute, okay? Let's say that someone told you, you got to sit around and you got to be moral, and any girl you want to fuck, you can't do it because women think that's wrong. And you will behave and do as you're told and live a miserable life. You say women are more on, what do you say, mentally ill, drugs or whatever? That's because they're sick of their lives. They're sick of being told what to do. They want a career. They want
No, this guy is fucking, oh my God. This guy is so indoctrinated to feminism. Women are on drugs and drinking more because they're unhappy being alone, working long hours for a job that's not really fulfilling the needs that they think they want, or they think that they need fulfilling. They work for faceless corporations, or for corporations for a boss who will just replace them as soon as they're not economically viable anymore, or profitably viable. And these are words from a lot of former feminists, a lot of women that were once boss babes but are not boss babes anymore, or not career driven anymore. They're in their 40s or their 50s, and they're coming forward saying feminism lied to them, or they feel that feminism has cheated them in a way, or they plain out saying that they regret following feminism, that they have nothing now. The only thing they have was a career that sure got them a lot of money. They went a lot of places, but they don't have no husband. They don't have no kids. No guy really wants an older woman like for that. You know, a lot of men, they want a younger woman to have a family with, children. And a lot of these women are saying that. You can find their videos on YouTube, TikTok, on what's the other sites, Instagram and stuff like that. A whole bunch of different sites. Like, these women are just posting these videos of that, talking about that. They're denouncing feminism. And there's only going to be more and more videos of those coming out every year, which they are. And it's just going to be stacking up higher. Well, more and more until it's in the millions. Yeah, they're there.
No, they're not told what to do anymore, is precisely my point. They have all the freedom, yet they're still on antidepressant medication.
No, they have more freedoms now. They're just starting to get more freedoms.
No, they've had them for a very long time.
Very little.
And they're still having higher suicide rates. They're on more antidepressant
males
medication.
have higher suicide rates.
No, I'm saying women have higher suicide rates now than before, is my point.
Younger Gen Z and millennial women do have some higher.
So as things have gotten better for women, they've made more money, gotten more education, become, contributing members of society. Everything has gotten better for them, yet they're less happy.
Everything hasn't gotten better. They're still judged as whores sleep around. They're still judged as pigs and losers if they're winners.
I would argue they're not judged as whores.
Men are weaklings if a woman makes more than they can't fucking handle it. What'd you say?
They're not judged as whores.
Oh, yeah, no. Yes, they are judged worse. If a woman becomes a doctor, teacher, something that pays well, the men are automatically insecure. They fucking can't handle it,
Yeah. No, the promiscuity is not promiscuity is not shamed to the same level that it used to be. Now, going back to the whole thing.
Correct.
So let me make sure I understand
you're
this.
right.
So you don't think the destruction of the nuclear family is what led to society going and decaying?
Wait, you're saying if a rock falls and breaks, did it break? You need to say what you're saying differently.
What I'm saying is that my argument is the nuclear family is the backbone of a society.
I don't believe the nuclear family is a backbone.
Okay, so that's where we disagree. I think
we definitely disagree with that.
Yeah, I think the nuclear family.
Yeah, this guy's a simp. This is a problem with a lot of these older guys. Are simps. And if this guy has children, like a daughter and whatnot, he's basically allowing his daughter to be a whore of his wealth by following feminism. He's never taught his daughter right. His daughter's probably getting plowed right now by some guy. She's screwing around, like.
Family is the backbone of a society, a thriving society.
Right, but if that's the case,
most likely his wife controls the relationship as well. Yep.
the let's imagine that you're right for 3 seconds, okay? What you're saying out here is women deserve less. So why would I want to be a part of a nuclear family where a woman deserves less? Where I'm putting in the same work or more, but I deserve less?
Yeah,
You
because
explain that to me.
The point I'm trying to make is the reason why is because modern day women are no longer traditional women. Still
What does
expect you
that
to
mean?
be-
They fucking people?
Yeah, more promiscuous. They're more rude. They don't respect male authority.
Okay,
They
but
think that
wait. Why should they? Why shouldn't a woman sleep around if she wants? Why?
There's a bunch of problems with that.
Give me one.
Women that sleep around tend to have more mental instability. They tend to have problems with pair bonding. They tend to be more miserable, sad, more likely to use alcohol, abuse drugs.
And they have more chance of getting STIs, sexually transmitted diseases.
This is why women that are sex workers and porn stars almost always end up.
Everyone goes through an immaturity stage, okay? People like to go off to college, they like to fuck, they like to have a good time, but then at a certain point they say, okay, I've had enough. I want someone who loves me and cares about me, or I don't want anyone who loves me. I get there's a lot of trauma in people's lives. 25% of women have been sexually abused. There's a lot of problems out there. It isn't just the backbone of society, this marriage thing you keep talking about.
Yeah,
and women are doing better than men, and they're going to be pulling the strings. They're the ones who are going to be controlling AI, medical, the intelligence agencies. Let's not forget who got bin Laden. It was a female intelligence agent, okay?
Yeah, but who went and actually shot him?
Who went out and shot him? U.S. Special Forces. But
And
a woman
those-
told him
and
where
those-
it was.
and those were all men.
But a woman told him where it was.
And the thing is, that team that you mentioned, that you're talking about, that caught bin Laden, it was majority men. Yeah, there was a woman that headed it, but
So what?
it was a majority of
If
men.
it's the majority of men, but the woman figured it out, who's the smarter of them?
No, she was just a supervisor.
Just the supervisor.
She was just supervisor.
There was a woman FBI agent who told Bill Clinton they're going to crash planes into the buildings, and he laughed her off, and all the male agents laughed her off. So, sorry, women are in intelligence agencies, women are way
Yeah, this guy's simp. Simp, man, super simp.
more intelligent than men. And they're getting better in AI, which is the future, and they're getting better in medical, science, cancer research. Women are blowing men away. And they
Men-
don't want to live in a traditional role where they come home. And you're saying down here that women deserve less. I'm going to ask you again. All women deserve less, or just women who don't suck up to men? Which
Again,
one is
like
it?
I said before, I said it from the beginning. When I say women deserve less, I'm talking about from a relationship perspective.
From what
being
perspective?
skeptical from a relationship perspective. You're
Militia?
giving relationship.
A relation- okay.
And then you went ahead and talked about the professional stuff. Look, I mean,
No,
we
I
get-
talked about sleeping around, professional stuff,
Yeah, you
SSR,
literally-
antidepressant. I talked about it
Yes,
all. Suicide.
and I'm telling you that as women have become able to attend school and make
Mm-hmm.
money and get these careers, their depression and their sadness and their life happiness has gone down alongside that. Is what I'm trying to explain to you.
But
Just
that's a
because there
small
are some women-
percentage, and men's
I
and
mean, it's
men's
pretty
depression has
significant.
gone up too.
Men, but men have always been, because we have a burner performance on us. Now women are starting to
because men are
experience that.
weaker.
No.
Yeah, they
No.
yeah. They commit
No.
suicide at a higher rate. They're more depressed. Okay, they can't handle shit. If a girl tells them to fuck off or cheats on,
Yeah,
they
because
go home like a bitch.
Because men have a significantly harder life than women do.
Men have a harder life than women.
Absolutely, yes. In modern day
25%
society.
of all females have been sexually molested. It's like 8% for men. You're telling me that men have a harder life?
Men, yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay, and give me three
Men-
ways.
Men absolutely. See, here's the thing. People, homeless people, drug addicts, people that are, suffering, right? Depression, sadness. It's overwhelmingly men. And the reason why is because with men, there aren't the same social safety nets that are there for women. For women, they're
What are
able
you talking about? Anyone that doesn't have a penny can get off the street right now. Camilla's
There
house, you
are
go to
far
Psychology
more-
Today. And if there's more
there
men,
are
if
far
there are more men
more-
on the
there
street
are far
depressed,
more-
that means they're weaker. They can't go get help.
Yeah,
Why
but-
can't they go see
But
a
what I'm
doctor?
saying is that
but a woman
with
will.
men have significantly less social resources than women do. And here's the thing also.
No, they don't.
Wait,
No, they don't.
Now we're
You,
just.
okay, give me one
Okay,
fact to back
let's move
that
to
up.
the next person. We can't even have a
you
discussion.
can't handle the facts.
No.
okay?
You don't
And
have
you
facts.
say women
You're-
deserve
you're-
that. Does
you're
that
lying.
include your mom?
You're
Does that
lying.
include your sister?
You're lying. That's the
Oh, no,
thing
I'm
is
not
that we
lying.
can't even
I'm
have
right.
an intellectual
You're wrong.
conversation.
I'm right. You're wrong.
All right.
Okay?
No, you
And
are
you're making a fool
absolutely
of
wrong.
yourself.
No,
And
you
you're
made a fool of
and all
yourself.
these little
Yeah,
George
old
Tate
simp.
or Andrew Tate guys that think you're cool.
These are all facts,
and
man.
He's a fucking
These
child
are
molester.
facts.
He runs women. He's a piece of shit.
These are facts. These are facts.
Huh?
What I'm saying is, like, we can't even have a discussion on facts because you're saying, oh, that's not true.
Well, 'cause I
if you
say
can't
name a
even,
fact and you
if you
can't
can't
name
even
one.
concede that there are far more social programs for women than men, then we can't even have a discussion because
I said that there's
you're-
plenty of social programs for men, and they don't take advantage
No,
of
they're
them because
not-
they're too
there are far
macho
more for
to
women.
swallow their fucking pride and say,
there's
Doc, I
there's
need
far
help.
more
I'm
for
fucking
women,
dead."
and like I said before, men have live a significantly harder than women do because women are able to be a housewife if they want. They can to the workforce. They have more ability
So they
to
deserve
do
less.
what they want to do.
They deserve less. Then.
Within the confinements of a relationship, you must be skeptical, yes.
Skeptical, you're saying they deserve less.
Yeah, and then you
So you're
mentioned
spitting
the whole-
on women is what you're doing.
Okay.
Every woman that walks by, you deserve less.
Look, man,
because
if you
I'm
want to
a
be
man
a social
and
justice
you're a
warrior, that's
woman.
fantastic, but let's get to the next person.
Okay, right. I know. You can't take what I'm saying anymore.
No, because you're just virtue signaling at this point.
I'm not virtue signaling.
You
You're
are.
the one virtue signaling.
You're
the one
virtue
trying to
signaling
get
at this
attention.
point.
You're the next
You're
Andrew
virtue
Tate.
signaling at this
and
point.
in the end, women are going to win.
Okay, we'll bring on the next person.
Yeah, I
Thank you
know.
for your
Bye.
time.
Bye.
Hey,
Thank
big
you for your
simp.
time.
Big simp.
Who's up next? And that's progressive talk right there. The nuclear family is the backbone of any society. Can't even concede to that, then it is what it is. All
Hello?
right, what's up?
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
Nice to
Another
meet you.
simp?
I'm Dominic. So I strongly disagree
Okay.
with your belief that America is going down based off feminists.
Okay.
What? I think America's going down for other reasons. I mean, happy wife,
course.
happy life. I mean,
Oh my god, happy wife. Oh god. Friggin' simp.
Yeah, it's more like happy king, happy kingdom.
Yeah.
Because the reality is that men are supposed to lead, women are supposed to follow. And quite frankly, if the woman's in the leadership role, she's going to lead the relationship to the end. That's what it comes down to. Now, if you want to say, oh yeah, men and women are equal and have this egalitarian mindset, that's fine. But simply put, women don't build society. Contrary to what people like that guy was saying, like women are entering science and technology and intelligence agencies. The reality is men still dominate these fields.
what about
and
corporate? What about corporate America? I know that women are rising in employment in terms of banking, investing. I mean,
Sure, but I mean, women they are graduating college at a higher rate, and they are entering these professional roles. But the reality is that the infrastructure that allows you to live a first world life is dominated and controlled by men mostly.
So you actually believe that America's going down based off of feminists and women
Because of feminism.
women leading their relationship.
Well, there's a
into an end?
multitude. It's not just feminism. There's a multitude of different reasons why the United States has been declining. Feminism is just one part of it, but there's multiple. I'm not saying that's the only one.
But so women shouldn't have rights. Women shouldn't have.
I never said that.
Well, I mean, what you're saying is that
I'm saying they're not equal to men, and the reality is they're just not at all.
they're not equal to men. I mean,
No, they're not.
Like in what way? I mean, I know physically they're not equal to men.
Yes.
But like
we are
within-
inherently not equal.
in
Just off
term-
of what you just said right there, that proves my point.
Really, in terms of what you say, knowledge and intelligence, you really think that women aren't equal?
Well, in general, I mean, men tend to have higher IQs. Most geniuses are men. But at the same time, most idiots are also men, and men have lower IQ. So we dominate both spectrums on the scale of excellence and media. But, you know, men, women are inherently different. I think this egalitarian mindset where men and women are equal is a big problem why we have the situation that we have.
I'm just curious.
And I would take it a step further. I would argue that women don't want you to think that they're equal. Women are not attracted to their equal. They're attracted to a superior.
If we were to go on a college campus right now.
I've done that
right?
before.
Yeah, I've seen your videos, right? I think that I don't think women I don't think women should have it less. I think right now I believe in equality, right? But on a scale, women are rising in certain fields, right? Let's just say not in the blue collar workforce, but in the white collar workforce, right? I mean, we could just look at the numbers in Bank of America.
Yeah, like
right?
the useless jobs, if we're going to be honest.
Useless.
They dominate the useless jobs.
So you think banking, investing, engineering are useless jobs in terms of infrastructure?
Engineering is dominated by men. I respect the plumbers, the power linemen, the electricians, the guys that do that control the sewage, the sanitation. I respect them far more than some woman in corporate. I respect the guys that do the light poles, all that stuff, because that's what keeps the country running. And this is absolutely dominated by men. Women don't do these types of jobs. Women want air-conditioned jobs where they can hang out and type on a computer and, you know.
No, I believe that women don't want those types of jobs, but they do contribute a significant part of, America's economy. Just these
Sure,
big
but
think
they don't
tanks.
contribute to the same level that men do.
All right, well, agree, disagree. Well, it was great talking to you.
Sure, no problem. Good discussion. All right, who's up next? Nobody? Oh, man, people are getting... I guess people are terrified to come on up, man. I don't bite, man. I'll talk with liberals. It's no problem. You guys saw the guy before. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. So, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I see you supporting on the side. Yeah. Oh, nice to meet you, Alejandro. Yeah. Trying. What's up?
What's up, man? I mean, I obviously believe that, like, I mean, everyone should be treated equally, but, like, obviously I love learning other people's opinions. Like,
Sure.
I mean, for all the women out there, I mean, I'm on your side, but I'm just wondering, like, what do you think women deserve less of? Is that, like, in terms of jobs, like, in terms of payment, or in terms of, like, the household situation? I'm just curious.
When I say that, I'm speaking from the perspective of a man getting in a relationship with a woman being highly skeptical of her.
Okay.
So I think I should be giving women less upfront in a relationship and less attention, time, and resources, and make them earn their keep.
What was that? Can you say that last part again?
They have to earn their keep.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, I completely understand. I was wanted to ask a question because no one was coming
No
up.
problem.
But thank you, man.
No problem. All right, who's up next? Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, this is better than After Hours, isn't it? All right, who else is up? I see that there's some people in the back that are, I've seen some women pass by. You know what's interesting, right? Because I'll set this table up and I'll say, look, you know, ladies, you're welcome to come in and debate me and tell me why you deserve more. But they never do, or if they do come up, they can't articulate their points. Instead, they attack me and say, oh, you're gay, or who hurt you, or some other crap like that, or, you know, be like the other guy and say the nuclear family is not the backbone of a society. You know, that's just, you know, liberal propaganda garbage. You know, obviously, when the nuclear family was at its strongest, this country was at its strongest. And as the nuclear family has receded, the country's been going down, right? And we're hoping that immigrants are going to come in and replace that, and that's just a problem because they don't come in and share identity. Who's up next? Don't worry, guys, I don't bite. You can come in, ask a question, maybe if you agree, disagree, whatever it may be. Hey, what's up?
How we doing?
How are you?
So, yeah, thank you. So it's not really to prove you wrong. I think just where we are in society, I think a two-person income, you know, takes you further in life than just one person having an income. Now, I do agree with a nuclear, you know, that being the relationships.
Yeah, so with the two-person income thing, I think that when I say that feminism is a direct cause of a lot of the problems,
right.
Feminism is a big part of the reason why we need two incomes to survive nowadays. Because when women enter the workforce, they effectively double the workforce. When you double the workforce, the employers don't have to pay you the same wage, right? Because they're like, oh, we have double the employees, like we can go ahead and just pay you less. And that has been a significant reason why, you know, inflation is through the roof. Women are entering the workforce. You need two incomes to make a living nowadays.
Right.
And I think that's a consequence of feminism.
I mean, it's a consequence of links too, I think.
Sure. But feminism was a significant contributor.
I think too, since nobody coming up here, like I said, I really wasn't to prove you wrong.
Sure.
You know, my wife, I want to shout her out because she's, you know, a woman that we got 2 kids. She works her job and she also runs her own business while I run my own business. So, and she comes home and cooks and takes care of the family as, you know, the relationship that you're talking about. But, you know, it's not to hold women back as well, you know, right? They could do both if they...
Very rarely.
Well,
very rarely.
Why is that?
Well, if women are in a position where they're contributing half, not all. I mean, clearly you got a wife that does something different.
I mean, there's many of them, but I think, my fault to cut you off though, but again, not to even go back and forth with you, it's more of a, that's the problem, is that women need to know that they honestly are the shit. There's nothing better than women. If you don't agree with that statement, there's a problem. But again, not to say
thinking.
that they can't do both, but I'm saying that we got to big up the women.
So
you
here's
can't
the thing.
just
just because they can doesn't mean they will. And I would argue.
No, right. That's what I'm saying. So why is that? Why are they not doing what every woman could do? I mean,
because a lot of women feel it insulting to go to day, you know, bring income in, and then have to go ahead and do a majority of the chores. Her man is also a half-time contributor, so like that's kind of what it is. Now, are there some women out there?
You got weak men out here too, and you got a lot of women allowing weak men to influence their lifestyles and influence their life too. You know, so
I don't understand. I don't understand.
You understand weak men?
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that I'm talking about the women. Like most of them are not going to want to work a job and then come back and have traditional house duties. Like most women are not going to be okay with that.
Correct. because they got weak men.
And that's
all I'm saying.
No, I'm saying I don't think they should work at all. Is my point.
Well, that too, yeah. But if
I
a woman
think that-
wants to have her own goals, and why wouldn't she do it just because she doesn't have to? You know what I'm saying? She still can do that.
Now, and here's another big pill for people. Women are not as ambitious as men think they are. Most of them are not that ambitious. Most of them, if they could, would prefer to stay home and take care of the family. But the problem is that they don't really figure this out until later on in life. They're sold the dream of go to school, get education, get a job. But at some point, they start to realize this was all a lie and a scam. So a lot of women are not as ambitious as men think they are. They're just not like us. They're not programmed like us. They don't have the same proclivity for conquering and success like us. This is why all revolutions were led by men and never women. Women follow, men lead.
Like I said, I mean, those are all different arguments.
Sure.
A lot of truth to them.
Yeah, I mean, look, are there some women out there that are ambitious?
Do whatever they set their
Sure.
mind to, just like anybody.
But the reality is, the majority of women are not
like,
ambitious.
Right. Like I
So-
said, it wasn't even to come up here.
No worries, no worries.
Nobody's coming up here, so
No, all good.
At the end of the day, every guy here, obviously, we love women. So I mean,
Yeah.
that should be.
I see. Let's formulate a line if people are. Oh, people are terrified. Man, nobody. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that.
What's up?
How you doing, man? My name's Andreas. I just want to say I appreciate everything you're doing, bro. Bringing some real light into this culture. I'm a product of exactly what you're talking about. My mother and my father, we had a beautiful family, and my mom just came up, multi-millionaire in the lending industry, and made my dad actually, before 9/11, he said, you know what, I'm making so much money, why don't you just stay home? Why don't you just do all this stuff, do some investment with real estate? He did. 9/11 happened, so he's like, I don't want near New York. She took the household, made it what it was, multi-millions. What happened in 2008? It all crashed.
Yeah.
So she expected my dad to come back up to the level that she was at. It didn't happen. And this is in 2008, and this has been creeping on for 20 years. This is why somebody like you and me are speaking about this and making sure that it's known, because I feel like we live in a bubble where, like, OnlyFans is just rampant. Do we not, like, see what's going on? Am I the only one?
Yeah.
Like, in a society we accept this, like, it's, like, normal. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, OnlyFans is basically prostitution, and a lot of today's generation is just accepting it. Oh my God, it's fucked up, man. It's really fucked up.
But
I mean, there's a whole bunch of different problems. I mean, what you described. Did your mom end up divorcing your dad?
Yeah, they did. 25 years. And now she's with a really, really well-off guy. She said she didn't want to be alone no more.
Yeah, and that story acts more indicative of what typically goes on, because another individual came up earlier and said, oh, well, my dad, put my mom through school and she made more money, and now, they're kind of splitting the bills and it's working out. But the reality is, like,
That's
that
not reality.
happens most of the time, where, if the woman ends up earning more than the guy,
Much
it's just
more.
a matter of time until the relationship's going to end. And I've said this before, women get mad when I say this, but men will destroy their happiness for their family. Women will destroy their family for their happiness.
And that's exactly what happened. So
Yeah.
like, I'm a 30-year-old
They
man.
initiate 80-90% of the divorces.
Yeah, exactly. So actually, like, that's why I think it's really funny, the statistics of OnlyFans. The men that are watching are 90% Caucasian men who are married.
Yeah.
So, like, there's something going on. And us opening up our apps, like, on Instagram, like, seeing
A lot of people take off because they don't like hearing that.
OnlyFans it's so rampant. I don't know if you guys, like, understand what's happening, but there's going to be such a big documentary in this, like, 20 years from now, about how we let prostitution be a legalized thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I just think it's,
the
like,
other
funny.
thing, too, that's important for guys to realize is, like, a lot of guys are in sexless marriages that are married. Their wife doesn't respect them. She gets fat. She gets rude. She doesn't listen to them anymore.
I completely agree.
It just doesn't. Marriage, unfortunately, no longer benefits men, and that's a sad reality, right? I don't think guys should be getting married, especially with the state involved in age. Because, quite frankly, you have skin in the game a lot of the times. So, yeah. But no, I'm glad that someone else sees the light here.
Nah, man, we watching, we supporting, bro. Just want to shout out, all right?
Thank you, man.
All right, man. Have a good one, man.
Appreciate it. Take it easy. Who's up next? We got a lot of people here, man. We got like what? Like I can't even see.
I don't care what they say about OnlyFans. That shit makes the world turn round.
Oh God, another simp. Oh my God. Idiotic. Another perfect example of the idiotic generation that we're in today. See, there's other ones that agree with him. Oh God. I mean, how fucking embarrassing.
Yo, people need Jesus, baby.
Yeah.
We need Jesus out here, man. Keep doing
think,
your thing, bro.
yeah, thank you.
At the end of the day, man, Jesus doesn't matter what religion you in.
Yeah.
We all know the man did great things.
Yeah, I think pornography is one of the worst things to ever come through modern society. I think it's one of the most destructive things that we've legalized. Alcohol, drugs, and pornography are literally gambling as well. But pornography is one of the most pernicious things in society that we currently allow. Yeah, so shout out to, DeSantis for banning it. Who's up next? Who's up next? Man, we got a lot of people here, man, but people are terrified. This is great. I don't bite, man. So I got a cute little dog. He doesn't even bark. He don't bite either. So. Anybody else? Why feminism is bad? Sure.
I just got a question,
Welcome.
really.
Sure.
So you say women deserves less, right?
Yes, I think men need to enter relationships with healthy skepticism.
Okay, so my question for you, do you feel that your mom that brought you in this world deserves less?
My mom deserves less?
I'm asking you, do you feel your mom is a woman, she brought you in this earth?
When she first met my dad?
No, right now, do you feel your mom deserves less?
Yeah, just get in line, man, and you can go ahead and get your
That's
thing.
all my question is, though. That's
Yeah,
all.
because here's the thing. I said at the beginning, it's healthy skepticism from the beginning. So my mom has been with my dad for 30 plus years. Are you talking about she deserves less now or back then? What's your...
No,
I just want some
it's just a
context to the question. Well,
does your
clearly
mom-
now, no, because she's proven herself over all these years. But what I'm saying is going back to because remember, you asked me, what do you mean by that? I defined it. Healthy skepticism from the beginning of the relationship. Then you went to me about my mom. My mom has been in the relationship for 30 plus years, so she's built a healthy amount of equity with my father. So clearly she wouldn't need to deserve less because she's proven herself. So that's why there's a disconnect there with your question.
Okay.
He just fucks up.
Hey, you can come on the mic instead of just yelling from the side if you want. Oh, he doesn't want to be on camera. Okay.
I got a simple question real quick.
Sure.
Do you fuck with Donald Trump?
Of course. Yeah.
Who do you want the next president to be?
Man.
If you had an opinion of who?
Well, we don't know who's going to run. I think J.D. Vance probably going to make a run, or maybe Vivek. On the Democratic side, they're in shambles. I don't know who's going to run on that side. They're even talking about Stephen A. Smith running, which is ridiculous, but the Democratic Party is absolutely cooked. They've lost the young men. And, yeah, I mean, I like Trump. I mean, obviously some of his policies I disagree with, like for his support for Israel, for example. I don't like that. Foreign policy could do some working, but in general...
What's your opinion on Diddy? Why
On
won't they
Diddy?
show a video of him in court?
So I was actually at the trial for a couple of weeks. All the witnesses haven't went through, so there is quite a bit of evidence, but there are some things there that make me question the witnesses too.
You think he's fucked, or you think he's gonna get through it?
When the feds come for you, it's not a good time. And then, it's obviously Southern District of New York, very good prosecutor's office. They have a lot of witnesses. They're still not through. The trial's going to go into July. So, I'm just going to wait until we have all the evidence and go from there. But right now, I would say that his defense team has been doing a decent job of cross-examining witnesses.
Of course. Hell yeah, bro. That's all I had to ask.
No worries.
I might think of some more shit.
No worries. Cool. We can diversify a lit. We could talk politics and feminism and Israel or foreign policy, whatever you guys want. Who's up next? What's up, man? How are you?
What's good? What's going on with the Tates right now? I heard they're like back in trouble with the UK.
I think right now they're in Romania. Obviously, it's bullshit. Like, look, I know Andrew and Tristan very well. These guys don't need to human traffic or grape women at all. Like, It's preposterous. So, oh, you disagree? No. They didn't get convicted of anything. You're wrong. What they get convicted of in what court? Oh, okay. What did they get convicted and when? That's the problem. You don't know. They never got convicted of anything. They didn't get convicted of anything.
I think you should take my spot.
So, no. I just love it when hecklers talk from the side and they don't know what they're talking about and they're saying they got convicted. Like, the reality is they got arrested, right? And they still haven't had a trial and they haven't been convicted of anything. So the real reason they're targeting them is because they have an enormous influence, a majority of young men, and when you tell the truth about certain topics, whether it's feminism, Israel, what's going on in the world, the corporations, they're going to try to silence you. Your ability to speak freely is 100% contingent upon your influence.
Yeah.
I mean, I've dealt with the censorship. A lot of my good friends have been censored. Sneeko was just here. They censored him. Nick Fuentes, they censor him. They censor Andrew Tate. So they only censor you when you tell the truth. They don't censor you when you're saying a bunch of bullshit lies.
Who do you like, John Jones or Tom Aspinall?
Oh, I'm not a UFC guy, man, so I'm sorry, yeah. I don't watch sports. So, anybody else? But yeah, to finish your question, bro, with the Tates, man, you know, like I said before, it's all lawfare. Lawfare. They did it with Trump. They did it with the Tates. It's just a common tactic whenever people end up having a lot of influence and they don't like what they got to say. You know?
All right, thank you very much.
No worries. Who else? Damn, man, the people are scared to get on the camera, huh? God damn. We got like a bunch of people here. We got like 50, 60 people here, man. Yeah.
All right, man.
Go ahead.
All right, hold on. Give me a second.
Guys, we can talk feminism. We can talk, sure. Oh, is this the first lady? Okay. Welcome. Thank you for being brave.
What do you mean by less?
I mean, men need to enter relationships with women with healthy skepticism and assume they deserve less.
But shouldn't that just be a standard regardless?
Well, that's that's actually a very good point. The problem is most men don't know that.
But I think that goes for both parties, though. I mean, there should be a healthy level of skepticism, understanding that everybody has a standard on what they would accept and what they don't.
Yeah, the problem is that with women, that's kind of taught and reinforced and natural. With men, it's not.
What is the skepticism?
Men are taught to pedestalize women no matter what.
Yeah.
They're taught to what?
Men are taught to pedestalize women no matter what.
Okay.
Versus women,
Meaning putting women on a pedestal, worshiping women.
typically don't need to be taught to be skeptical in the beginning of a relationship. Women are naturally skeptical because you guys are the more vulnerable sex.
Okay.
So you guys have to
Physically.
approach for many different ways.
Okay. So you're saying that men have not been instilled in them to be more skeptical?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So you think they have lower standards?
Well, it's not that they have lower standards. Well, some might have lower standards for sure.
Sure.
Some might even understand that they should have standards, and some might not necessarily vocalize their standards out of fear of being looked at as a misogynist or a sexist or some other pejorative term for being rational.
So you think that operating within that system, there's that like innate fear of being judged because they don't have that skepticism? Or where do you think that comes from more so is my question?
Because we live in a gynocentric society. So since we live in a gynocentric society, the female way of thinking typically prevails. The masculine way of thinking is looked at as demonic and evil. You know,
What
terms
do you
like,
mean demonic and evil?
for example, I find it interesting that feminists always say that the patriarchy is evil, when in reality the patriarchy is what allows them to be feminists in the first place.
Do you think the patriarchy harms men?
I would argue the patriarchy is more beneficial to women than it is to men,
How so?
because a minority of men run the patriarchy versus a majority don't. Versus women.
Don't they reinforce it though, the majority of it?
Excuse me.
So it's set by the minority of men, let's say, but then
Yes.
don't the majority reinforce it? So it creates this like big system, not just from one subset of people. That's why it's a system. Because if it was just like 5 people, how would that be ingrained within society? You would kind of need a large group of people to be echoing each other.
I don't really understand. What I'm trying to say is that men, right, are not really allowed to put out their standards or their worldviews when it comes to women because it's considered taboo and misogynistic. But on the other hand, women
But
are
in what
allowed to
way,
put out.
though?
What do you mean in what way?
I mean, a man can say like,
Sure, I'll
I
give you an
prefer-
example. If I say women need to obey men, a lot of women would look at me and say, you're a misogynist. That's not true. That's evil. That's bad. That's wrong. But if I were to say we need to champion women and treat them like queens, everyone would cheer. Just like the other guy was trying to simp earlier saying this stuff. So the reality is we can't be critical of women. I find it interesting that the word misogyny is widely used, but no one even knows what misandry means.
Well, what do you mean we can't be critical of women? Wouldn't you say that both sexes are always being criticized for anything? Because I mean, women are being held to the physical esteem of like their looks and have to be submissive. So they are being criticized because you're saying that.
I would argue they're not taught to be submissive. If anything, they're made fun of for being submissive. One of the terms that you guys use to shame each other is calling each other's pick me.
Right, because
Women are demonized for following a man's lead and
but
being.
so are men like simps, which are in essence the same essence. Like it's the same thing, just for different genders.
Well, here's the difference. When women simp on men, the man respects that woman and cherishes that. When men simp on women, they don't reciprocate. Because the problem is that women get simped on their entire life and don't know what that means, so they don't appreciate it. On the other hand, as a man, we might not get our first kiss until we're 20. So when a woman simps on us, we actually appreciate it and treat her well. That's the difference. Women don't know how to behave when they get validation.
What do you mean women don't know how to behave? You don't think they appreciate it?
No, they don't at all.
Well, what if
And you
it's
can
just
blame Instagram for that.
unwarranted? But so, what if it's unwarranted? I mean, how would you feel? Switch the dynamic where someone is pursuing you, but you're just not interested, and this person is seen as a simp, but like you just don't want it. Like, are you a bad person for not reciprocating that because you just didn't want that?
Well, my argument is simply that women, right, have a privilege where they have a bunch of men approaching them, so they don't value male attention to the same that men value female attention. Right?
That's a scarcity thing, but that's anything.
Scarcity.
No, not really.
But if you get something of so little, the little you get is going to be valued. But this is like market.
Okay, who
mindset,
has a
though.
better let me ask you this then. If I took a self-made millionaire and I took a trust fund baby, both of them earned one earned their million at 18 years old and the other one earned their million at 38 years old.
Sure.
Who's going to have a better appreciation for the dollar? Who's going to understand the value of a dollar better? The trust fund baby that got it at 18 or the person that earned it at 38?
But you from the outside can make that description, but you don't
But-
know
but-
what
but
internally that person
Can you
is
please
thinking.
answer the question so I can kind of who
I mean,
would-
I know you want me to say that it'll be the person that earned it, of course.
Yes.
Because we can agree on that, but again, we're not in those positions to say
Well,
that.
But
'cause
no,
it's
but
different.
here's the thing. That's why it's perfectly analogous. The reason why is because men are self-made millionaires. Women are effectively trust fund babies. At 18 years old, a woman is able to maneuver and be around higher status men simply for existing. Men are not allowed to be around higher status men unless they perform to be in that position. So what I'm trying to say is that women are in a privileged position where all the attention comes to them and they pick. Men were not in that position.
Okay. Well, my thing is I just want to ask you about this. I wasn't here to actually try to fight
Sure.
you on anything,
No
but
problem.
you know, good for you opening up the floor in discussion.
Yeah, sure. No worries. Yeah, and just to kind of like explain that to everybody, when I make the point that, women don't value validation is because they get it all the time. By the time a woman hits puberty, she's getting hit on by men all the time. The average woman by the time she's 21 years old has been approached like 70,000 times.
Yep.
Versus men, you might get approached by a girl 10, 20 times in your lifetime, if that, right?
Yep.
For the average guy at least. So typically what I mean by this is women simply just don't appreciate male attention the same way that men appreciate female attention. We're far more likely to appreciate women doing right by us.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go for a quick washroom break. I'll be right back. Sorry it took so long.
Free Pooh Shiesty. How you doing?
Hey.
You said that we could get into international talk, right?
Sure.
So I've listened to your talk about Israel and Zionism and whatnot, but I want to take a different angle.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
You're Yemeni background, right?
No, my family's from Sudan.
From Sudan?
Yeah.
Okay. Question is, what do you think about the Houthis looking outside in and how they're affecting the war? Because I've listened to your stance on Israel.
Yeah.
And Zionism.
Sure.
So I
So
get
how do you
that.
want me
We don't need to get into that, but how they're acting in response to it, being a proxy of Iran and doing what they're doing and affecting world trade and XYZ. Do you agree or disagree with what's happening?
Do I agree or disagree with what they're doing?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it matters if I agree or disagree, but I understand.
No, but I want to hear you have like an opinion on a lot of different matters. So what's your opinion on that?
My thing is I simply understand why they're doing what they're doing, right?
Do you?
Yes.
Okay, can you elaborate?
On why they're doing what they're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're trying to create an enormous amount of pressure on Israel economically.
But it's not working, right?
Well, it was working for a long time.
Is it
That's why we had to intervene. It was working, yes.
It's not working.
When they were boarding the ships and they were sending the rockets in.
Yeah, but you're bombing ships that are affecting trade.
They weren't bombing ships.
Attacking ships. They're sending missiles to ships that are going through their ports.
They were stealing ships. Yep, they were pirating ships and obviously affecting
World
international
trade,
trade. World trade. But that was creating quite a bit of problems for Israel financially. They were boarding ships that had financial
Not for Israel,
interests
for
with
the world.
I'm sorry?
It's for the world.
Of course, but it hurt Israel the most.
How
That's
so?
why it's to shut down one of their ports, actually, as a matter of fact.
How so?
It literally hurt.
How did
Israel's
it,
not
how
doing
did
that
it hurt
great
Israel the
economically
most?
right now.
No, you said any topic goes. You said Israel goes.
Yeah.
So
I'm
how did
telling
it
you,
affect
they're not
Israel?
they're not doing well economically right now.
Who's not?
Israel.
It's not because of the Houthis. It's because.
Well, that's a
It's
component.
because their workers had to go to reserve service and other things like
so
that.
let me.
So obviously,
so do you want me to?
Tourism is down because people are scared to go there.
For sure. So
right?
their economy is hurting.
Right.
That
but
is
is
precisely
it
why
because
they're
of the
doing what they're
Houthis?
doing. I'm not here to tell you that it's right or wrong. I'm just simply
I
telling
wanna
you
know
what
your,
they're doing.
Your opinion, though, because you have an opinion on a lot of things.
This is a fact.
You have opinion on women. You have opinion on a lot of things, right? So
Okay.
what's your opinion in there?
Again.
You have opinion on Zionists. You have opinion on Jews. You have
Yes,
opinion
Israel's
on Netanyahu.
problematic country.
Okay, so what's your opinion on
Yes.
the Houthis?
Again, I just told you.
Do you agree or
They-
disagree?
I understand.
Do you agree or disagree with what they're doing?
I understand.
Don't
I
be
don't have to
political
agree
about
or
it. I mean,
disagree.
really?
That's really irrelevant. I understand.
You understand?
I understand. Yes.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay. Do you actually have a position, or you just wanted to get my?
On the matter?
Yeah.
I have a position, yeah.
Yeah. What's your position then?
I think if a group of people come into someone else's land and rape and torture and burn, they have a right to defend themselves.
Okay.
I also understand the other side.
There's that. Okay. This guy's just indoctrinated too. Like, doesn't understand what's really going on in Israel. My God.
So killing 100,000
I
plus
also-
innocent people is defending yourself?
Listen, when World War II happened, there was a lot of innocent deaths also, so we can't really take that angle. I agree there's innocent deaths. In war, there's innocent deaths. But the easy way, in my opinion, to end it, now that America's involved and you have the world looking at it, is to return the hostages first. And then you open
think
dialect.
Netanyahu cares?
Then you open dialect.
Okay. Do you think
That's
Netanyahu
that's
actually
my
cares?
opinion.
Okay. So here's the thing. Number one, a war is fought between two capable militaries. Okay.
Really?
The IDF.
Really?
The IDF is a military, a
Okay.
formalized military that
Okay.
gets supported by us.
All right.
Okay. And they're killing
Hamas is supported by Iran. They had like endless amount of rockets, endless amount of ammunition.
They're a ragtag militia
that can go in
that
and one
doesn't-
day and kill over 1,000 people. That's a lot of
well,
deaths. Bro.
Here's the thing. So let's talk facts, right?
Sure.
Because you're putting a lot of Israeli propaganda out there. So let's
No,
kinda
I'm
go
not,
through
I'm not
this.
speaking propaganda.
Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go through
I
this.
just wanted your
Let's-
opinion on the Houthis.
No,
if you want to
let's
turn
go.
it to
Let's
Israel.
go through this.
Sure.
So, do you think Netanyahu actually wants the hostages back? Does he care?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
But there are political motives. I agree with you. But
Sure.
yeah, he wants the hostages back.
Are you aware of the fact that on October 10th, a deal was put in place to get all the hostages back in return for them not invading Gaza?
If you can't put the deal in front of me so we can look at it together, then it doesn't matter.
No.
It's irrelevant.
See, here's the thing. And this
because
is what
because
many-
there's been over
Here's the
300
thing.
deals that have been put in front of both parties.
I'm telling you, on or about October 10th, this was reported by Israeli media, Haaretz.
Okay.
Okay. And this is what a lot of Israelis don't know and Zionists don't know.
Yeah.
There was a deal put. Yeah, okay. So a deal was put forward
Okay.
saying,
Mhm.
hey, look, We will go ahead and give all the hostages back in exchange that you do not blow up and attack and invade Gaza. And what did Netanyahu do? He refused. Now, here's the other thing.
Bro.
You mentioned that they killed, what, 2,000? Or 1,300? No, this is true.
Whatever
it's
the
true.
whatever the
You
number.
want to know how I know it's true? No. Here's the other thing, too. Here's the reason why.
Yeah.
That's true. That comes from Israeli media. That comes from Israeli media, by the way. Your own country put it out.
Yeah.
That comes from your own media. Now, here's the other thing as well that's
What's up?
interesting.
Yeah,
You said that thousands were killed, right?
correct.
Okay. Are you aware that the Hannibal Directive was activated on that day?
What's the Hannibal Directive?
Sure. I'd be happy to explain.
Sure.
The Hannibal Directive is a directive where Israeli military basically kills their own civilians to
come on.
ensure.
Yeah.
Hold on. See, now they don't like the facts. They don't like the facts.
Yeah, so pull it up.
They don't like the
Pull
facts.
it up.
Okay.
Pull it up.
Hold on. I'll pull it up.
Pull it up.
I'll pull it up.
Pull it up.
But hold on a second. Documentation beats conversation.
Pull it up.
Anybody can say shit. Facts versus theory.
Pull it up. Yeah.
Facts. Sit down. Have a listen.
Another
Sit
guy.
down. Let's all sit down. Have documents, proven documents with information, and then you can discuss a debate. He said, she said, my great grandma said it's all opinions. You can shove it up
All right,
someone's ass.
who speaks Hebrew here?
Convert it. ChatGPT. You can translate it.
No. I'm gonna play it.
It takes
in
a
your-
millisecond.
I'm gonna play it in your language for you.
I don't speak Hebrew. I don't understand Hebrew.
Oh, you don't?
Why is it my language? Just because I like Israel. It's not
So,
my language.
I have a video right
I'm
here.
American.
I have a video
There's
right here.
American hostages
Oh,
there,
see,
and
that's
you're
the
American.
problem.
You're sitting here and
That's
you're
the
okay with
problem.
it. It's crazy.
So here's no. I never said I was
No.
okay with it. I'm saying
Should the hostages be released?
yes. Here's the thing.
Should the
Here's
hostages?
the difference.
Should the hostages be
Shut up
released?
for a second, buddy. Let him speak.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
we agree. Finally, we can agree. That's
No.
it.
But here's the problem, right? The issue is that Israelis simply don't value Palestinian
Yeah.
life.
Hold on a second.
That's
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
That's
You guys don't.
Jews
Because
and
you guys have killed
Palestinians
100,000
in
plus.
Palis-
100,000 plus.
There's Jewish
We know
Palestinians.
50,000 that have been identified. That we know that there's a bunch in the rubble that are missing.
That's not true,
Now
bro.
here's the other thing as well.
No,
Let's go back to the
listen,
Hannibal
no
Directive.
army will go there
Let's
and
go
drop
back.
leaflets saying, "Hey,
Let's go
we're
back.
about to come here,"
And they bombed it
and
anyway.
drop a bomb.
And they bomb it
They should
anyway.
leave.
Where
So
do
anyway.
you get the numbers that 100,000 plus were killed?
Okay.
Even if 100,000 people were killed. Hold on. Even if 100, let's agree.
We know.
Hold
we
on a second,
have
hold on a second. Let's have a conversation.
literally data.
If 100,000
and this is funny because they're all are jumbling. Now they're going crazy. Now look, you can see.
100,000.
Shut it down.
No,
Shut
no,
it
no,
down.
don't shut it down.
So here's the thing.
This is amazing.
Let me
Listen.
finish my point.
Go ahead, finish.
Right? Because it's interesting that I mentioned the Hannibal Directive. Nobody knew what
Yeah,
it
but
was.
what is it? Pull it up.
I just explained it to you.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
It is.
Pull it up.
I have the video right here.
Play
In
it. Play it.
English.
Play it.
Okay.
English.
Do you know?
English.
Do you know? Do you know who
Okay, play
Yoav
it in
Golan
English.
is? Do you know who Yoav Golan is?
Play it in English.
Do you know who Yoav Golan is?
Everyone here speaks English.
Okay, but the problem is that the interview was done in Hebrew in Israel.
So translate it. Or find a translated
There's
one.
captions right here. You want to look at the video?
Perfect.
Here. Come look at it yourself. Come look at it yourself.
What is the purpose of the video so we understand? So I understand what the video's about.
So they interviewed him. See, this is the problem. You guys don't even know. You don't even know. You're here arguing a point that you don't even know. You don't know what the Hannibal Directive is. I just explained it. I'm telling you, it's when they kill their own civilians
Yeah.
to evade them being captured by Palestinian militia groups, to evade hostage negotiations so that they don't have to release 1,000 Palestinians who are one Israeli like they did with Elad Lot. Now, with that said, Yoav Gallant, your defense minister, okay, your guy that you're basically your secretary of defense, right? Equivalent. He admitted on an interview that the Hannibal Directive was activated on October 7th, and it should have been activated in other areas. That is why Apache helicopters killed a bunch of the concert goers. That's why we know that they shot
Yep.
tanks into the kibbutzes.
That's
They
all
shot
true.
Tank rounds.
So that you know that this is true, I looked at the interviews myself, and it's all there. Yeah, it's all there.
Okay, so here it says the Hannibal
Let me
Directive.
finish.
The Hannibal Directive, also translated as Hannibal Procedure or Hannibal Protocol, is the name of a controversial procedure used by the IDF to prevent the capture of Israeli soldiers by enemy forces. What's wrong with that? Who wants their soldiers captured?
No.
That's what it says here.
They killed civilians as well, is my point. On October 7th, they killed civilians.
They only
Yeah.
killed soldiers.
No.
No, to
They
prevent-
killed
to
civilians
prevent
as well.
soldiers.
They killed.
And also,
To
with that
prevent
said,
soldiers from being
they-
captured.
No. They killed civilians.
Yeah.
And also keep in mind that there's mandatory military service in Israel.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
effectively, they shoot at anyone
but
that's going to be captured.
on a
now
day-
again,
I got a question for you.
now
You
with
met
that said-
Hannibal Schmannibal.
Okay, this guy.
You can say
Just
something.
wait in line. So
why,
anyway,
why,
hold on.
why are Jews
hold on.
and,
hold on.
and
hold on.
Palestinians and Arabs
Let's
all fighting
stick-
for a small piece of land?
Let's stick to the
The
topic
Arabs
at
have
hand.
so much land, brother.
Let's stick to land. Let's stick to the conversation because first, right? First, you made the accusation saying, bro, let him be on the mic. Okay.
Wait. So
you guys gotta control yourselves.
Okay.
One person on
I'm
the
just
mic at a
standing here.
time. So again, you made the claim that a bunch of hostages were kidnapped, which is true.
Yeah.
And you made the claim that they just need to bring the hostages back. And I told you on or about October 10th.
I said release the hostages.
Yes,
yeah.
agreed.
It's a good
They were
start
willing to release the
communication.
hostages, give them all back in return in exchange for them not invading Gaza and bombing Gaza.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Hold on. Let me finish my point.
Yeah.
Let me
go-
finish my
go
point.
ahead.
Then that's fine. You can say what you want to say.
No, but you.
That's fine.
Pull it up.
So anyway, with that said,
Pull it
with
up.
that said, right? Great.
Pull it up.
Anyway, so with that said,
Yeah,
right?
finish first.
The Hannibal Directive
Yeah.
was activated on that day. And I told you what the
Because
Hannibal Directive is.
Who wants any
Now-
of their soldiers to be captured?
But the point is, the reason
And,
why I
and
made
there's
that
going to be
argument-
innocent lives on both
Let me
sides.
tell
Like,
you
who
why I
wants
made
their
that
soldiers to be
argument.
captured?
Because you made the argument saying they killed 1,000 plus Israelis, and I'm saying, well, the IDF
I
killed a
said
lot
they.
of Israelis.
I said they
Yeah.
And then
killed.
on top
wait,
of that,
wait.
and then on top
wait,
of that,
I said they
hold
killed
on, you
1,000
made the
plus
assertion.
civilians. They weren't all Israelis.
No.
There was people from Thailand that were killed.
Of course.
Muslims
Yes,
that
I
were
understand.
killed.
I understand.
Jews that, no, so keep
I understand.
It.
But
Americans
again,
that were killed.
I understand
They
that, but the point is that
indiscriminately killed.
people were being killed.
Indiscriminately.
People were being killed
Indiscriminately.
by both the IDF
Bro,
and Hamas.
If you go
both
look,
of them.
If you go look at
Both
Gaza,
of them.
you have waterfront land.
Both of them were
They're
being
on
killed.
beaches.
Okay.
They have 5-star hotels.
That's not the
No
argument.
one wants to look at that.
That's not the argument.
On October
Again.
On October 6th.
See, this is great.
They were all chilling.
This is great.
On October 6th, they were all chilling, living their lives. There was no famine, nothing
Wait,
wrong.
wait in line.
Yeah, get in
Wait in line, buddy.
On
Wait in line.
October
You're not on
6th,
mic.
Everything was fine. People had visas to go in and out of Israel to work. Things were fine.
Yep.
What happened? Yasser Arafat, when he died, left his wife with over $1 billion. The leaders of Hamas, $12 billion, who are now killed, all of them. What happens? When there's war, they get richer. The people of Gaza get poorer. And then the Jews look bad on the world stage. That's all that happens.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Humanitarian goes to the top.
See,
and the civilians suffer. I agree they're
we
suffering.
were talking about October 7th, and you just completely
I agree that
deflected.
they're suffering. Yeah, because when you go and say 1,000 Israelis got killed, that's not true. It was 1,000.
Okay,
people
let's say
that
people
died.
got killed.
Yeah.
The point I'm trying to
Muslims
make
died,
is,
bro.
yeah,
You're Muslim.
but here's the thing.
Are you Muslim?
Hamas.
Are you Muslim?
That's irrelevant to the
Muslim,
conversation.
I'm Jewish.
That's irrelevant to the
Jews
conversation.
died. Muslims died.
Yes.
Christians died.
Yes. And
Americans
here's the thing.
died.
Here's the thing.
People died.
That's why I'm
People
critical
died.
of Israel.
People
okay.
died.
Now with that said, now here's
People
the thing.
died. Should
now,
Hamas
like I wanna say-
surrender? Yes or no?
Here's the thing.
Should Hamas surrender?
No. Now,
Why?
now here's the thing. Because here's.
So
look.
you also agree that they're freedom fighters?
No. Again,
They're
you are
labeled-
taking away.
They're labeled
Let me
a
finish.
terrorist organization.
Let me finish. Shut up,
saying
dude.
What I'm saying.
And they shouldn't surrender.
Let me finish
and
saying
you're
what
an
I'm saying.
American citizen.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
You should be ashamed of
Yeah.
yourself.
See, you're just interrupting because
Okay,
you
go
don't
ahead,
want to
go
have
ahead,
you.
go
You
ahead.
brought up October 7th.
They're terrorists.
You brought up October 7th,
Okay.
and I was talking
You
to you
brought it
about.
up. I brought up the Houthis.
No, you mentioned no,
You
because
decided
then you
to
said,
talk
well,
about October
no,
7th.
no. You brought it up, and then I'm just
You
responding
asked
to
my
you.
stance.
Yes, and then you
I
talked
asked you
about
about the
October
Houthis.
7th. But here's the problem.
Completely different.
You guys make it as if it started on October 7th, and it never did. It started way before that, and the Zionist propaganda
Yeah,
always goes off of October 7th, and on October
It started
7th.
in 1949 when we got
It
a
started
state.
before that.
When we got a
It
Jewish
started
state.
before that.
Okay.
It started before that.
Okay.
It started before that. It started before that. You guys were killing people. Israel was founded upon terrorism. Israel was founded upon
Can you
terrorism.
agree
Yeah.
there's killing on both sides?
Again, of course there is.
There
of
is.
course there is. But here's the
That's it.
difference.
That's a fact of life.
I value both. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, like I was saying, this guy just name calling.
The
Anyway,
Jews corrupted their own
no,
holy
him,
books.
the
You
other
know,
guy over there, the old guy.
The
So
Jews
the point I'm
corrupted
trying to
their-
make is, I talked about October 7th, and I'm telling you
Bro,
that the died on that day
Americans came
were
here
not just
and-
killed by
and fucking
Hamas.
Killed all
That's
Native
my
Americans.
point.
Are we talking about?
Okay.
You're talking
Bro,
about Native
bro.
Americans.
Look, bro, I'm
You're
telling you.
talking about settlers.
I'm
Jewish people came.
Yeah, settlements that are illegal.
The Jewish
Settlements
people
that are
came,
illegal.
they built Tel Aviv into what it is today, and all of a sudden they want it back. Like, bro, come on.
Hold on.
mandate had a
Hold on.
two-state solution.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying here.
The British mandate had a two-state solution. No.
Are you talking about the Balfour Declaration?
Yeah. No. After that, the British mandate had a two-state solution. There was going to be an Arab state and there was going to be a Jewish state. Right after that, all the Arabs invaded. That's something that you don't like to talk about. Let's be honest.
Well, it
here.
wasn't your land to have in the first
Well,
place.
it was Spain's land.
It wasn't. It wasn't. Ben who?
Before that, it was the Turkish
It wasn't.
land.
It wasn't your land to have in the
That's
first
what
place.
it
It wasn't your land to have in the
Conquered it,
first
and they
place.
gave it to half to the Arabs.
It wasn't
They
your
chopped
land
it
to
up,
have in the
bro.
first place.
They chopped it up.
It
And
wasn't.
then
Look at this guy. He's mad. Yeah, and you're pissed off.
They
Look at
chopped
you,
it
triggered
up.
because you don't like the
Listen,
facts.
They chopped it up.
Yeah,
They chopped
well,
it
it's
up.
kind of
We
hot
had a
out here.
deal. They
It's
chopped
kind
it
of hot
up.
out
We had a
here.
deal, and all
Meanwhile,
the
you
Arabs
guys are
came in
being
and destroyed
emotional.
it. I'm not being
Again.
emotional.
No,
Telling
no,
you
I was
what's
talking
up.
to this guy. Like
Being
I said
emotional.
before.
There was a two-state solution. There was.
Here's the
Given by England, half to a Jewish state, half to an Arab state.
Again.
Immediately.
Again.
Right after the Holocaust.
It wasn't
and you're gonna be
theirs.
like, oh,
It
you
wasn't
forgot the
theirs.
Holocaust. It was right after the Holocaust.
It wasn't
We
theirs to
didn't
begin
have
with.
any sort of military institution behind us.
Really?
We had the Haganah, the Irgun. It was nothing. It was underground.
What are the Haganah and Irgun?
Okay, listen.
And the Leahy gang? What are they?
They were fighting for a Jewish state.
They're terrorist organizations. They're terrorist organizations.
Yeah.
And you know it.
They weren't a
Israel was
terrorist
created by
organization.
terrorist organizations.
No, it was created because the
No.
British. No, listen.
It's created
you need
through.
to read your
You
facts.
killed the British.
No, the British gave it over. And the British killed us, and Muslims killed the
The King
terrorists.
David Hotel?
And
The
Muslims
King David
killed the-
Hotel? You guys don't know your history. That's
I
the
do
funny
know my
part.
history. I don't think
Zionists
you
don't
know
know
your
their history. They don't know their history.
The
This is
Jews
comical.
literally corrupted their
You
own holy
killed the
books. You
British.
can't trust them.
No, this is live. This is live. You just look
Hey,
ridiculous
you're a
live.
fucking clown, dude.
Yeah, and this guy's angry too. Yo, look at the Zionist tears. They don't like the truth. They don't like the fact that your country was made on terrorism. They don't like the fact that you killed 100 innocent
This is
people
the truth.
in the King David
Whenever you're
Hotel.
ready.
You
Hold
don't
on,
like the
hold on.
fact that
This
your
is the
your
truth.
country was
Whenever
created
you're
through
ready. Go ahead, go
terrorism. The very terrorism that you guys denounced today was created by Haganah, Leahy, and the Stern Gang. And on top of that, you guys stole our weapons to do it. You stole our nuclear
understand.
technology.
Are you ready?
killed our president.
You ready?
guys,
Okay, hold on.
You
I
guys
got
attacked
something to
our
say.
U.S. ship. It was given
It-
comical.
Okay, listen.
Comical.
You
That's
ready?
why JFK did not want nuclear proliferation.
Okay.
No, you guys.
I understand your perspective.
You guys.
You wanna hear something?
See, here's the reality. This is what I love.
Hold on, let him talk, let him-
This
let
is
him
what I
talk.
love, right? Zionists come here. Zionists come in here and argue with me and say, "Oh, well, you know, on this day, such and such happened." Okay, what's the Animal Directive? They don't know. They don't know that a bunch of Israelis and a bunch of innocent people
Are
were
we
killed
gonna
by
have
the
a
IDF.
conversation?
Then on top of
Okay,
that,
you ready?
they don't know how
Okay.
their country was made. Then they don't know that, the British. You killed the British in the King David Hotel. You guys assassinated a bunch of British people. Then on top of that, the state of Israel raided through 3 main terrorist organizations that are now rebranded into the IDF that we know now. Now,
Yeah.
with that said, the UN. No, I know about it. The
That's
Balfour
fine, keep
Declaration,
going.
and it was read to the Rothschilds. You don't even know the name of it.
Listen.
1917, the
Myron.
Balfour Declaration. You don't know. And you,
Myron.
what were you gonna say? What are you gonna say? You
Can I
don't know
say
what you're
something?
talking
Can you
about.
wait for a second?
You're just sitting here. You don't know what you're talking
Ah.
about at all.
This is.
Again, you Zionists don't understand your own history of your own country.
We can argue about the past.
You haven't do it. No.
Let's argue.
You're
Myron,
Israel first.
Myron.
You're Israel first. You're Israel
Myron.
first. And quite frankly, Israel is a parasitic country.
Okay.
It's a parasitic
ready?
country.
Yeah.
We should not be giving you guys aid anymore.
AIDS.
They're making us look terrible. We give you
Awesome.
billions of dollars of aid that you don't got to pay back. You guys
Yeah.
will not exist
All
without
right.
American aid.
Perfect.
You guys, quite frankly, were built on terrorism, and
Yeah.
it's an evil country. This is why
Yeah,
we have to run
exactly.
cover for you guys. We have to run cover for you guys at the UN. The
I
entire
have a question
international
for you.
world condemns you.
Hello.
You guys
I
are
have a
running illegal
question.
settlements. You guys are running illegal settlements.
I
You
want a
kill
question.
innocent
I wanna
kids
ask you a
every
question.
day.
Can I ask
Yeah.
you a question?
You kill innocent kids
Exactly.
every
Very true.
single
Here, give me the
day.
mic.
Actually, they went and did a study.
Yo,
and they
Myron,
figured out that that was a lie.
wait.
That
Yo,
was a
real-
lie.
Hey,
That was
you
a lie.
you have like
And it-
200.
7 of you to even formulate an argument.
I'm gonna tell you
Then
one thing.
breeding is real.
Myron, listen. There is only one truth. Myron, there's only one truth. Whenever you're ready.
All right,
Whenever
so
you're ready to listen, there's only one truth. No matter how much you can hate the Jews.
I don't hate the Jews.
Hold on.
See, I love that.
Hold
That-
on.
I love
didn't
that.
finish my fucking sentence.
I hate the Jews.
You can.
This
I
is-
didn't say you are. You can hate the Jews. You can like
don't.
the Jews. You can hate Zionists. You can love Zionists. You can hate Israel. You can love Israel. At the end of the day, you will not. You'll not kill any Jews. You're not going to kill the ideology
Oh,
of
yeah.
Judaism, and you're
Yeah, there's that indoctrination again.
not going to kill the ideology of Zionists. Guess what? Israel will stand in the future. Period. You can't fuck with that. That's it. That's the fucking truth. You cannot kill that. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, us Jews are going to prevail and stick together. And
you're
this
saying
guy can
USA,
think whatever he
but-
wants.
but you're
Islam's
talking
the
about
truth,
Israel.
though. Islam.
You're
That's
not
fine.
America
That's fine.
first.
You got.
You're not America
You guys
first.
can
They're not the
continue-
same thing.
can-
They're not the same thing
and we will
at all.
continue
You guys can
to grow.
succeed
Yeah,
in
America
this life.
first,
We'll succeed in the
America
next
only.
life.
Fuck Israel. Anyway.
Fuck Israel.
Yo,
Fuck
you
Israel.
All right. On
Fuck
the same
Israel.
topic.
Let's go.
You
let's
have
go to the next
200.
person.
You have.
Let's go to.
Wait,
let's
wait,
go to
wait.
the next person.
Yo, Myron.
Look.
You have 200 people here, right?
So here's the
you,
thing.
You have 200 plus people
Again,
here.
yeah.
Can you
And you
maybe
guys-
go off script once?
Look.
And say something positive?
What was I gonna say?
Can you maybe go off script once and say something positive that brings us together instead of name calling and saying Zionists?
Oh, you guys been
did,
doing the name calling.
Jews that. All right, guys, chill for a second. You've had your platform, right? One time, can you say something positive?
About what?
Zionism, Jews, Muslims, us as a people. Can you say something? Women deserve less. Can you say something positive?
Israel's a parasitic state, and
Bro.
state, and we need to stop supporting it.
All right, bro.
That's what we need to do. They're killing innocent people, and they're dragging our name in the mud alongside it. No
Yeah.
more aid to Israel.
Why don't you go
No
live there?
more
If
aid.
you love Hamas
No more
so much,
aid.
Why don't you go live
No,
there and fight for
no.
them?
I'm saying we need to stop supporting Israel. That's what I'm saying. We need to stop
Why?
giving you guys aid.
Why should we stop
Because you guys are
supporting them?
dragging our name in the mud. Now, with that said, though, look, we gotta move on. We gotta
Listen,
move on.
if you say
guys,
Hamas-
yeah, sure.
Yeah, one thing
Sure.
is that you said
And
you
your
agree
name
with
is
Hamas,
Israel.
and they're a
Fantastic.
terrorist organization.
Go ahead. Yeah, I don't want our country being run by a bunch of Zionists that want to go ahead and continue a genocide on innocent people.
Yeah.
You're an embarrassment. Okay,
Nice.
who's up next?
You tell them, Myron.
Shit is all bullshit. At the end of the day, this whole
Yeah, we
world
gotta
is
cut it?
run by
All right.
spirituality.
Yeah. We gotta cut it. We gotta cut it. We gotta cut it. We gotta cut it. Go. Next person. Next person.
Spirituality. Listen.
Industry.
At the end of the day, at the end of the day,
All right, we gotta just
live
move it.
in
We
a
gotta-
spiritual world.
We gotta switch the topic, guys, so we
And
keep
at
the stream
end
going.
of the day,
We gotta switch the
you can
topic so
fight
that
all
we
you
can.
want.
We gotta
Can I
switch
say
the
something?
topic. We gotta switch the topic. We gotta switch the topic, guys.
Yeah.
Look, I was telling y'all, you know what I mean? We got peace here. People are getting animated.
We want peace.
Okay,
we want
buddy.
peace.
Sure.
We want peace.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you guys gotta go. You guys gotta go. You guys gotta go. You guys gotta go. What? You guys gotta go. Like I said, we're running our stream. You guys can stand there, but I'm saying like we're gonna move on to the topic. No, you can stay. I'm saying that we gotta move the topic. We gotta move the topic. I mean, Miami PD, look, they're here. Yeah. Can we just we're gonna switch topics. We're gonna switch topics. All right, we gotta switch topics, guys. We gotta switch topics. Cop is here. He's saying switch topic. So let's move we gotta switch topics.
He's all hot and bothered.
Yeah, we gotta switch topics. We gotta switch topics, guys. Sorry.
Hey, if you're
We gotta-
so
again.
fucking smart, what is the U.S. currency at the dollar right now?
You got this? You got this? Like, yeah, it's crazy. Here. Yeah. Yeah. This is crazy.
Bunch of Jews.
Listen, you're doing it in front of a fucking synagogue. That wasn't the smartest idea, no? Maybe go in front of a mosque. Do it somewhere else. But in front of a synagogue, that's fucking crazy. On a fucking Friday
The truth
night.
is the truth.
I know,
Regardless
Truth-
of where I am.
That's
Truth
wild.
is the truth.
Truth is the truth.
That's not gonna happen.
And you know, this is crazy because
Shut it down.
this is crazy. Look at this. Look at this. This is crazy.
Jews think they own the block. The Jews think they own.
This is awesome.
This is crazy.
Bunch of Jews. Zionists. I don't hate Jews, but just these Zionists are idiots.
You guys just make yourselves look worse. This doesn't help the cause at all. It just proves that you guys can't have discussion. This is like,
Yeah.
yeah, this is just,
They're fanatics. This perfectly exemplifies their fanaticism. Yeah, the Zionists they're fanatics. Like not all Jews are bad. There's some that are like especially the Orthodox Jews, a lot of them, like those guys don't agree with these regular Zionists from Israel. These Zionists are very fanatical.
Proves my point. Yep. This proves the stereotypes. This proves the stereotypes. Man, this is crazy. See? Come in, start a problem, can't even have a discussion. Proves all the stereotypes right. Well, here's the thing, right? You guys can't even have a civil discussion. You guys can't even not. You're yelling, being emotional. This is just proving my point even more so.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here chilling. You guys are yelling and heckling. This is ridiculous. Can't even be adults. Can't even be adults. You gotta yell and scream and act crazy and everything. And this guy's here now. I don't know what's going on. Like, it's just wild. Using slurs and all that other stuff. Yeah. So this is very. Yeah. See, it's wild because now we can't look. He's saying, "Pack your shit." Look at this. Did you say this is a public sidewalk?
Yeah,
Who
fanatics.
Who are you? What are you? What? Freedom of speech. This is America.
Freedom of speech.
This is America. Freedom of speech. America. Hey, if you don't like it, go back to Tel Aviv. That's why you got kicked out of 109 countries. That's why you guys got kicked out of 109 countries.
Fanatics. Fanatics. Fanatics, yeah. Bunch of fanatics, yeah. That's why nobody likes the, well, a lot of people don't like the Israel, those Zionists, because they're fanatics. Absolute fanatics, crazy people. They can't have civil discussions. They gang up like that, and they cause trouble, yeah. Pathetic.
Where we prioritize female wants and female...
Fanatics, yeah. What's this?
The Twitter sound.
What sound?
If you unmute on Twitter.
Got you.
All right, we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. You guys should be able to hear me. I think we're live on all the platforms. We're live on YouTube, Rumble, X Spaces, everything. Give me O/slashes if we are good on everything. Give me O/slashes if we're good on everything. And if you guys are on Twitter listening on the space, give me 100 emojis. Give me 100 emojis if you guys are on the Twitter space. Here, Josie, I'll give you a co-host on the Twitter space. So you can help me with managing this crap. All right, I see 100. All right, sweet. All right, guys, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Twitter space. AKA, we got the clam chowder meeting going on. I'm on YouTube as well, so I'm keeping it somewhat clean. And we got Sean in the house. Sean, you want to introduce yourself to the people real quick and tell them who you are and what we got planned to take over the internet?
Yes, I'm Sean Semenko from Uncensored America. We're a campus free speech organization, and probably recognize us just from a few minutes ago, but we were also doing a Prove Me Wrong table with Myron at the University of South Carolina and speech as well.
Yep. Damn. And we still got to adjust the camera settings because he looks like a ghost right now on camera, but that's fine. That's all I got to say. It's the nighttime settings.
It was on fresh. It's on fresh settings. That's fresh camera.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Because I'm like, yo, why is this nigga so white? Oh, my God. Okay, now it makes sense, bro.
Yeah, my bad, Sean. I'm going to get you right. Hold on, gang.
Oh,
my bad, Sean. I'm going to get you right, bro.
The person who think, Bills, you might have me muted on the Twitter space.
I didn't.
Can you see the purple emoji going?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Guys on the Twitter space, give me 100 emojis if you guys can still hear me fine. I think you guys can. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
The person who normally sits on your chair is a polar opposite.
Okay.
Complexion-wise.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right, fair enough. So, yeah, that makes sense now. So, Sean, you want to give him a quick little, because I know Sean's got to go, guys. He can't stay long, but I wanted to have him kind of announce what we got planned for the fall. And go ahead, man. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Basically, we want to take over college campuses, because if you are a student at a college campus, you probably know that there's all these different groups on campuses that are so-called free speech organizations that actually don't really believe in free speech. And we're simply that. We're just a free speech organization. We host people from all different viewpoints, people who've been censored, canceled, like Myron, Milo, Gavin McGinnis, Alex Stein, Laura Loomer, everybody in between, even people on the left like Destiny, Hunter Avalone, Brianna Wu, John Doyle, like all these sort of people who you normally don't hear from, because a lot of these groups just don't actually host events anymore. They don't actually host debates. They don't actually have conversations with people. And so we're trying to change that by bringing different voices to campuses that you don't normally hear. So with Myron, we're going to have a lot of big plans in the fall. I can't reveal all of them, but all I can say is if you like what you saw today and you like what you saw at the University of South Carolina, then you're going to like what we have in store. So if you want to bring that to your campus, just go to uncensoredamerica.us. There's a Star Chapter form right there, so you can bring people like Myron and make some of these cool events happen. Because you can't do it without a club on these campuses. You have to have a club to make these things happen. So it's a tricky battle, and everybody knows that people are getting censored on campuses. You know, a lot of people talk about the Palestine protests, but it's been happening for years, and it's going to keep happening. So if you want to put a stop to this, you actually want to make a difference rather than just, you know, seeing the problem unfold or complaining about the internet. You can actually make a difference and do it at a campus near you.
Yeah. So if you guys, because a lot of you guys say, "Yo, Myra, come to my school, come to my school." Here's the thing: number one, I can't go to your school unless you're a member of that. Unless you go to that school and you're a member of one of the clubs. And then number two, you need to basically vouch for us and get you on your campus. So you got to go to the school, and it's got to be public. Private schools are pretty much cooked, right, Sean?
Yeah, private schools, no shot, because they can. The beauty of public schools is that you have to follow the Constitution.
Yeah.
They have to let you speak. As you saw at USC, like, a lot of people were trying to shut you down.
Yep.
A lot of professors were complaining, but they let you speak.
Yeah. So at private schools, it's a bit tougher, right?
Private school is pretty much impossible. I tried with DePaul, and it's just like they have so many restrictions there. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
But the other thing, too, to remember is that even when you have all these other groups like Turning Point, College Republicans, they don't let you come and speak. Like, College Republicans is totally cucked from the top down. Like, they may have some freedom at the campus level, but they have a federation that controls them, and they're not going to let you come.
Really?
Yeah.
They'll let Charlie go, but not me. Yeah. Well, that should tell you guys why I need to go to college campus even more, because, look, I like Charlie, but at the end of the day, we're no holds barred. We're willing to call out Israel. We're willing to call out a bunch of the bullshit, as you guys saw earlier today with what was going on. And, yeah, man. Yeah, it's great stuff. So this fall, stay tuned. I think we're probably going to do our first one maybe August or September.
September.
Okay, September, first one. So stay tuned, guys. I'll have an announcement and a school and everything else like that for you guys in the future. But right now, we got a couple schools lined up. I don't want to say right now what they are, because it will probably get shut down again, preemptively. So it'll be a good time. But Sean, anything else you want to tell people before you dip out of here?
I just want to thank you guys so much, because Myron's been fantastic. The whole crew here has been great. Like, a lot of people don't know the behind-the-scenes stuff and how stressful that is, to get these things set up. It's not easy, but
Dealing with influencers that are divas and shit like that, right? Like, they're fucking pain in the ass.
We've met a few,
Yeah, not punctual, not polite.
Yeah.
On some, type of bullshit. But no, it's been great working with you, Sean. Guys, we are going to take over absolutely in the fall, so stay tuned. If you guys like the college debate stuff, we are going to do it even more so. And, yeah, we're going to take over, man. Anything else, brother?
No. Thank you guys so much. Just check us out, uncensoredamerica.us.
Sean's going to work to get you, as you guys know, we always release a 4K version on Uncensored America on YouTube. One of the footage of the cameras got taken down. We're going to try to see if we can get it back, or maybe do some edits and get the 4K version for you guys up that's in better quality than the stream. But, obviously no guarantees. We're going to have to do some creative fixing here.
Yeah. We'll work on it. Hopefully it'll come out soon.
Big ups to Sean.
The guy behind the scenes doing the camera switches, making sure that the internet's up and everything else like that. He helps out. So, I had him meet with my team, and we made things happen. And there was a lot of stuff going on, guys, as you guys saw with that stuff. I'm there debating, but these guys are running around behind the scenes, making things happen, especially with what's going on. And then last thing I'll say before I let you go, because I know you really do got to get going. What are your thoughts as you were sitting there behind the scenes, seeing the growing number of
dancing
them boys? Yeah,
them boys.
It was. I mean, I said this to you like just a few minutes ago that when we got here, I was wondering what type of reaction we'd get because I'm from Philly. It's a very different vibe than Miami.
Yeah.
And when I was checking out the location last night and I was looking at the people here, I was like, okay, we're going to get some pushback. You know? When you have Women Deserve Less, Prove Me Wrong, like, you're going to get something here. Yeah. But I didn't expect what we got at the end with all of the different flavors of people that we got there because they were acting like college kids. Like, that's what blows my mind is that you'd think like the ladies that were freaking out at you at USC when they were like when you told them to go back in the kitchen, all that stuff. And then you'd think like after college, they grow up, they get out of that, but no, they actually get 10 times worse.
Yeah. No, it's fucking ridiculous, man. But no, dude, thank you so much for coming. I know we did this thing kind of like last minute. We made it fucking awesome. Not bad for a first stream that we set up like on the side using a fucking generator. We'll do this again, maybe in a week or two. I don't know. I'll work it out with Sean. And we'll bring him out here again, and we'll do it again. Get the permits and all this other stuff because it is a pain in the ass to get this stuff done, guys, on the back. But we made it happen. So thank you so much, Sean, for coming, bro.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, man. I know you got a flight to catch tomorrow, so I'll let you go.
Thank you.
All right.
Shout out Sean. Yes,
Yeah, shout out Sean and give him a nice little outro. I want to see W. Sean's in the chat. Okay, we did not get to make fun of them boys without Sean helping out with the ones and twos behind the scenes, making it happen. Shout out to Uncensored America. I tell you guys, we are gonna fucking take over this year. Like, you guys think the Charlie Kirk debates on college campuses are great? Wait till I fucking when I'm there, right? I'm not gonna be sitting here saying Israel's our greatest ally. Nah, man, we gonna be going crazy on this. Okay, so it's gonna be a good time. So shout out to Sean, shout out to Uncensored America. We're willing to go a little bit further than other people. Shout out to 3 Digglers, by the way, for 50 fucking gifted subs. I appreciate that, my friend. I really appreciate that. And guys, that is how we're able to do what we're doing. As you guys know, we're demonetized on YouTube because quite literally them boys. And we're able to, do the stuff where we go to college campuses or me go to New York City and talk about the Diddy case and, give you guys really like an entire repertoire of different types of content. We cover true crime. We cover self-improvement. First did a great interview with, Coach Greg Adams yesterday where they talked about the current dating landscape. Obviously me, I'm doing geopolitics, foreign policy, all this other stuff. We're doing debates. We're doing everything. This is by far the most diversified YouTube fucking channel out there, and you guys know this. So the only thing I ask, man, like the video, sub to the channel if you guys are watching on Rumble. Sub to the Fresh Fit channel. Let's get this thing up to 7,500. We're going to go live for a bit. I think we'll give it maybe, what are we at? We're at 7,000?
7,000 what?
Subs.
Oh, yeah, we're at 7,094.
7,094? Yep. Okay, and we're live on all the platforms, by the way, right now. We're live on YouTube, and Rumble, and X, on all the platforms, Myron Gaines X, and on Fresh and Fit as well. And we're running a clan meeting, clam chowder meeting, on Rumble as well.
This nigga horny.
On X. What happened? Huh? What happened? You have something?
Nah.
Okay. And then let me... We're live on
synagogue. That wasn't the smartest idea.
And go make sure to follow. I think I have it on my page too, actually.
Like, okay, here's my phone. He's like, sorry, I can't touch your phone. I'm like, what? Yeah, that's like part of the rule on Shabbat.
Yeah,
you can't touch your phone on Fridays.
No technology or some shit.
Even though they were all on the mic, you're not allowed to use the mic, man. What the hell? You're not allowed to use the mic. That's technology.
So,
but again, synagogue is crazy.
Regardless, you got to be fearless no matter what. Right? I didn't know that until Mo just told me just now.
Yeah.
So whatever. Yeah. Crazy. It's on Twitter. You go to wiring. Go make sure to follow.
Fair use.
When we react to our own videos.
Listen, you're doing it in front of a fucking synagogue. That wasn't the smartest idea, no? Look at Mo. Listen, you're doing it in front of a fucking synagogue. That wasn't the smartest.
This is kind of funny. So when he said this, right? I'll be honest, I already knew that the synagogue was around the corner or whatever, but I didn't realize they had just come out of prayer or whatever.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. And it was a bunch of them. It was like 15 of them, chat. The intention obviously wasn't to even go there. Let's actually pull up the full video real quick. Have that clip saved, but pull up the full video. Because let's start with like how this started.
Yeah, that guy brought it up.
You can pull it up on my channel.
I think if a group of people come into someone else.
Yeah, this clown brought it up.
Else's land and rape and torture and burn, they have a right to defend themselves.
Okay.
I also understand the other side.
All the time there's that right to defend themselves. Okay.
Oh, so killing 100,000 plus. So let's go back to the beginning here, because the guy came in kind of like a pussy. Let's be honest here. He comes in and he asks me about the Houthis, and I'm like, okay, this is like kind of an auxiliary, component to this conflict. They're not even the main people, but let's go ahead and play it here real quick from the beginning when he comes up.
I think if
on the Houthis, this guy. Go ahead.
I think if a group of people come into someone else's land and rape and torture and burn.
There's no clip with that.
No. I said pull up the main video, the full video, because you're not gonna get the.
Yeah, pull up the whole video.
Hey guys, we're probably gonna migrate all you guys over to Fresh and Fit here. We'll go for a little bit on Mario Games X and everything else like that, but we're gonna migrate everybody over to Fresh and Fit here soon. I know we got a bunch of you guys in here in the space as well listening. Right now I'm not bringing up speakers. I see there's a bunch of you guys in here listening. But you should watch the stream, honestly. You can listen if you want, but I think watching the stream is way better. But whatever you guys decide. We got it? We do it live, ninjas. We do it live. But anyway, yeah, so while Bills pulls that up, it's on both Fresh and Fit and my channel, whatever you want to pull it from. The timestamps are on YouTube.
Make sure you guys like the video and hit the and you on Rumble. Make sure you subscribe.
Yep.
Or give subscriptions to other brokies.
Yep. If you're a brokey watching on Fresh and Fit, type in I'm a brokey. Give the subs on Fresh and Fit. Let's get to 7,500, and we'll put a timer here in a little bit as well.
The brokey.
We might see the sun with it.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
Well, guys, if you already got a sub, then saying I'm a brokey won't work. Well, it's only for people that are brokies that don't have a sub. All right, let's. Okay, so we got the video here, and just so you guys are wondering, we set this up on the corner in Brickell, obviously a very popular corner on Miami Avenue. I can't hear anything, Bills.
Yeah, I got it muted because I'm waiting for him to pull up.
Free Pooh Shiesty.
That's what you wanted
This nigga, bro.
That's what you wanted me to do.
Yeah. It's all
You
good.
said that we could get into international talk, right?
Sure.
He brought it up.
So I've listened to your talk about Israel and Zionism and whatnot, but I want to take a different angle.
Sure.
You're Yemeni background, right?
No, my family's from Sudan.
From Sudan?
Yeah.
Okay. Question is, what do you think about the Houthis looking outside in and how they're affecting the war? Because I've listened to your stance on Israel.
Yeah.
And
Clearly he
Zionism.
doesn't. Sure.
So,
Because if you did,
we
you
don't
know
need
I'm not
we don't
Yemeni.
need to get into that, but how they're acting in response
Shout out to Desert Joe.
being a proxy of Iran and doing what they're doing and affecting world trade and XYZ. Do you agree or disagree with what's
10
happening?
gift the subs. Do I agree or disagree with what they're doing?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it matters if I agree or disagree, but I understand.
No, but I want to hear you have like an opinion on a lot of different matters. So what's your opinion on that?
My thing is I simply understand why they're doing what they're doing, right?
Do you?
Yes.
Okay, can you elaborate?
On why they're doing what they're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're trying to create an enormous amount of pressure on Israel economically.
But it's not working, right?
Well, it was working for a long time.
Is it
That's
work-
why we had to intervene. It was working, yes.
It's not working.
When they were boarding the ships and they were sending the rockets in.
Yeah,
it was,
but you're bombing ships that are affecting trade.
They weren't bombing ships.
Attacking ships. They're sending missiles to ships that are going through
Yeah,
their ports.
they were stealing ships. Yep, they were pirating ships and obviously affecting
World
international
trade,
trade. World trade. But that was creating quite a bit of problems for Israel financially. They were boarding ships that had financial
Not for
interests
Israel,
with
for the
Israel.
world.
I'm sorry?
It's for the world.
Of course, but it hurt Israel the most.
How
That's
so?
why it's to shut down one of their ports, actually, as a matter of
How
fact.
so?
It literally hurt.
How did
Israel's
it,
not
how
doing
did it
that great
hurt Israel the
economically
most?
right now.
No, you said any topic goes. You said Israel goes.
Yeah.
So
I'm
how
telling
did it
you,
affect
They're not
Israel?
doing.
So
They're not doing
pause.
well economically right now.
So who's not?
You guys can see here how like he's like trying to deflect and everything else.
Yeah.
First, it's what's your opinion? Well, my opinion is kind of irrelevant, right? Like, I understand the strategy, right? So you guys got to understand that warfare has evolved from just, guns and killing each other to economic warfare too. Okay?
Yeah.
It's actually the big reason why we're not attacking Iran is because there's economic warfare that could be waged as well. So what the Houthis are doing is they're creating They're creating an enormous amount of pressure, right, on Israel by attacking ships that have Israel interest, okay? And these ships that have Israel interest are the ones that are being targeted by the Houthis. Now, again, I'm not here to tell you guys I agree with it or I disagree with it. What I'm here to tell you guys is I understand why they're doing what they're doing. They're doing it to bankrupt Israel and make them feel the pain economically for what they're doing in Gaza.
Yeah.
Then Lebanon is shooting rockets into northern Israel. So the proxies are basically making where it's like, look, you want to go ahead and conduct this genocide, then we're going to make it very painful for you to move ships. We're going to make it very painful for you to have your civilians evacuate northern Israel. If you're going to go ahead and continue to do what you're doing, we're going to make it painful for you, not just both militarily, but we're going to make it hurt economically.
Yeah.
And what I was trying to explain to this guy, because he doesn't understand whatsoever how warfare is done in the modern day age, is that a shipping port in Israel was literally shut down because of the Houthis attacking it. Okay? Like, economic warfare is real. Here's another thing also that a lot of people don't know. So the Houthis back in 2019 attacked 2 different oil areas in Saudi Arabia. You know what happened? They had to shut that shit down, and they lost billions of dollars just for being down a few days. Okay? So economic warfare is absolutely one of the ways and strategies that lesser equipped militaries or militias employ to attack bigger and stronger adversaries. The reason why we don't attack Iran the way that we want to, because trust me, we want to. We want to do the attack alongside Israel is because Trump is intelligent enough to understand that it's going to have serious economic ramifications on us, okay? What are those ramifications? Well, they're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to attack oil reserves all across the Gulf. They're going to attack military bases. And though the United States will win in an actual all-out war, it's going to cost us a lot. So it comes down to the concept of, is the juice worth the squeeze? And Iran's job is to make sure that the juice is not worth the squeeze, despite the fact that the United States can squeeze the juice out. Okay? Same exact concept when it came to the Houthis. So the Houthis were causing a lot of problems for Israel boarding these ships and pirating them. Now, like I said before, I don't have to agree or disagree, but what I am saying is that I understand that that is really the only strategy afforded to them because they have to hit Israel where it hurts, which is where? Their pockets. Okay? So that's what I was trying to explain to this fucking guy, and he didn't get it. But let's keep going on. Israel.
It's not because of the Houthis. It's because
that's a component.
It's because their workers had to go to reserve service and other things like that.
Let me.
Obviously,
do you want me to?
Tourism is down because people are scared to go there.
For sure. So
right?
their economy is hurting.
Right.
That
but
is
that's
precisely why
because
they're
of the
doing what they're
Houthis?
doing. I'm not here to tell you that it's right or wrong. I'm just simply telling you what they're doing.
Your opinion, though, because you have an opinion on a lot of things.
This is a fact.
You have opinion on women. You have opinion on a lot of things, right? So
Okay.
what's your opinion in there?
Again,
you have opinion on Zionists. You have opinion on Jews. You have
Yes,
opinion
Israel's
on Netanyahu.
problematic country.
Okay, so what's your opinion on the
Yes.
Houthis?
His ranting, pranting.
Again, I just told you.
Do you agree or disagree?
I understand.
Do you agree or disagree with what they're doing?
I understand. See, and this
Don't
is
be political about it. I mean,
See, this is them trying to force some kind of strange dichotomy to virtue signal from. Like, bro, I don't have to agree or disagree. I understand that like, war is war, and I understand that they're looking at it like, yo, you guys are committing a fucking genocide. So they're like, yo, let's fuck them up financially so they can't keep doing the genocide. And this is where Israelis are so goddamn stupid. They don't have the wherewithal to understand why they do the things that they do. Or you know what? I think they do know. It's just that they want to be able to sit there and say, you're an anti-Semite. You're an anti-Semite because you don't want to take a stance on this. I don't have to take a stance on it. I'm saying we know, or I know, why they're doing what they're doing. And I think anyone that has half a brain understands why the Houthis are doing what they're doing. I think anyone that has any concept of geopolitical affairs understands. But he clearly doesn't. So he's just trying to get an answer out of me for, like, what do you think about that? That's irrelevant. What I think about it is irrelevant. Okay? I simply understand that economic warfare is real, and economic warfare is typically waged by inferior militaries or militias against world powers. That's how it goes. That's the only way that they can even the playing field. They know they can't beat them militarily, so they're going to hit them economically. And the strategy worked because They couldn't do anything against the Houthis until Trump came in and started spending a whole bunch of fucking money, and they can barely make a dent against them. That's why we agreed to a ceasefire with the Houthis, by the way. So clearly, it worked. Trump struck a deal with the Houthis to stop bombing them in exchange for them not attacking ships that have U.S. interests. And guess what? The Houthis are still attacking the Israelis. Economic warfare, man. It worked for them. And this is the ugly side that people don't want to discuss or they don't want to have these discussions on. Let's keep going. Agree.
Really?
That's really irrelevant. I understand.
You understand?
I understand, yes.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, do you actually have a position or you just wanted to get my...
On the matter?
Yeah.
I have a position, yeah.
Yeah, what's your position then?
I think if
Pause.
a group...
Because, as usual, they're cowards, so I knew that he had some type of ulterior motive to try to... the fact that he was trying to get a response, like, well, do I agree with it or not? Like, I already knew, all right, this guy's a fucking Zionist, clearly.
Yeah.
He's trying to sit here and put me in a corner and try to make like a moral argument when this isn't really a moral issue. This is more of a pragmatic issue, okay? So I kind of want to know his stance. I knew what he was going to say. I knew he was going to be a pro-Israel shill. But let's go ahead and see what he has to say here. I hope you guys are ready for some Israeli propaganda.
Group of people come into someone else's land and rape and torture and burn, they have a right to defend themselves.
Okay.
I also understand the other side.
So killing 100,000 plus innocent people is defending yourself?
Listen, when World War II happened, there was a lot of innocent deaths also, so we can't really take that angle. I agree there's innocent deaths. In war, there's innocent deaths. But the easy way, in my opinion, to end it, now that America's involved and you have the world looking at it, is to return the hostages first. And then you open dialect.
Cares?
Then you open dialect.
Okay, do you think
that's my
cares?
opinion.
Okay, so here's the thing. Number one, a war is fought between two capable militaries, okay?
Really?
The IDF,
really?
The IDF is a military, a formalized military that gets supported by us.
All right.
Okay. And they're killing
Hamas is supported by Iran. They had like endless amount of rockets, endless amount of ammunition.
They're a ragtag militia
that can go in and one day and kill over 1,000 people. That's a lot of deaths, bro.
Here's the thing. So let's talk facts, right?
Sure.
Because you're putting a lot of Israeli propaganda out there. So let's
no, I'm not speaking propaganda.
Let's go through this.
I just wanted your opinion on the Houthis.
Let's go through this.
Sure.
So, do you think Netanyahu actually wants the hostages back? Does he care?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
But there are political motives. I agree with you. But
sure.
Yeah, he wants the hostages back.
Are you aware of the fact that on October 10th, a deal was put in place to get all the hostages back in return for them not invading Gaza?
If you can't put the deal in front of me so we can look at it together, then it doesn't matter. No. It's irrelevant.
See, here's the thing. And
because there's been over 300 deals that have been put in front of both parties.
I'm telling you, on or about October 10th, this was reported by Israeli media, Haaretz.
Okay.
Okay. And this is what a lot of Israelis don't know and Zionists don't know. There was a deal put. Yeah, okay. So a deal was put forward saying, hey, look, we will go ahead and give all the hostages back in exchange that you do not blow up and attack and invade Gaza. And what did Netanyahu do? He refused. Now, here's the other thing.
Bro.
You mentioned that they killed, what, 2,000? Or 1,300? No, this is true.
Whatever
true.
Whatever.
See, now, you want to know how I know it's true? No. Here's the other thing, too. Here's the reason why. What happened?
His mouse was glitching.
Okay, are we still up on the space and stuff? Yeah. All right, so now at this point, guys, right, you might not be able to see it on camera, but then the hecklers started to come. As this guy was, like, having this discussion, there was, like, 3 or 4 of them on the side, these fat Israelis on the side.
I still get bored of it. Let's go to something else.
My brain when I have an empty bottle.
Don't do it.
Is that me too, though? Why do we do this? I am actually f***ing guilty of doing that. What's wrong with me? Hi YouTube, welcome back in. Hello, my name is Cyber, and today we will be reacting to some more guys being dudes. It tastes like victory. Oh, he's gonna throw.
Catch it.
I would be so scared that thing would hit my head, man. It would definitely hit my head.
You caught it.
Nice. Oh my god, one-handed too.
Nice.
Damn. Skills. What a catch. 99 throw power. Why do you guys keep throwing everything? You keep throwing. Oh.
They caught it. Nice.
He almost did the splits. Damn, you guys did everything for a beer. Be happy. Oh. What is happening? Is this for real?
Here, slap him. Looks like he's gonna walk up.
He needs to go talk with the boys about it. It's a really important decision, so that makes sense.
Oh, they want to right now. Hey, go ready. Run.
Marry him. Ladies, he pulls this out on a date. What do you do?
Spider-Man.
Oh, his Spider-Man wallet. I mean, it's fine, right? Maybe he's just a really big Spider-Man fan. It's not like he shows it to everyone all day long. It's just in his pocket, right? Right? Now, if he would walk around in his Spider-Man suit every day, all day, that would be a different story. But I don't mind a wallet. My boyfriend at the airport. It's fine, it's just a suitcase. I mean, to be fair, this looks really good. Why have a boring suitcase when you can have something like this? Us girls, sometimes we have like super cute stuff what looks like it's actually for kids, but we still decide to go around with that bag that's like super cute. If we can do that, then why can they not do that? Let them be. I saw it coming miles away.
Remember that and then that.
What?
Alright, this. Alright.
What are we doing?
You will no longer be able to do this. Okay. But I want you to try it.
Okay.
No, you had Ryan's hand down. It's got to be more than that. Yeah. Cuff down. This is where my doctor showed me this when I broke my arm.
What are you doing?
Do it. Try to get side to side. All right, side to side. Yeah, I feel it. Side to side. You about to know you.
Wow, this is beautiful.
Yeah.
That was a nice one. Why? Because it's a nice sound. This is how bros are made, and that's how I made a new friend. Wait, is it fake? Oh, he has a string, It's so easy to make friends as a bro, man. Great logic from the stat. No, that's how people die in horror movies. Get in the damn house.
Yeah. Oh my God! What in the world?
What was that?
I don't know. Get in the house.
A firewall?
I don't know. Get in the house. Let's not stay out here and find out. Just get in the damn house.
I forgot to look out the window.
What?
I forgot to look out the window.
No, that's how people die in horror movies.
That's how people die in horror movies. Oh, good dad.
What the fuck was it?
What in the? Yeah. Oh my God!
Pretty fucking loud.
What in the world?
What was that?
I don't know. Get in the house.
A firewall?
I don't know. Get in the house. Let's not stay out here and find out. Just get in the damn house.
I forgot to look out the window.
What?
I forgot to look out the window.
No, that's how people die in horror movies.
That's how people die in horror movies. Oh, good dad, good dad. People are pretty much the same across the world.
Another tough day at work. Totally exhausted. I bought a strawberry cake on my way home.
That looks good.
Sometimes I ask myself why I work so hard. My answer is always like, I have a family to support. If I make money, I can buy my family good food, clothes, and so on. While watching my daughter eating her favorite strawberry cake,
I want a strawberry cake, man.
all the work stress flew away.
Aww.
I think this is the happiness.
Oh, the good dad. I love him.
Hello, Stick Nation.
Stick Nation?
Found this stick.
Wow.
In Germany.
Ooh.
It's ice sword.
Nice.
It's got a stick in it.
Ice
it
sword.
feels frozen damage. And it's really cool. Whoa!
Oh, I
It's
broke.
gone now. Intrude at Fashion Week. He looks like he fits right in, though. He looks like he fits right in. If this caption wasn't here, and if that security guy didn't get him, I would have believed it. Hero we all need sometimes.
भैया को बड़ी खुजली हो रही है हेल्प कर दो यार जाके जरा खुजली हो रही है भैया को
Go help him. I think that's what he said. Honestly, if a stranger did this to me outside, I would probably punch him in the face. I've seen this video before. I don't know. I like it more like this. Like, now it's fluffy, right? I prefer it like that.
Mustache.
If you have to have that long of a
mustache wax.
mustache. Then just keep it like that. Now he puts like wax or something in it, and now I'm like, now it just looks really sticky.
Mustache wax.
I don't like that. I don't like the sticky texture. Now it's like this. I preferred it just like with the blow dryer when he shaped it like that. The fluffiness. Yeah, nice form. Nice form. My body floats his number to the girl on the left. The universe had other plans. That is a cute idea, though. I like that. Very cute. On the left, the universe had other plans.
To the overweight.
That is a cute idea, though. I like that. Very creative. Typical drunk drive-through. Oh, they're pretending to be sitting in a car. Nice car, man. Nice car. Excellent reaction. Okay, wait. Okay, so we got a basketball and we got a drink on it. Why?
Nice.
Oh, you caught it, though. Nice. My brain when I have an empty bottle.
Thanks for the follow.
Don't do it.
Oh, is that me too, though? Why do we do this? I am actually f***ing guilty of doing that. What's wrong with me? How father and son's bond. You just know they're having the time of their lives, man. I wanna do this too. I'm gonna lie. This seems awesome. This right here is how you know real friends.
भाई ओपनर है क्या तुम्हारे पास
Technologia.
His face.
भाई ओपनर है क्या तुम्हारे पास
Of his teeth.
Technologia.
That is funny.
Thank you, भाई
It just kept getting better.
Yeah, champ. Brindle it, champ. Hey,
What is it on his nose? Oh, ooh, nice.
golf claps.
What nose?
Land it, land it. Oh!
Nice. What the fuck? How strong is his nose? Is it? Oh, that's not his nose. That's not his nose. What even is that? What is that? It looks like.
It's the backside of it.
Oh yeah, sure.
What the? What the is that? I don't even know what that is. Some random pipe? Uncover this old ass video. I was bad as fuck in school. Where are we?
Oh, he's
In the ceiling.
What, stadium? Cafeteria? Oh, classroom.
This is a dedicated pranker. What the fuck? This is a dedicated pranker going into the freaking ceiling? This is the first time I've seen that. Old school never fails. What are we doing? I thought he would hit his head really hard and it's not nice. Absolute cinema.
Señor, ¿cuáles son? ¡Cuidado, cuidado! ¿Tú me oyes? ¡Julio! ¡Julio, no! ¡Hacen acaben con ellos! ¡Disparo cargado! ¡Fuego! ¡Cercan más!
Takes you really interesting.
I understand absolutely nothing, but at the same time I do.
Ian. No te muevas, Ian. No te muevas.
Oh, he's alone now.
He died too.
Oh, he's alone now.
Son unos malditos infelices.
Oh, he died too.
Cargado.
Oh, I thought this one was already dead. Oh, shit.
Cada una de esas historias forma parte de lo que es el plastiverso. Shh, pronto dejarás de sufrir.
What the fuck is he doing? What are you doing to them? My favorite scene was where Julio died.
Julio! Julio, no!
What's that weird thing on the sink?
I don't know. Oh, it's an instrument! I want to wash my hands there!
When you wash your hands?
It works perfect.
I want it! What the f? There will be like a way to make sure that everyone washes their hands. Silent Library Funniest Challenge.
While holding a coffee cup, the contestant must be shot with coffee, milk, sugar cubes, powdered chocolate, and whipped cream.
What? Okay. Well, oh, the noise. There's a noise meter. So, what is what are we trying to do? Get a good coffee? Oh my god! Oh my god, this is horrible. Bad for him, it's so slippery. I don't know what you're winning if you are being quiet, but these guys are not winning. I feel so bad for him. I feel so bad. I thought our trip to Greece would be romantic, but my husband clearly had other plans. Oh, kitties! What's wrong with this? It seems like a dream vacation, though. Aww. So many cats. This is how you relax. This is a real vacation. Lost in the lake? What are you doing there? Oh, they're bringing me back.
Too small, but look at that.
There you go. A man who has spare time to kill. Oh.
Nice.
That was actually kind of impressive. Don't try it at home. Could be very dangerous, but let me see that again. Yeah, look at that! He did miss it though. He got this. Right? Or did he? A little bit. He got it a little bit. Learning to cook as a dude be crazy these days. Why is he slapping it? That's not even hygienic either. What is your mouth doing there?
What was he doing?
This is disgusting. I will not be eating from that guy. What did I just watch, man? What did I just watch?
As if he's like licking the Jeet. Licking the vagina.
Not be hygienic either. What is your mouth doing there?
Or is it?
This is disgusting. I will not be eating from that guy.
Oh, jeez.
What did I just watch, man? What did I just watch? I hate these food corn videos. No way, amigo. Okay, we're spray painting it red. Why don't you wear gloves or something? What the f are you doing?
Nice.
Is it the? It's the red one! How? Damn. Why was he shaking like that? That's being a dude. This always looks so goofy when they do this, man.
That is funny.
It makes it funny that he's smiling. Helicopter bro helps the dudes.
Somebody's flying an RC airplane down there. He's got a little runway map. That's just perfect. I love it. Uh-oh, he just crashed a bitch. He just crashed it. Did he really? I swear to God he did. Right in the trees. And it's stuck up there. Let me see the helicopter for a second.
Hey, what does it say? I don't understand what's being said. I don't know why. I always have like troubles understanding voices when it's over like a radio.
Yep, she's in the top of the trees. You know,
Oh, there's someone on top of the trees?
That thing out the tree for him. We'll try to get you to grab that wing tip. I'm gonna put the nose of the helicopter right down here in the bushes. Yeah, we're good.
Somebody's
back left a little bit.
Somebody's airplane. Oh, somebody's RC plane.
Oh, it's a
Terrific right now. You know that.
Nice.
Aw, nice of them. I thought it was about a person.
Fucking things too. I love them. You're so welcome. It was my pleasure.
How nice of them.
The sickest fucking thing you've ever done, huh? That fucking shit was sick.
If it works. Oh, no fighting in that gym! No fighting! Oh. Oh.
Just to get the guy.
What? There's literally another bench over there. I would have screamed too. Look at his face, you know something good is gonna happen.
Oh.
Why did she slap him? Why? The slap was so not needed. Boys being boys.
You gonna tell them about the weed we got in the truck?
You gotta
Se van a jugar, se van a jugar, iremos hasta los 49. 46 minutos, iremos hasta los 49.
Llegarle por los costados, no ha tenido paciencia, no lo ha pensado bien.
Oh, guys, do you do this? I can actually see you guys do this.
You're gonna dump and watch it against it.
Yeah, I can see you guys do this. You guys probably do this. We're gonna get one of these armchair tanks.
Oh, nice.
I want one of them too. Imagine on a nice sunny day outside with your drink in hand, just chilling in your armchair. Wow, 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 wow. You didn't have to flip me off. You didn't have to flip me off, sir. This is really chill. I want it. Boss Ruden's self-defense system?
Hello and welcome to Boss Ruden's lethal street fighting self-defense system. Let me tell you first that I've been around. I've been a bouncer for many, many years, and I've been fighting in the ring, as you know. So I know my things. Now, I was standing like this and talking to the guy, and suddenly, boom, a headbutt. Bang, follow up with a headbutt. Boom, knee to the head. And look what we got here. Smack his face. Now, this is a very dangerous weapon right here.
What am I getting taught here? I'm confused. Where do I learn the self-defense?
This is where they put the receipts on. Boom, the right elbow, bang, right straight. Maybe now the headbutt comes. Knee to the face, elbow to the groin, grab him. Look, sir, I really don't want anything of this. And I go, whoop, like this, and I slit your throat.
Is he teaching us how to kill?
Bang, right elbow, this, and I slit your... Look, sir, I really don't want anything of this. And I go, whoop, like this, and I slit your throat.
Is he teaching us how to kill?
Bang, right elbow, boom, left straight, kick to the head, boom, bang, 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 boom. Stab his own knife here.
His own
drop, boom, boom. I'm sorry, bang, bang.
Two people at once.
Boom. I'm sorry, bang, bang, bang. No, I'm not.
He's just teaching how to beat the fuck out of people. He's not teaching fucking self-defense.
Bang, bang.
And to kill people too until they go.
Don't you ever do this. If something happens to you,
yes,
touch your family, you got my blessing. Take him out. Hasta la vista, baby.
Thank you, boss. Thank you. Hi, thank you so much for watching. If you liked it, please don't forget to give a like to the video and subscribe to my channel. I also stream live on Twitch and on YouTube. So follow me on Twitch or just turn on the notification bell on YouTube to know when I go live.
Alrighty. Oh, you're streaming. Oh, check out Murray.
I'm gonna be honest with you, that trip is not worth it.
Although to be fair, with all the stories of people getting the shits from Taco Bell, I'm pretty sure that the Netherlands won't be as bad, but I will probably still get the shits.
What's like a good fast food place in the Netherlands?
Right? Yeah, I haven't slept up, but I'm gonna go to bed soon. I mean, I'm not tired. I'm just literally ordering Taco Bell.
I mean, out of all the fast food places, we don't really have a unique one of our own. Like, we just have McDonald's and KFC and the occasional Burger King that's gonna taste like shit.
I bet you KFC tastes good over there.
It actually kind of does.
Does it?
Some places
KFC?
are really greasy. Some places are actually not greasy at all, but just nice and juicy. Depends on which one you have.
KFC tends to taste better in other countries, I realize.
Yeah, no, I heard that KFC in America is basically a GFC, fucking grease-fried chicken.
Yeah, no, it's ass, bro. It's not good.
Really not good.
They did for a bit.
Dude, KFC in China though, KFC in China is freaking amazing. It is so good.
I like Japan. In America, they did change how they made the chicken for a bit, and it was better. It was like 3 weeks of like top tier KFC chicken, and then they stopped it. They stopped that shit.
I believe you're familiar with the monster. The monster? Guys, what if I'm the monster? What if Iron Eye is the monster? Alright, I'm ready.
I'm ready too. No, guys, we haven't beaten the game. We've only beaten 2 bosses so far. We're in the 3rd one right now.
No way, we are the monster! My objective is to defeat the other Iron Eye. Iron Eye.
Oh, Evan, we queued for Tricephalus.
Which one are you queued for? Is Mari not queued for the right one? Oh.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you got to queue for the right one, Mari.
didn't queue yet.
Oh.
There we go. Dude, it says defeat the other Iron Eye who has appeared in a catalysm in Limveld. What if I become the monster, guys? Bro, I gotta defeat my nobody. Well, Roxas, I hope you're ready to die again. Any Kingdom Hearts fans out there? No. Okay.
No one likes Kingdom Hearts, Mari. No
one likes you.
One Kingdom Hearts game on the
a lot of people like me, Mari. I am actually very famous with the ladies, okay? I'll have you know.
Okay,
I
first
have
of all,
at least 69 women in DMs. 69.
apparently in Canada, KFC and other fast food tastes very bland. And KFC in America tastes... Wait. KFC and other fast food tastes way better in the US. Really? In Canada, it's that bland?
Yeah. So I don't know. I did try some stuff in Canada. I tried like the McDonald's in Canada, and the food was like whatever for some reason. But like I don't know. I feel like American McDonald's are also just getting to that point where the food just tastes meh.
We could also just be getting older, and it just doesn't affect us the
Could be
same
getting
way.
older. That's true. The food don't hit anymore, dude. I've lost taste buds.
Yeah, it could be that. Also, thank you for that super chat, by the way, Pasty.
All right, where are we dropping?
No tornado on the map.
Personal objective in Prague. Oh, I do have a personal objective.
Right here, bro.
We could go to the tornado, but it's a risk.
What's the tornado?
Right here, bro.
Oh, we're actually landing on a church. That's insane.
Yeah, that's a church.
What's the tornado?
I try not to play games.
I mean,
games.
If you want to know, we could just find out.
Okay.
But the run will probably be borked.
Bro, really said fuck around and find out, dude.
Yeah, no, it's actually better to just find out than me telling you.
Bro, can you just die faster?
I would.
Okay.
Most likely.
Right, so, do we want to find out tornado?
End up.
No, we can.
Smashing.
Well, actually, you said the tornado's over here, right?
So it shouldn't be as.
That's the tornado.
Bullshit, but...
1,000 pieces.
Is that the tornado?
The little thing with the barrier on the stuff on the map.
Okay, let's do it.
If I
All right.
play Elden Ring.
Oh wow! Unga bunga sniffa clouda. Oh.
What does that even mean?
We're about to go fight Majin Buu.
Huh?
Hey, bro.
Oh, you guys are about to get shot, bro.
There's a merchant down here too.
Oh, I didn't even hear him shooting.
I told you. I literally said y'all are about to get shot.
I tried to listen for the shot. I didn't hear it until it hit me.
Are you up?
Yeah, I'm up.
Where the hell? How do we get up there? Where do we
Put
go?
S there by accident. It's supposed to be thousand, not thousands.
Down here.
Down here? Oh. Oh.
It might actually be something different than I thought it was.
McDonald's nuggets that are kind of cold hit at 4 a.m. Yo, you're kind of spitting actually.
I don't know. I feel like in general, a lot of like fast food places, they just don't taste that good anymore. I just think a lot of teenagers work there and they don't give a shit about their job.
No,
Which, why would they?
Okay.
Like, why would they? You know what I mean?
I was thinking the exact same thing recently. I was like, what if the teenagers are making the food taste worse, right?
They don't know. They literally don't care. When I used to work at the coffee shop, the teenagers that I would work at, they literally do not give a shit about the recipes at all. And they purposely fuck shit up. Because they don't give a shit. Like I said, why should they? They don't get paid well, so like, why should they really
I was
care?
about to say, can we just call my car up real quick and tell her to get her red fuckers back? But they already died.
Bro, why is this?
Yeah, she needs to come
Why is
pick
that
up these
Raider?
rats, bro.
Why is there a whole man in here, bro? Oh. Okay, well, I realized I was level 1.
Yeah, we all are, Evan. This. Oh man, bro, he one shots, dude.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I was trying to hit Mari. You got Mari.
Oh.
Oh.
Yep, but I died.
Oh god, guys.
It might be more beneficial to leave Mari.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're just gonna crawl to get our runes as close to the door as we can.
Oh, is there really nothing good here?
I'm sure there is. Obviously, it's an event, right?
Yeah. It is something entirely different than I thought it was. Because I've never actually seen what this does then. I thought it did.
So maybe we're supposed to go up top instead of going under?
No. You can only get in from there.
Oh.
Well, how the fuck do we get back in? I'm so lost.
Well, we're on the back. We spawned on the back.
Oh. It's where I am, guys.
Hi,
it's
merchant.
where I am.
Hello, merchant.
I'm coming.
Where you are?
I'm by the merchant now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, he's right behind me, isn't he? And it's becoming night. Oh, dear lord. He has my fucking runes, doesn't he? The prick.
I'm getting pretty tired. So
I have to go upstairs. I need to know.
Wait, no, my runes are just gone.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
So that way you won't leave you hanging high and dry. The hell? The fuck was that? Helldivers.
All of this right now, exactly as. Oh my god.
Oh.
I'm so dead. Oh my god, I may live. But I live. Okay. Doing well, sir. How's the diamond going? It's going good. Oh, I hate it when you mantle something in the middle of reloading. And then it stops the reload.
Alright.
Oh, we got a hulky boy coming.
That's going to fuck
Did it land
foozle.
on him? No, of course not. Right by him. Okay, we get it. Night Owl, thank you for the pie biddies. If Johnny, Night Owl, and I join the queue, can we kick Buck and play with Rusty? You guys can squad up. Yep. Absolutely.
Hey, Buck.
Oh, there you are. Requested trample by turtles. Uh-oh. We may have a problem. What's up, Pasty George? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. How are you doing? How was your stream? What was crapping? Where did my stuff go anyway? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Mob this
Oh,
direction.
wait, I was killed
Oh my god,
by
there's a
myself?
puppers right there.
Dude,
It
I
always
think I
says
shot
that.
a... Okay.
So it may not be the case, or it could be the case. Have a few years on you, I totally get it. 37 this year. Dude, oh my god. All right, I'm getting you. Your stream is okay. I'm glad you're doing good. The stream being okay is better than not okay. So we'll roll with that. All right, we gotta. I'm gonna grab my stuff and then actually. I might go to the fortress. No, it seems like a bad idea at the moment.
I don't even know where my
Always
stuff is.
assume.
I'm just gonna...
All right, I'm sorry I can't do Trampled by Turtles. There's one string band I cannot stand. Actually, there's a few. Yonder Mountain, Green Sky, Trampled by Turtles. I'm sorry I can't do it. I'm gonna crash out. You have fun. Kick by. All right, take care of yourself. Thank you for the raid, Pasty George. I appreciate you. You running the breaker? No, Jar 5. The Jar 5.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna head to bed now.
Here's
So
what we're doing.
You guys
Which
have
is juicy and so much fun.
Fun night.
And I always, ever since I started.
Thanks
Reddit
for
with bots,
watching.
I-
Oh yeah, I'll be on again
Else.
tomorrow as usual,
Good.
9
The
p.m. till
dominatrix.
whatever. So thanks again. Until next time.
Top tier. Note to self. Note to self. Damn, I was trying to pick a Buck related music.